People to hear it first.
While we're live.
I didn't say shit.
Sorry, what you were saying? You love me so much, and what was the?
No, I was saying that never before have I tasted victory so sweet as to rub your nose in this.
Whoa! Who won Punch and Feud?
I did.
Wow.
I did. We all have different memories of what happened there.
Yeah.
We all, it's like Budapest. We all remember Funge and Feud very differently.
I'm sorry, Funge and Fluid?
Funge and Fued, I think it was called.
Oh my
God! I'm pretty sure it was Funge and Fued.
Yeah, Funge and Fluid. Thank you, Dave.
Where is my audio? Where's my video?
Sorry, Dave, just had to bring that back for you.
It's okay. I blame my production team of me.
Yeah. You need to fire them.
Yeah, really.
Hey, so what about that? What about that video, of all the different dungeon masters?
Just so everyone knows, we are live. Right
we are live.
Oh, okay.
I'm aware. I'm aware. As soon as I started saying nice things, I was aware that
Live this whole time? Dear Lord.
Yep, Brian.
I kind of assumed we were live as soon as Dag started saying nice things.
I also love. By the way, I also like to point out. I was gonna say I loved Rob's cosplay as a giant shuriken.
Giant shuriken.
Yeah, when you had the OBS logo.
Oh yeah, gotcha. I thought you were saying like these things sticking out around me make me look spiky or something.
Dude, those are his ears.
Time that Rob had Liberty Spikes.
Can't see either Rob. Yeah, the other Rob has gone to D-Rob.
Did she
He's
have
not
to
gonna
drop
realize we're live.
Dari.
Who?
Who's Mendari?
Rob is no longer Rob.
The Rob that is no
He
longer
took off
Rob.
the costume.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the other Rob can handle it. They can manage being back as and when.
Hey Rob, can I ask a quick question? Because we
Yes.
didn't iron that out at the end of the show. What did we win?
So you won 20 gold pieces, which you will spend on a game with me. So it'll start off as default with like 2-hour game, your level ones, and then you can spend gold. I'll give you a menu essentially of what you can spend a month. And then at some point we will make a one shot on my channel where the 5 of you will come back on and play.
Surprisingly, it's not enough to buy an hourglass. What the hell is an hourglass? 25 gold.
25 gold? Why is an hourglass 25 gold pieces?
25 gold
It's a year's wages for a commoner.
Look,
Yeah, it's just
if you
insane.
if you had read the Dungeon Master's Guide, you would know that. So,
Oh lordy.
Jesus.
I love the shout out, by the way. I very much got very obsessed with hourglasses after that stream. I actually considered buying one, just so I could bring it back if we ever went back into those characters and I could just hold up an hourglass.
I love it.
amazing.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Should we embarrass Rob and sing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No, don't do that.
Oh,
Sing a
God.
good version.
Like really
We
slow
can do
and painful.
Jolly Good
I
Fellow.
hate that song
Jolly
so
Good Fellow.
much. Jolly Good
Fellow.
Fellow.
Let's not lie. We're
Can we
all
do
on
it one
stream.
word at a time, though?
Happy
so
birthday
out of
from all
sync.
of us to you. That one.
Oh, should we
One
do
word
like
at a time.
Yeah,
like a
I
wave?
agree with AJ. One word at a time.
So
Who
we
does it
pass
start
down
with?
the line.
This is
So
that.
it's
This
like
is that
for
game
he's
where you've all got
a
to be
jolly
in
good
sync.
fellow.
It's the game where you
Okay.
all got to be in sync and count from 1 to 20.
let's pass.
But
Wait, so
you just got to say. You just got to start singing. And one person says one word, and then somebody else has got to jump in. But if 2 people say the same word, you're out.
Okay, all right.
Do we
Let's
start
see if we
again
can do
if we say
this.
the same word as
who's-
Are
someone
you
else?
bringing,
But how do
are
we
you bringing
start?
acting techniques from
I am.
theater school?
I'm bringing acting games from my theatre school into
We might
my Happy
have
Birthday
different
song.
orders. So you might want to bring up the Twitch stream because it goes me, Dag.
No, but there's no organising. You just
Yeah.
gotta set. You just gotta feel it out.
All right, let's just see what happens.
Okay, let me just look up the lyrics.
Hold on, I don't follow Rob, so let me just search him. Yeah.
Thanks, Dave.
Theater school game.
Can I? If I click on you, I get mute. Is it mute? Stop video chat. How do I kick him? Kick him from the remove. There he is. Put in the waiting room.
Amazing.
Oh wow.
Actually did.
I'm not used to Zoom, so now I don't know how to get him back from the waiting room.
Oh, he's
From
gone.
here.
You
There he
banned
is.
him.
Yeah.
You sent him to the Shadow Realms. Bring him back.
Shadow Realm.
You
Oh, yeah.
banished him.
Shadow
Oh,
Bad.
yeah.
I think he's.
So be it.
Oh.
So be it.
How is
Who am
Shadow
I?
Realm?
Who am I? I'm
So
sure I would have forgotten to
Wait,
invite somebody.
what's your original plane of existence, DM Dave? You just got banished. Where
Yeah.
did you go?
Canada.
That's,
You know what would have been really funny is if he came back and everything was just Canadian.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, you see those,
Exchange.
you see those fashions. There's fashionistas that can like pull a string, and the shirt, the top they're wearing turns into a dress.
No.
He's just got that, but
I
it's
just
Canadian
strip club.
somehow.
Hold on, let me go to my my Canadian source on OBS. Let me just I'll just
Canadian.
adjust that.
Okay.
A Velcro America suit.
Bring it up.
Velcro, yeah.
Off and then underneath the
Velcro
flag.
American flags.
So good.
Something smells
This
like
is
maple
amazing.
in here.
I wish I could clank a glass with all of you guys for a tankard or a wine glass or whatever you're using, because it is so
Camera.
awesome to
Do
see
it.
everyone here.
There you go.
I have a cup.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Happy birthday, Rob. Thanks
Happy
for putting us
birthday.
all together.
Birthday, Rob!
Being an
very
amazing
much.
human being.
To at least
You
one
are-
more.
To at least one more.
Let's,
At
one
least
more.
one more.
Here's,
Bare
here's to
minimum.
another. Let's let's hope you get another one, my dear friend.
We'll
thank
review
for
you
putting us
annually.
We'll
We'll
decide.
review you annually.
Yeah.
We're gonna see how your performance is over the next year. And
Fuck,
then when we come
is
back,
this
we'll
a
have-
think
life
that'd be really
performance
funny. We should
review?
do
What
that.
is happening?
We absolutely do that. Every year we have a
I'm
big
just yes
round
ending up here.
table.
It's fine.
We have a big round table and assess our friendship with Rob. Like,
yeah.
is this working out?
That's this
like a
that's
HR
performance
interview?
review. So in the last
Yeah.
year,
Compliment
you've-
sandwich, we'll tell you something
Yeah,
good, and then
it's
we'll put an
like a breakup.
insult in.
I just
Yeah,
feel
Rob,
like
what exactly
in the
would you
last...
say you do here?
Oh, God knows, mate. You'd think I'd be good at explaining what I do here from the amount of times that people aren't sure of what it is I do for a living.
Legit question, Rob. Then, all right. What in the last year was the best moment, or one of the best moments
Jesus
of your
Christ.
streaming of the last year?
Meeting me?
Nice.
Meeting all of you guys.
Such a loser.
No.
That's a dread answer.
I can only say that. I can only say that.
Good call.
Look, I can only say that because Faye's currently not here. So, I will say a year's such a long time. I've been streaming for a long time. What have I done that's amazing? I haven't gone to any conventions yet, but I'm excited for those this year. What's an iconic standout thing? I mean the Fool's Gold game was a lot of fun. Getting to meet Felix and Ginny and everybody that joined us for that one. That was a pretty standout moment. Just growing the channel to reaching 5,000 subs on YouTube and 10,000 followers on Twitch. They were both pretty big milestones.
Hells yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
Now, Rob, sell me this pen.
Sell you the pen. All right. You already have the pen, so this is going to be difficult, but not impossible. All right. So, how long have you been in the market for a pen?
Literally under a minute.
Well, it
Less
seems
than a
like you're an efficient buyer. You've gone straight to what you want. You've got it in your hand. How can be more efficient than that? And it's only 1 copper piece.
1 copper piece. I'll take it for a copper piece. There we
Easy
go.
peasy. There you go.
Is it
I win.
easy sales?
Oh shit, Mendari's here. Hey,
Do you even know
Faye,
what
did
color
you?
it writes in? Do
did
you
you
know
watch
like, what the ballpoint
It's
is
a copper
like?
piece. It's a
Did
copper
you?
piece.
Did you manage to
even
catch
have
any of the
copper
stream,
piece?
Faye?
No, sorry, just isn't
Holy
that just
shit,
like me to
Faye's
come
here?
in,
When did she
really,
get here?
Hey,
How you guys doing?
Are you in my bedroom? What the fuck?
No,
Weird.
Where are you?
Don't look at that. Just gonna put my play
well,
button
Dag's
away
there
real
as
quick.
well.
Don't wanna show
So
Don't want to show the play button. It's a pretty.
Dag's there
it's,
as well.
It's pretty
Back for us.
off-putting to be showing your play button. It's pretty unhumbling.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
pretty. What kind of person does that?
Amazing.
I'd
Although,
actually.
Faye, could you share that with all of us so that we could
Put it back
also?
up. Yeah.
The old
I want to
Dolby
let you
Oh, no,
all
no,
know. Here we go.
send
So
us a
here it is.
copy.
Time. I want to let you all know
Send us
that
a copy of the.
this
Yeah.
the fucking
Yeah, can you send me a
Photoshop
copy of
document
my own
for
play
this-
button?
For this, like, endeavor is so much,
I
and
wanna-
there's like
I wanna
20
know what-
something layers.
I want to know what's going on. Can you turn all of the layers on and off so we can see what's going on with it?
Let's have a look.
You know what I
Let's
can
see
do? I
behind
actually,
the scenes.
so I can give me a second because I can actually
Oh
show
no.
you this. So Here, okay, let's do this. Ooh.
Whoa,
Okay, so-
magic!
Whoa.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
All right, we're getting it. I'm gonna pin you. Here we go.
A Mendari
So-
stream later.
Mendari stream,
Mendari
she's
Stream
taken
was on
over.
the stream.
You can't really see it. I'm gonna try and, because I'm covering it.
Don't
Let
tell
me
me you can change the light of the day.
no, God, no, that's way too much. But yeah, so I've got all these layers here, each one of them. So I had to go to like 4 different streams of Rob's because he would never fucking
already too much
move
work.
off camera. I like panned through the whole entire thing.
This is my money
Never
maker,
left.
babe. I gotta get the face on everything.
So I had to basically piecemeal it all together. So like, what have we got here? We've got like this is just like one little line
Yeah.
here. We've got this one because I had to make it 1920 by 1080.
You
And
have
he
to just
streams in
add
a fucking
shit
little
to the
square.
sides. I
Yeah,
did
so
notice
I
the
literally
weird
had to add
gumbiness of
walls.
just stealing one half of the window and just copying it across. To
Yeah, I
the
did have
other.
to do that. So we got that going on. There's a bunch of like lining up of like the tower of things. I know you actually have a shelf underneath this box, a white shelf, but I was not gonna fuck around with making that. That's just some ceiling thing there. That's just some weird color. I haven't actually found
This is
the
way
font
so-
and
this
put
is so much
and
work.
put
Yeah.
Icon of the Realms.
Can I
on that font.
Damn it. Can I ask?
So,
But
Say,
yeah,
how long did this take you?
Oh,
'Cause I can just imagine you
started
in the
doing-
chair. It's like, oh, we're making it
I think
so
I started
good.
doing this at about 2 in the afternoon today,
And when's the
And-
court hearing?
and finished about at like 4:15. So
Carson is now also in my room. Thanks, Space Shark.
so
yeah.
I'm kind of guilty of that. So I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
when
no.
this
Faye
is a big
walked
one.
out,
Oh, you can see
when,
Rob's
when, yeah, when
beautiful
Faye walked
shoulder
out,
right
I
there.
just
It's
screen
in my
grabbed it and
shoulder.
then shared it with everyone.
Oh, nice.
Good. Incredible.
That took me like 2 seconds.
Well, I actually forgot the play button, so while we were on call, I was like, "Oh shit, I need to add that in." So I just grabbed a play button screenshot and
That's so
added
good.
it, so I could toggle it on
If
and
you
off.
if you had just if you'd known about
This is
how
brilliant.
willing my community is to troll me at any given opportunity, you could have just asked them and said like, "Hey, can you give me a screenshot of Rob's room when he's not standing on screen?" And they would have trolled through hours of my backlog.
I
and
still
found it.
would have had, to be
Amazing.
fair, I only spent about probably like 10 minutes actually scrolling through, so I was like, I'm not gonna do all of that.
This is a real party in my room now. Felix and Dag.
Oh, here.
I haven't,
Too.
I haven't got it
right,
yet.
Felix.
Can someone send it to
Welcome
me?
in.
Rackham?
Yeah,
the
I,
biggest
Yeah,
issue,
it's in the
Rob,
chat.
is that
Everyone.
Oh, Rackham's
Oh,
also
okay,
in the
alright,
room
alright,
with
alright.
us. Thank you.
the
DM Dave's
issue
still America.
is that like, not only is it like only a small portion of your screen, but you also have been changing it because you just moved.
You moved it.
So you've been changing it
Just-
over and
I've
over
just
and
added
over
this
again.
part on, and this thing's now in the.
I know, the
in
fucking
shot.
stick, I like logged on and I was like, God damn it.
Why the fuck did you move a stick into the shot? Because I've just
Oh, I was so
finished putting up these bookshelves, these floating shelves above my
Yeah.
above
Oh,
my
very
chair.
nice.
I had to
for the,
improvise
for the
with
background
one
of
the
Robert
floating shelves
Reeves.
too. This
Yeah.
this little third shelf right here is just these books that I copied. This is the entire other half of the room that I
This
had
will
to make.
this will eventually be minis, and
That's
I'll
another
have more
part of the room.
glass display cases with minis on and stuff. But you know,
But
who
Faye,
the
did you
hell's
go
got
the
time?
extra step? Did you get a jug full of rank garage water? To pour?
I did pour water on
Nice.
stream, in
She did.
fact, I'll have you know.
Oh god.
So there you go.
I'm not sure if you're a genius or a psycho.
Yeah,
a little
a
bit,
little bit of both.
column A, a little column B.
Genius comes with psychopathy.
Like she's like Roger from American Dad. She goes back like into another room and she costumes of everyone she's ever met.
No, this is not the first time I've cosplayed as one of my friends on stream. The other one I did for Halloween, and I did. Actually, that one I
That
had a
was so
video
good.
background.
That was
'cause
so
his-
good.
Thank you.
Evans was really good.
Yeah.
And just for political correctness, if anyone does try to cosplay as me, I'll just accept a red shirt. That's fine.
Well, you got the middle point, but there's so much more. to you
Quickly
than
slide
just,
away
like,
my brown
the
face
red
paint.
shirt.
I don't know. Is there more to Jag than a red shirt?
Well, you've
No.
got you can split the. You have to have the ponytail. It's got to have the middle
Yeah, he's got to have
part,
the center parting and the ponytail, the shirt
little,
over the red
little bit
shirt.
of stubble right here. Yeah.
Thankfully, he does
Like,
have a uniform, so you don't need to wait to see
Yeah.
what he's wearing to work it out.
True.
He wears his DAG uniform.
This is his dag form.
I mean, the goal is to just do Negadag and have the red overshirt and the blue undershirt.
Yeah.
Wait, what's happening? No. Hold on. So taking it back to Rob real quick.
No.
What was
Dag.
the most?
We need to go around each of us.
memorable-
We need to rank in order how easy it is to cosplay as each of us. Dread is an easy one because you just need a dread wig.
Dread.
Obviously, you need a big dread wig, and
Do they exist? Did I?
you
Get
do have to.
dreadlocks
If
and
you're
I
gonna
could've
commit,
just
you're
worn
gonna
a
need to
dread
pierce
wig?
your tongue.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I feel like that's a prerequisite.
Get fake piercings.
I don't know.
Commit to the
Like,
bit!
hits on the top, that's the same thing.
I think
Like, that's a
Thomas would be
minty
the I think Thomas would be the hardest to cosplay, only because you'd always
he's
have
handsome
to
as
somehow
fuck.
somehow or another you'd have to try and find the perfect angle to look like you're on an album cover.
Yeah.
Like at all times.
At all
That would
times,
be-
you have to
that would
have
be-
hair
He's
flowing in the
literally-
wind.
What is this? He's literally like outside on a fucking phone, and he's like, "Oh,
I mean,
hello."
literally,
I'm the sexiest one here, and I'm somehow on my phone.
Have I shown you my David Jones on my wall? I'm in a fucking castle now. It's like fucking Old Spice guy from fucking Australia.
That's an Old Spice.
It's like that Old Spice
Australian Old
commercial,
Spice.
right? Now I'm in a
Yeah.
castle.
Yours is, I have 7.
How committed to the bit would you all be to cosplay as Matthew Perkins?
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Oh, no, I'd have to.
Look, hey, you play enough Dungeons and Dragons, you just turn into a bald white dude. It just happens apparently.
Oh no!
You need to put on
no.
your next transformation is putting on weight and a neck beard. I think
I would
You look
really
like
like to
Chronicle
not
the
be a
Riddick,
bald
the
white
Chronicle.
man.
you don't want to be a bald white
Hey,
man.
me too. Me
Rackham.
too.
No.
Rackham's already
I mean,
started.
I would
was-
take bald white. Yeah. why
Rackham,
not?
If I was bald,
Rackham's,
I would
Rackham's already
genuinely
started
look
his.
like an egg. Like I'm that pale that if I was bald, I would just.
Just a
I
piece
think
of-
I would actually pull off bald well because I look very similar to my brothers, and they're both bald. So
But on the bright side, if AJ did shave her head and go bald, we'd immediately identify who among us were werewolves.
There we go.
So you've heard it here first, chat.
Because
If
of the
we can
blinding
get,
white light.
Like
if we can get
your head would look like a full
500
moon.
Subscribers.
Is the joke there?
Oh God.
I think
That's
AJ. I
brilliant.
think AJ's used as white balance, right? on,
Yeah.
Oh no,
on film
buddy.
on film sets and things.
Actually, I actually
Yeah,
really
good
mess
color
up film
correction.
shoots. Like as an actor, I really mess with film shoots because they can't.
They can't work it
deal
out.
with this.
Buddy.
The beacons are lit. Is it one of those?
I'm the same
situations?
color as the blanket behind me, which is not quite. The beacons are lit meme. Yeah. That's me.
Someone in
The
chat
one
said he
where
looks
the-
like he's on a Christian rock album cover for Thomas.
Believe me, he's no Christian bander is asking Tom on.
The fan of ADBC.
I like it.
Alright, I did have a question for Rob, and that is, what was the most memorable, like character
favorite moment.
you've played? Because you've played tons of one shots in this year,
Oh,
right?
so many,
Like,
man.
so many different characters.
So-
and stuff. Who was like your most iconic?
So
one
a
you played?
good solid supporter of mine and fan in the chat at the moment, Sparrow Flyaway, put together a what's the word for them? Crossword for my birthday, my actual birthday a couple of days ago. And it was every answer on the crossword was something to do with something else that I've been in, and I didn't realize until like halfway through that every single one was from a different thing. They didn't she didn't reuse Twitch Tales for more than one of the clues, and yet she still had, what would it have been, like we had 30 something like clues on there, and only then did I realize, holy shit, I've done quite a lot in the last year. Like I've done skits with Viva guys, and I've done one shots on your guys' streams, and yeah, all of my own stuff as well. So many of them I was like, I have no recollection of this. I don't know the answer to this clue because I don't remember which freaking character you're even referencing. Something about a tiefling bard playing bagpipes for one thing, and I was like, nope, nothing.
Great to see that we leave a lasting impact on you. But that
I was
doesn't answer my
33
question.
clues because it was my 33rd birthday. Yeah, there we go. So my favorite character from the last year. I like when I'm playing the game. You mean like not NPCs and things?
Yeah, when you're a player specifically, I'd say. And Apis doesn't count.
Apis doesn't count. That's not my character. What are some of the characters I've even played? Like it's like asking, say a name, and then it's just too much choice, and I'm like, Robert.
Me. I've been the character this whole time.
So many characters. I really enjoy playing Gax, the big 3 meter tall buff dude in your Through the Breach Nephilim games. He's just a huge 3 meter tall demon, and quite often they need to work out a way to like smuggle him in somewhere or disguise him because there's just
a whole
nothing.
session in a barrel.
Yeah, you're walking through like human streets and trying to avoid, and then spending a whole session in a barrel.
In a barrel. Yeah.
A barrel of whiskey that slowly became less whiskey and more urine.
Yep.
That was a fun character. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's the one that comes to mind.
Rob, can I hit you with one?
Yeah. Hit me with your
I was going to ask, what's the worst birthday gift that you've ever given?
Given? Oh, that's a good one.
Given.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's got to be
So we know
worse
what to
than
expect.
nothing. I've definitely given nothing for people's birthdays before. So it's got to be worse than something that somebody has gone. I'd rather you have given me nothing.
Wow.
Can I say, if anyone really wants to piss me off in that way, give me a gift card.
Okay. Because it's giving you
I love gift cards.
it's giving you more work to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that giving gift cards suck, but receiving them is like awesome because I'm like, hell yes, I can do this with whatever I want.
Oh no! It's literally slightly less valuable money to me. Like that's it. That's all it is. I'd much
Yeah,
rather
it's like
than put
I
the money in
put
an
the thought
envelope.
into
But here's
where
the
you
thing.
spend it.
And I've proven this. Let's say you have a gift card, right? To go to, like, say, the shops. Like, you go to Woolies, Coles, or whatever gift card, right? Would you give that to your mum on her birthday? Of course not, because they're close, relatives.
You don't
and stuff,
know.
unless you hate your mum for whatever reason. But, that's a different problem, right? Would you give it to your best friend? Yeah, maybe if you kind of, you don't really want to give the impression you didn't care too much. Would you give it to a complete stranger? Yeah, sure. Somebody who I'm not very well acquainted with, don't know too much about what they want. You can have this. Would you give it to a homeless guy? 100%. If I had a gift certificate and this guy needed it, have it. It's yours. The fact that is the optimum way to give a gift certificate is to someone who literally is in like dire needs or straits is the best way to give a gift certificate. Is for me is like.
That's the proof for
Why are
you
you
that
giving that
it's
to people you care about?
So
you
when's
shouldn't be giving
your
that as a gift
birthday,
to
Dag?
people.
Just
Yeah.
so I
It's my
You
birthday,
know that we
25th
give
of
certificates.
September. I expect all these gift certificates, and as that will
Fantastic.
happen, I guarantee you I will barbecue them.
It is.
Like,
Now, Rob, how many
Gift
we'll put them on a
certificates have you
barbecue.
given?
So I
I'll
have
do it on
I
stream.
have given
I
gift
will set them on
certificates. So
fire.
that's
I hate
that's better
gift
than nothing.
certificates.
I've given gift certificates before, usually to places that I know the person shops, because as you say, it is kind of like it's just money but worse. Like money is a gift certificate that doesn't expire, and it's a gift certificate for everywhere.
It
It's
almost
money.
puts you in to have to use it in that situation, right? It's like, hey, I know that you buy these things at this place. I don't want you to spend it on anything else but this place.
Yeah, I once helped somebody launder drug money with gift certificates. I think. Because I was in a, because I was in a,
What?
So I was in a queue I was in an electronics store, and it was approaching Christmas and pretty busy in the queue. Some guy's going down the line going, "Hey, I've been given a gift certificate for Christmas. I don't want anything here, but I do need the money. Would you buy this gift certificate off me?" And I was like, "This is a scam, no." So he got to me and I said, "Tell you what I'll do though, if it's legit, you can come with me to the till, and we can pay with it. And if it works and it's legit and it's not a scam, then I'll give you the cash for it that you've saved me on the thing." And it was legit. He walked up, he put it in. The gift certificate was real. I gave him the cash. And then I followed him outside, and he went straight over to a car in the car park and started handing money through the window and got something back from them. And I was like, "Oh, that was a stolen gift card. That's what the scam was."
As Rob's attorney, I would like to point out to the stream, this is all fictitious. He's just making it up on the spot. None of this is real.
Allegedly, he had this
Allegedly.
encounter.
He's pleading the fifth. et cetera,
Welcome
et cetera.
in,
He's gonna be
everybody
wearing
from Welcome In.
accessories to his suit.
Yeah. So I was like, this seems legit. I don't know what the scam is here. It might just be a guy who's in need of the money and doesn't want the gift card. And then I was like, oh no, it's a stolen card. That's what I just did.
So that was the worst gift that you gave?
So no, the worst gift would probably be. I mean, Dag made a very convincing argument. So probably gift cards to things. I've given a lot of crappy handmade stuff to my parents when I'm a kid, but they seem to enjoy them.
Oh, what are we going to do with this? Oh, no.
What is this garbage? And then they'd slap me and put me to bed without dinner under the stairs.
And
Although
then
it
Rob
would
would
be really
dream up
funny to
worlds,
imagine
and
you
now
as
he
a kid
plays
with a
D&D.
gift card.
What was that?
It'd be really funny to imagine you with a 10-year-old kid with a gift card giving it to your mum.
Yeah.
And then your mum just, yeah, look, if I was ever going to get beaten by my parents, that would be a why, I feel. Like.
What about you guys? Worst gift you've ever given out?
Pez.
Pears?
Pez.
You said
Yeah.
that really quick.
Yeah, I've got a lot of shame. Got a lot of shame about it.
Did you
How
give
many
like
pairs?
A whole pairs or just one pill?
It was 2 dispensers, but only 1 refill. And the reason we stopped at a service station
dispenser.
on the way to the party.
Oh,
I was
Pez.
like,
I thought you said pears as in
I
the
thought you
fruit.
said pear. Like the
No.
And you've given out a couple of pears.
Oh, I had
And you said
pears.
Pez,
I was
like a Pez
100%
dispenser.
on board with what you were
Me
saying.
too.
man.
okay,
Pez dispenser.
thank you,
Okay,
good.
so you've given out
My
Pez
people.
as a gift.
That's an awesome gift. Dude. I
Faye
would
and
love
I
to
were like,
receive
"Yep,
Pez.
Pez,
Yeah,
got
Pez,
you,
of
got you."
course.
And was it? And I missed the
Another
follow-up
incredible
question.
gift
Was
to
it the
go on.
dispenser as well, or?
It was 2 dispensers, but only 1 refill. So it was a real Sophie's Choice of Pez dispensers.
What were the
The
Pez
worst way to
dispensers?
do it.
Yeah, I really
love that.
engineered it.
What were the dispensers?
Did it at least have a really cool like head top thing? Like what was the?
No, it was super lame. One was Tweety Bird, one was Porky Pig. Somebody else
Not
bought
even
this
Tweety
kid-
and Sylvester. Not even like a.
No, mismatched pair, like mismatched socks. But the problem is, at the party, somebody else bought the guy. I think it was like Space Station Silicon Valley, the Nintendo 64 game, which is the best Nintendo 64 game. And I'm like, so you got Tweety and you got Porky Pig. So
So you can make the choice when you want to. How
That was
old
a
were you?
traumatic event
Was this in
for
your
you,
teens?
apparently.
yeah, I messed it up, everybody. I cooked it.
Did you give before the guy with the gift, the game, or did you have to follow the game?
I got there late as well, so the game had already been opened. So, oh no,
Sorry, I'm late. I was working real hard on wrapping your gift.
It's all crashing down now.
I didn't wrap them.
I think probably the worst thing that I've ever given to someone for their birthday was forgetting to put a message on their birthday board so that they read on stream.
Oh boy.
The
Which
fuck,
totally
Faye?
didn't happen this week to
The
Rob
fuck,
at all.
man.
Not at all.
In fact, I should boot all of you that didn't send me a message on that stream.
It's fine. See, I was like, you know what? I've really got to make so I actually thought really long and hard about if I was gonna cosplay as Rob, because I made a joke about it about like 2 weeks ago, and then was like, bye, Thomas.
He just has to do his hair
Thanks
first.
everyone. Happy birthday, Rob. I just want to say this is a great opportunity to start Worst Giftmas, where we all crinkle the worst possible gifts.
All right, that's a good point.
Let's put it up. But other
do
than that,
it.
happy birthday, Rob. Thank you so much. And I'll
No
catch you
worries,
guys soon.
Thomas.
Now
man.
I want to
Take care of
think about
yourself.
what I can gift someone.
Why does a worst gift miss sound like more effort than just getting you stuff?
It's brilliant.
You have to, because you have
Really?
to
No,
be
you're not a
the
crap
the
person.
peak worst gift. Like,
Yeah, I mean, why
Same
is this the
people,
competition?
Christmas time. Are we ready?
I've just,
We got a few
that's
months
just
till
reminded
Take a
me that
screenshot.
we did have, between my family and my cousin's family, we did have like a communal worst giftmas sort of thing where every year one of us would gift a can of beans to the other one, and it was the same can of beans every year, and they would rewrap it and send it back to us the next year, and we had to pick
I've just
somebody different in the
remembered-
family.
I've just remembered what my worst gift was.
Hold it. I think I cut Faye off. What was?
Oh, so no, I cut myself off because Thomas was leaving. But I tend to do that. But I was just saying that I basically like debated doing it and was like, you know what? It's so much work to like buy a wig and like all this stuff. Like I'm not gonna do it. And then I super forgot to send a message in time, and so I was like, all right, well.
Now I've got it.
listen
Now
to
I've committed.
Rob.
So this whole thing today was from guilt for not sending me a message for my birthday.
It was repentance.
Amazing.
It was It was
Oh,
something
man.
that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna commit to it.
You are
and
forgiven.
Here we are.
Yeah, you got to
love
put a bit
that.
more effort into stuff like that. Like I made sure I sent Rob his message, and it was something that he'd remember for the rest of his live.
One whole live.
I trolled him. I sent him like a screenshot of him misspelling life.
Yeah,
and I was like,
it.
not good enough, man.
Yeah.
This was for my
I
birthday.
almost
Yeah.
sent in a troll message of just the words like, "Who's Rob?"
Wouldn't have put it past you. Rackham went for that route.
I did. Deserved.
So
What was your
AJ,
present, you said?
Oh, okay. So I wrapped up an iPad box that I had because I'm a hoarder, and I put in skincare for my brother because we made a joke that we were aging rapidly. But I got the weight right of the skincare bottles and made sure they didn't rattle, so it felt like.
Oh my god, that's so good.
Nasty.
So I was my next question was, did you know what you were doing, or did you just like, oh, I need a box to put it in? No, you knew what you were doing.
No, I was like, I made it look, and the letter that came with it was like, oh, I think you really need this.
Oh man,
it's been a hard year.
Oh boy,
it's been a hard year.
And then
Treat yourself.
Like 6 months later was Christmas, so I wrapped another iPad box.
It'll get to the point where he opens it and goes, yeah, and he'll just like throw it to the side, and it'll be an iPad.
My goal is eventually I want to wrap an iPad and actually get him an iPad because he
wrap an
might see
iPad.
it coming.
Wrap an iPad, put it in an iPad box, put it in a skincare box, and put the skincare box inside the iPad box.
That's so good.
But before that, you need to make a skincare box and give it to him with skincare products in it, because he might have that. Maybe this has got an iPad, and then when it's got actual skincare products, then he'll lose products in it.
I've got to go super deep with this,
for sure.
You add more layers. Eventually, you just like put a ribbon on a car, and you put the box in the car.
The car's an Uber.
Oh, that's the wrapping, yeah.
I got you a giant
we
bow.
actually have to take this back to the dealership, so we only have time today.
That's on some. Oh, it's a Key and Peele, isn't it? Where he's like, I got you a giant bow from the giant bow store.
I don't remember his name, but it's that guy that used to do the vines, like the very sudden narrations of stuff. He did a TikTok on it.
Did he do one as well? Story time.
Like as people were just walking around, like he'd just be like, and then they
time.
realized they were being followed by a man with a microphone, and then I can't remember what his name is.
And he thought he was going to step on a snake, but then he realized it was not.
Thomas.
Yeah,
something.
that guy.
Thomas something. Just search the Storytime guy.
Sanders?
Storytime Vine guy.
Sanders?
Thomas Sanders. Yep.
See, I'm really
Thomas
good
Sanders,
at
narrating
quizzes
people's
that
lives.
aren't D&D quizzes.
Isn't that the guy who made KFC?
Fancy.
Okay.
That was before he
A
became
long
a colonel.
descendant.
What was his rank in the army?
Fancy says that she once got interior car wipes because her dad said that you need to tidy your car out. I thought they were going to be DVDs. There's some pretty good ones.
Savage.
Amazing.
Autumn Moon says there was one year when both my parents forgot my birthday.
The worst gift I've given was it accidental. It was meant well. Okay, how about this? And I know my wife was watching, so it's fine. So I got her something one year, and then 2 years later, I had the same thought process. Like legitimately, I know she likes this. I know that's what she's into. So I forgot. I got her the same gift, and what's worse is that the card in it was the exact same thing. So I wrote this. I said the same gift with the same card, like with this leap year in between. She looked at me. She's
my
like,
God, that's
"Are you serious?" I was like, no. And she's like, okay. And then she went and pulled a box with the same stuff in it with the same. I was like,
that's
okay,
impressive.
listen, I love you. And then
I think
ran
she's
out
like,
and I went and got something.
If ever there was any sort of evidence of our relationship stagnating, I think it
exactly.
I think it might be.
The card was nice. It said. Yeah, it just said, I love you more every day. Because I meant it. And then she was like, look, you idiot, you said the same garbage 2 years ago. I was like, oh no.
Oh, no. I love you more every day. And you're like, yeah, but it means less when you say that same sentiment.
Twice. Yeah.
You should have lent into it.
The same card.
Exactly.
2 of them.
More of them every year.
That's it.
You need to lean into it every other year. So have yourself those leap years. Every other year needs to be the same gift with the same card.
I was literally just about to say that, and I'm just so upset at how much of the same person we are.
Yeah,
it just says my dad
the two
doesn't
of you are way too in sync after that whole battle thing. Like,
music VHS.
But keep in mind, it wasn't just that. It was you and Sarah as well. Like both of you just kept. You couldn't get anything in that last round.
Not a single one.
What the hell was that about?
We were way over time. Sarah messaged in the chat saying, "Hey, I allocated an hour because you told me an hour, and we're already at an hour and a half. I've got a half-hour cutoff." And I was like, "Fuck, let's keep going. Let's push through it." So then when she's like, "You know what? Let's just cut to the next." Yeah. Cut to the next.
The irony of the fact that you guys were having the slowest round.
Man, crazy. Amazing. It was fun though. I should tell you what I could do. I can pull up a.
Can we go through the rest of Fancy's questions?
Yeah, let's go through the other questions.
I want to find out what Carson and Felix's worst gift were.
Oh yeah, sorry, worst gift.
I have 2 worst gifts.
To the same person?
Well, no. This was like way back in my childhood. I actually don't remember who I gave them to, just that it was friends. But for one of them, would have been Dag's worst nightmare. I wrapped a gift card, like a 20 euro gift card, in a box, in a box, in a box, in a box, in a box.
Nice.
Yeah.
But the unfortunate part was that there was like an actual letdown at the end where he was like disappointed. Like,
it was like legit
Oh,
letdown.
no.
My mom does that every single year of like, there's always one person of all of my siblings that she wraps something really tiny in like 8 boxes every year.
and it's just as funny the next year.
The only way that would have been worse.
Well, she switches up the boxes. Sometimes they're like cute little containers, and like sometimes I don't know. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, the only way that could have been worse, Felix, is if the card was expired.
That would have made it better.
That for your birthday.
That's sad. What was the other one?
Oh, my absolute worst gift was an absolute oopsie. So a friend gifted me this game. I forget what game it was. Probably like PlayStation 1 or 2. And I really had fun with it. And then his birthday comes around like a year later, and it's just like, hey, he likes games. I like games. So I wrapped this game up and gave it to him. It was the same game he gifted to me, and I completely blanked on it. And he looked at it, like, did you just give me my game back?
You're like, yeah, I'm done with it. Yeah, I'm done with it. What do you want?
See, mine kind of relates to that because it was to Felix. And
it was that game.
I got
the other guy he's talking about.
I got him a copy of Dark Souls, but the guy at the shop gave me the wrong copy of Dark Souls, and it was Dark Souls 2 in the Dark Souls 1 box.
Right.
And then we played it together, and it was a fun time. And then he left it at my house, and we never talked about it again because I kind of wanted to play Dark Souls 2 as well.
I forgot.
You bought the present for yourself that your friend played one time.
It was a coincidence that I took advantage of.
Yeah.
If he wants it, he will ask for back. It's fine.
It worked
We're all
out because
just
it still got me
people.
hooked on like Dark Souls and stuff. So it was good.
I'm not sure what my worst one would be.
Here's the $1 million question. What is the worst gift Dredd has ever given anyone?
Yeah.
I don't think I have
can't
one,
imagine
to be
it.
honest.
Dredd is like one of the most considerate people I know.
He once took a shit in a paper bag and put it on my doorstep, set it on fire.
Yep, exactly right.
Got
you good. It got you good.
It was very funny though, so maybe it wasn't a bad gift.
The only thing I can think of is I got someone a joke gift.
Yeah,
I got them like there was this one time my friend of mine was like eating a sandwich, but the way he was eating it just reminded me that he looked like he took it out of the trash. He was eating a trash sandwich. So I got a sandwich.
So I teased him mercilessly.
Toy bin. I got a little toy bin and I put the trash sandwich in. It's like, there you go, there's your gift. But then I gave him his real gift. So like it's like, yeah.
You followed it up with a good gift.
You followed it up with a real
Did
gift.
he?
You're just too
Did
nice.
his?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's just it's not in him. It's not in
Did
him.
his joke gift?
You never give a bad gift.
Did his joke gift make him cry?
No, he laughed at it. I think he thought it was funny.
Well, then it's a good gift. Then even that's a good gift.
Then there's no bad gifts.
No bad gifts from Dredd.
I'm now
I have
wondering.
a question for Rob though.
But what about Dave? Yeah, we haven't heard from
what
Dave
about
on his
Dave?
worst
right.
gift. Did you give the Aladdin costume to Justin? Is that what happened, Dave?
No, my problem was it wasn't necessarily like a bad gift. It was just it was a miscommunication in my brain. So I had 3 events at the same time. Okay, I had a bar mitzvah for someone. I had a bachelorette or a bachelor party at the same time, and a wedding gift.
Oh no.
And I had cards for each one of them, and I forgot to mark them down which one was which. So for the bar mitzvah, easy $25 gift card to Best Buy. Go buy your favorite game. I'm older, so $25 was more than enough. The bachelor party was a gift card for it was $50 for an ED clinic. The wedding gift was $100 for Sonoma. So the bar mitzvah, I accidentally gave the
ED clinic, please. The ED.
The bar mitzvah was the ED clinic.
You're a man now. Here are your problems.
The bachelor was for Sonoma Williams, and for the wedding gift, which was I was one of the groomsmen for, was a $20 gift card to Best Buy.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
That's like the best configuration you could have done.
So it wasn't bad gifts necessarily. It was just incorrect
Just the wrong
communication in my brain.
Played
Yeah.
card Monty and you lost.
It's exactly. It's exactly like my D&D games. I'm just miscommunication and me fucking up the entire time.
Oh no!
Brilliant.
That's
That's
so
great.
good.
That's
But you
the
always end up
Tevins
with a
of
good
Geek
story.
Out.
By you
right?
reading
So-
shit.
Yeah. Well.
Um,
USA. USA.
Hey, people are gonna really think that you're American. You gotta stop.
Go for it. Go for it. This is the
Listen,
time,
the
Dave.
true fans will understand. The true fans
Yeah,
will
no,
understand.
basically, you can always tell Americans it'd be USAA.
yeah, I was gonna say he's just representing US, eh?
Well, I saw in chat the US Fae, and I thought that's fantastic. That's what I'm gonna start chanting from now on.
That's true. He did send that to me.
I did.
While I think on it, here's a thanks on screen now of all the people who submitted questions. The people who submitted the shitty questions that were poorly worded. You're in there somewhere, and you know who you are. But I don't know who you are, so I can't shame you.
Goblins will die.
It's fine.
I can't shame you for it.
The goblins. It's not
The goblins
you
did
guys.
it.
The goblins.
Thank you very
They're on the
much.
typewriters. They're typing things out. It's on them.
Exactly, they transcribed them wrong.
Have you still got any of those questions, Dread? I want to hear some more of
I
them.
got plenty. The first one that's on the docket for. Do you not want to save them for next time?
Is there going to be a
Is
next
this
time? Is
happening
this going to be
again?
is this going to be a
Are you
yearly
gonna do
thing?
this
Happening
again?
again.
Should.
I don't
I've
wanna-
got all
I don't
the
wanna
I've got all the
ruin
assets
your-
for it. I should do it
You should
again.
do
all
it
the
again.
assets.
Yeah.
Should do it
Yeah.
again.
So like we can.
Or you could
Yeah.
ask the audience to resubmit more
I
questions.
could just get the
This is
audience to
true.
submit
Could
questions.
generate more.
We've learned things. We've learned things for next time's. I think in the final boss battle round, the questions need to not be multiple choice. Because if there's just two questions,
Not
just
be like
two
true or
options.
false.
not be trick
No,
questions.
we had a trick question.
No trick questions, thank you, and no true false yes no answers in the last one. Because then if I get it wrong, they
It
get to
reminds me of like
call
when
it.
educators try to trick you. It's like, no, you're trying to teach me.
Well, like
Yeah,
honestly,
trick me,
my
don't trick
thing
me.
was that so many of the not so many, but enough of them had been written poorly enough that like the trick question one with Celestial Warlock, I was like, do they mean Divine Soul Sorcerers? Are they just like are they just fucking up? Is that what this is?
Yeah,
And
because it said
was-
Celestial Soul, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not what it's called. But
Goblins,
it's,
what are you gonna do?
There's definitely something Soul Sorcerer.
But,
I know that much.
Your
Yeah.
first language is goblin, sir.
No, I don't want to call anyone out, right? Like I'm not that kind of
No,
guy.
go on.
I do. I just don't know who it was.
Honestly, whoever wrote that freaking Aarakocra riddle, let me know who you are because I need to find you. Okay.
All right. Well, the next question on the
Still
chase
one.
for the next
it
player
was
was
worded right.
actually an
The math was just a
Aarakocra
little,
question.
a little not
Oh,
great.
do it.
I'll give
If
this
it
one
makes
away.
you feel any
Let's-
better, Dag, I have an Aarakocra monk in my party, and I had no idea. I was like, 3? Is that,
One of the
is that the right
questions-
answer?
7.5.
The next question on the dash for the looting phase for the person that would go up next was spell Aarakocra.
Oh, I
No.
got that one in the bag.
K-O-C-O. No, K-O-C-R-A.
Got to take
No,
your first answer in
incorrect.
the dash.
AACORKCRA.
Nope.
No, it's
There's no second C in it.
I spelled it right. I just fucked up the
R-
first time saying it.
That
doesn't count. No, you can't do that. Faye.
It's
What
K.
the fuck?
It's K then C.
I spelled it right, but I messed it up the
K-O-C-R-A.
first time.
The spelling
Also,
is
in my defense, I also fucking can't stand Aarakocra. So.
So let me see if I got it. It's AARAKOCRA, right?
Yeah.
it is AARAKOCRA. Indeed. Yes.
That's what
I remember. Yeah, I just remember
20
which
points
one's.
Team Canada.
You get
I always
20
remember
points.
that it's 1C, 1K, and the K comes first because otherwise it would spell cock in the middle of the thing, and they don't.
Yes, it would.
And so it's the other way around.
Well, now
It's whichever
now spell
one
back-
doesn't spell cock.
So now you've got giant flying birds.
I know how to
look
spell
like
that. How many
penises,
points does
fair
that
enough.
count?
Just remember the Aarakocra don't have cock in them
Not yet.
because they're birds and they've got cloaca.
So we've got plenty of questions left because that was question 30.
Quality content.
Oh my
you guys
God.
got up to
How many
question
questions?
19 on the chase scene. Boss levels we got up to 17.
So we didn't even get
and
halfway through the
16.
questions, right?
So you've
yeah,
got plenty
that's
of
what I
questions
said.
there
I
left.
thought that we wouldn't.
Some of them
Can
were
we
really
do like
hard.
can we do a bonus round for the friends who weren't in
The friends
show
who
today?
weren't in.
Like-
Okay, so everybody who was in the
No
show
one
doesn't.
Sweet.
Everybody who
That
wasn't
means like-
was
yeah.
in the show doesn't get to answer, but everybody else has to answer the
Yeah.
following questions.
Absolutely not.
You got to buzz in,
Playing along in my head
buzz
and
in
it
with your
wasn't
name in
going well.
hand. You're
Can I
playing
be
for.
AJ's height person? That's what I want to know.
You can
Can I
be AJ's
bow
hat.
out?
Team
Can I
AJ.
bow out?
Nah, there's no bowing out, mate. You're here for good.
See, I like to
anyone-
just pretend I'm a DM, and I don't actually know anything.
I just make
Yeah, me
everything
too.
up as we go. This is pretend
Yeah.
land.
I can't read.
Cool, baby. Rule of cool. Let's go.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've genuinely homebrewed everything in my world, so I have no actual D&D.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever
content.
played a book campaign.
A world building stream cup where like Team Faye, Team AJ, and then you could split it up, and that would be.
We can do
Yeah.
it. We could do it
Yeah.
Tawny style, like.
Wait, why am
each
I on the
person
team?
get-
For world
Sorry,
building,
they've,
like
you're
you're
world
they've
building.
paired
You're a world
us.
builder, right?
They've paired us because we're both world builders and
Cute.
female.
Aw, that's so cute for us. I love that.
Faye does world building?
No.
Are we doing cultures or witches today? Please vote in chat.
Fuck. Just kidding. It was city building. Someone hates me.
Was that the question?
I'm still waiting for the tribes, the druidic tribes.
I finished my tribes.
Oh, thank God. That went forever.
It was forever. It was an eternity of time. So
Yeah.
Rob and I just caught. in the
Sorry,
middle
what's
of
happening?
I thought the Dread was gonna ask a question.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
wait,
did
no
I.
one to ask questions.
I can ask questions if
They
you
were.
guys want.
I was just kind of. I was just kind of lost because I don't watch face shit. So like, I was just like, I don't know what they're talking about.
Stream because you don't read chat, so it's fine.
What? There's a
I
chat.
know,
Oh,
I
hey,
know
shit!
what
There's a
you-
chat.
I know
Hey,
you
Sparrow. Hey,
Just
Ray.
saying.
Hey, Fancy.
I've only got 2,500 followers. If anyone wants to like come hang out.
This is not a
Guys,
recruitment
go
phase.
follow Dag. He's the sweet bean.
the most pathetically desperate like, pitch
Pathetic
I've ever
attempt
made.
at
Did we lose
recruitment
Dave?
as well. Not even a good attempt.
If you haven't, you should follow all of this.
You
If
should.
you're here already following Rob.
These people all come with my personal recommendation. You should follow them all.
Actually,
Except maybe
this-
Faye.
this-
Rob approved.
Can I?
Thank you.
Okay, I do apologize. I know this might be very forward, but I want to use this opportunity to ambush someone in chat. Like, hey Matt, we've I mean, in some combination, all of us have played with each other.
Everybody
in
else,
some
yeah.
Configuration. Though I still have to get onto.
I haven't played with GM
Right.
Workshop.
Yeah. We both need to get. So
You guys need to get on Rocket
on the
League.
card. But
have
Matt
we
here,
played?
Matt here is a recluse. We haven't.
What's that about, Matthew Perkins?
Yeah, hey Matt. So
Just ashamed of us, are you?
You're not smart.
You don't want to play with us?
I didn't know how to explain this to everyone. I don't know what Dungeons and Dragons is. Okay,
I thought this D&D was about do not disturb. I thought the whole thing was just.
I did this as a tax write-off. Like,
It's 1D less than Diners and Dives, so.
Diners and drive-ins, yeah. Just not the
I didn't know
dives.
what D&D was, and too afraid to ask at this point.
Built my career on it, and it's just whatever. I'm going with it.
I
No,
make
I
all
just-
my money trolling Rob.
Actually, I technically have played with Matt, so
oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, we did that.
technically-
When did you
Yeah.
do the thing?
Technically,
What?
I've played with Matt.
What?
So...
When did you do the thing? What?
It's fine.
It's good.
Humble
We did
brag.
Good.
we did a
Fruit
solo
Zero.
game.
Fruit
Yeah, we did a
Zero.
solo game with
Yeah.
with AI Dungeon, and we
Yeah.
were both being the player and letting the AI
Oh,
Dungeon
nice.
be our dungeon master.
We had a
It
really
was-
emotional ending as well.
I nearly cried. It was a nightmare.
Like it was real, man.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh man,
That is very cool.
amazing! I've had so much fun today, guys.
Yeah, man.
It's been awesome.
Oh,
You
good.
want to hit us with a question? Like,
Are you actually
Let's
not
do
going to
it.
ask us a question, Dread?
No, I can do it. I just don't want to
Yeah,
burn
do
the
it.
questions. If okay, so
Do it. There's always more
fine.
questions.
Should we put a timer on the clock? Are you guys?
Nah,
all
just,
gonna
I'll
just
time it, I'll time it.
it's, for,
Move
it's
on.
for fun.
All right. Do you want
Let's do
multi? Do you want the multi answer, like multiple choice?
Give
or
us
do you
the
just
give us
want-
the quick fire looting
singles?
questions,
Do it,
and
yeah,
then
yeah,
people
you got
can
it, you got
people
it.
can buzz in with their name if they know the answer.
Which
Okay.
hunter feature allows you to deal 1d8 extra damage with your melee weapon attack if the targeted creature is below their hit point maximum?
Colossus Slayer?
There it is.
Yes, correct.
I was like, why is
the
that
next
picture
one is
buzzing in?
what is created when a beholder has a bad enough
Oh,
nightmare
shit.
about
Oh, I know, I
mortality?
know.
A death kiss can come about. I just want to pause because we just had a triple raid from the Viva La Dirt League guys. They were doing Patreon games today. Epic NPC Man Rowan and Ben Van Leer. Where the fuck's the Watcher?
Sorry, what's Viva La Dirt League?
Where the fuck's the Watcher at?
They
unacceptable.
Oh my gosh!
Totally unacceptable.
Triple raid.
Huge. Thank you very much for everybody raiding. If you don't know who I am, I'm Robert Hartley. I'm a dungeon master. I do D&D with the Viva La Dirt League guys usually. This is my birthday stream. My birthday was a couple of days ago, but we're having a birthday stream today. We just did a game show inspired stream today, and it was a lot of fun. You should definitely go and check back the VODs if you missed it. And now I'm just hanging out and chatting with all my friends from Dungeons & Dragons content creation peoples. If you don't know any of these people, definitely look up their names. You can find out where they are and whatnot. Stick around for the stream. We're talking D&D and having fun. Kazim, thank you for the 9 months Twitch, baby.
We're also all in Rob's room.
It's true.
Yeah,
we're all secretly together.
From Lights New Zealand, it was great.
They are all in my room. Yeah. All in the same space of my room as well.
Yeah.
What people don't actually know is that your room is like dodecahedron.
From above, it looks like
it's like Into the
like
Spider-Verse. We're all different versions of Rob from different universes.
It's actually like identical on each wall.
Also,
Rob,
we
if
have
it
a
makes
hype
you feel any
train as
better, I'm
well.
in your old house.
Got a hype train going.
Yeah, let's get to the max.
I'm in your old place. I missed the memo. Sorry, guys.
I missed when you got out of USA.
Yeah, so did I. I looked down and suddenly it's not even USA anymore.
I know.
It's on point. That's the old
David's
set.
return to Canada.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
He did a Superman in a phone box change. He just went and he's no longer Captain America.
Amazing. And you're wearing the grey
Welcome back to where the
hoodie
beer
as well.
is good, Dave. Welcome back to the good beer.
What were we talking? Oh, we're doing questions. Death Kiss. Is not the right, what was the
answer? Was Death Kiss? The answer is actually Death Tyrant.
Death Tyrant.
Give it
is
to
what
him.
I meant when I said Death Kiss.
The kiss. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the kiss is when they dream of blood.
Yeah, Death Kiss is the vampiric one. I just said
exactly right.
But
how many homunculuses can someone have at one time? How many homunculuses can someone have at one time?
Alive or dead?
Well, according to the Full Metal Alchemist.
You can have 2.
Anime rules. I would say 1.
I think it's just 1,
isn't it?
But I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Correct.
When you have
the
another
answer
one.
is 1.
Yeah, when you get another one, the first one dies.
How many oozers? How many oozers are featured in the monster manual?
4.
Didn't we have this question before?
I don't know.
Hey, you were on the show. You're not supposed to say anything.
How much? What are we locking in?
Matt, you go.
There's a black pudding. There's a gelatinous boy. Does he count? The cube?
Gelatinous boy is an ooze, yeah.
Gelatinous boy.
Okay. There's the yellow one. There's shit. There might be 3.
Also, does it count
you're missing one.
If for me answering, because technically Rob was on stream before, that was not me. So.
Oh yeah.
There is another one.
Brown one. 4. So I reckon there's 4.
Brown one isn't in the monster manual, but there is 4. It's great. It's the
4
grey.
is the correct answer.
Grey ooze.
And then there's an extra answer here. They put +1 if you want to say 5, which is there is black pudding, okra jelly, gelatinous boy, grey ooze, and there's a +1
like
which is
we've
sake
officially
grey ooze.
renamed gelatinous gelatinous boy.
Gelatinous boy.
Good old jelly boy.
Yeah,
Jelly boy.
Good old jelly boy. Good old jelly boy.
What is the
All right,
fucking timer
question.
app that you have? I'm so stressed out by it.
New modrons are created by who? Who creates modrons? Modrons.
Dude, if I got into any of these questions, no way I would have gotten
Mechanist, right? The Modron.
I would have caught you like that if I'd have got these questions.
Yeah, I will say I want to say
Pain?
I'm meant
No,
to be
that's not
unbiased. Modrons.
Answer it.
Modrons. You gotta.
Are they just made by the plane of Mechanist? Is that like how that works?
Again, you were on the stream. Like, what's happening right now?
Why don't you get?
You're missing the point completely here.
Modrons
We're determining whether or not
by
Fabe selected
who?
the right.
By who?
Rob.
Oh, that's
A
embarrassing.
specific
I should
person?
know that. I really should know that.
I will give one clue because we're not actually in a competition area. Amazon
Primus, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Jeff Bezos.
Optimus Primus.
Jeff Bezos.
Primus, the god of
Mechanus
Mechanus.
is the correct answer. Primus is the correct answer. That stands above everyone in Mechanus. Okay, which protection spell deals 5 cold damage at first level to a melee attacker who hits successfully? That's correct.
Very good.
Right.
I'm gonna stop
What underwater creature passes on their memories from generation to generation? What underwater creature passes on their memories from generation to generation? Underwater creature.
Is it Aboleth?
It's correct. You're smashing it. Okay. What happens if a UNT Pureblood level 3 monk casts Animal Friendship on a swarm of poisonous snakes?
Then you have 4 snakes.
The dungeon master asks them to leave the table, please. It's too complicated.
Too complicated
to
to know
Rob
that
to get
works.
snake order.
Pass.
Yeah,
Is it
that's
pass
super
or is it
niche. I
correct?
actually don't know. Yeah.
No idea.
I have no idea.
So the answer is
Automatic
nothing.
success.
Because while a UNT Pureblood can always cast this spell on snakes, the swarm of poisonous snakes is immune to being charmed.
Ah, it has to be
Sarah
a
would have
charm.
got that one for sure. Sarah would have for sure got that one. 100%.
All of you knew
100%.
this. It was
I
just
would
me,
have
didn't know,
said
I'm
got
sorry.
bitten, but
Rob, side note, do you have a Discord?
Do I have a Discord? Yeah, I got a Discord. It is in the chat right about now.
Rob's Discord is actually super active. I just do a shout out to his community because they're amazingly supportive.
Thank
and
you,
wonderful.
Matthew.
Hell
That's
yeah.
Hell
very
yeah.
cute and sweet.
I do have
don't
a good,
believe
very
that at
good,
all.
very active Discord.
I only took, sadly, I was so dumb, I didn't even think about it. I only took like one picture and it was like the shittiest screen cap of me. So for anyone who missed it, before the stream, I was like, I'm having camera problems, my camera's not turning on, like, I'm so
She's
sorry,
like,
guys.
she's like, go live. You should just go live. I'll get my camera. I was like, I'm not going live till you fix your camera. I can give you. And she's like, no, I'll fix it. Don't worry. By the time it gets to me, I'll definitely have a camera. I was like, I don't know if you will, but we're already half an hour over time, so I guess I'll just rib you about it on screen, and then of course I realized why.
Okay,
She
in
was dressed
fairness,
like
I
me.
think
She was
I did my
cosplaying as
job
me.
just fine because I knew the whole prank the entire time.
Yes,
I will
that's true.
throw it out. Faye wrote me a message and said, "Buy me time so that it doesn't." So I started jumping around on screen and immediately caught your attention and diverted the attention. I was like, I did my job well.
So
Well
good
done,
too.
me.
And I was like, Dave, I need you to help me out and get Rob to like go live. And he was like, come on, let's just commit to it. And I was like, yeah, America, let's go.
You bastards. Very clever. Very fucking conspiracy against us all.
We make a good
oh
team.
yeah, it was
We
a
make
super
good
deep
team.
conspiracy because Raina actually told me about it last night.
What?
Yeah. because
BRB.
we were chatting. We were chatting randomly because I actually keep in contact with all the people I like, and this is why I never contact Rob. So yeah, and then she let it loose, and I was like, oh, should I be dressing up? And they're like, nah, don't bother. They're dressing up as these, and I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna bother.
Raina told you both of ours? How dare she?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I think I think Dag, the best gift or the worst gift you ever gave was an anti marriage proposal because that's what's happening right now.
Will
Well,
you,
you know what?
divorce me?
Yeah, well,
Down
you know
on
what?
one knee.
You know
Will
what?
you give me back your ring?
I was
That's,
I was
I-
playing the
I-
long game, Dave, because really I want you.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's
I'm
trying to
gonna
drive a
marry
wedge.
Raina anyway, so it works out for me.
God damn it, Faye! Stop trying to steal my fiance.
That's
But
okay. If
there's
you need a
there's
shoulder to cry on, Dave, just
There's a question from chat, Rob. Have you heard of Age of Empires? I think was the
I have heard of Age of Empires. Yes.
nice. Okay.
That's a line from one of the skits I'm in with the Viva guys. It's like, I think it's titled "What Streaming Is Like," and the guy's in the crazy world of Epic NPC Man. He's like surrounded by all of the actuality of being in that world, but he's being followed by just a huge bunch of stuff, and he's talking to them. So as he's like in the shop and he's buying garlic or whatever, buying swords, he's got his chat on, and I'm one of the people in the chat in the chat group, and I'm like, hey, have you heard of a game called Age of Empires? You should play that. And he turns around and he's like, of course I've heard of Age of Empires. I'm a streamer. What's streaming look like? Yeah, that's a good skit.
Any more questions, Dreaded? Are we
Oh,
killing
I've
it?
got more. I've definitely got
This
more.
guy's got 1,000 more. We didn't even get through
I
half of
got
them.
so many. I've got questions for questions. If you guys want more, I'll read them. I'm just gonna wish.
But we should include
happy
everyone,
birthday.
even the other.
I
in
just feel
his-
worse about myself the more questions.
More
so it's
questions are
okay.
going on. What is?
More and more
Just
doubts.
ask one of the questions to be like, what is the god of healing in your world? And then everybody just answers their own god of healing. Flon and
That's
Shale.
what I like to see.
Actually, Flon and Shale is
you
the
should
god of
ask.
healing in my
AJ's
world.
amazing at like flowers and plants. Like that's the big thing. Every time I tune in, she's like, "Okay, this is the plant that grows here," and she has the whole etymology of it, and it's amazing to watch. Like she's really good at.
Like made up plants, like you've.
Yeah. Like I think it's
Yeah,
just all made
totally.
up, right?
Because my chat had to inform me about how plants are pollinated.
Oh yeah, we had a whole thing. That was.
It just proves to you that like I'm really good at bullshitting. Everything I've
Like
done.
when I was
my
on
whole
your
career.
channel. Or was it my channel or your channel where we're like, is fruit juice?
That was your
Free
channel, and
was
you
my
asked
channel.
whether fruit juice was
Yeah.
pea from the
Yeah.
tree. Yeah.
Like,
The answer is yes. By the way, the answer is
Yes.
yes.
Whoa! What the hell's maple syrup?
That's exactly
Way
it.
more sticky.
That's it, dude.
What is more sticky that comes out of your body, Dave? That's the answer.
I refuse to
Alright.
answer that, AJ.
Yep.
That is,
So
what do you know? That's
maple
actually
syrup
the
is.
question here. What is maple syrup?
From a tree.
Next question.
In D&D, what is maple syrup?
What is maple syrup? Amazing.
But thank you so much. That's very kind. But I do just bullshit everything. So
You guys might have to ask me
Very
your
good.
questions. People in chat are saying that they want to see how I would have answered their questions individually, but they were randomized and chucked in
They
there.
were randomized.
So
there was no credit on the question either, so
Yeah,
I can't.
so
I don't even know
you'll
whose
have to
question is
just
whose.
ask me in the Discord or something.
I
No
wonder
credit,
what
but no
the, like,
blame.
the hardest question is on here.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I mean,
all of them.
that
All
warlock pact one, that was probably the hardest one because I couldn't even understand what it was asking.
What the fuck was that question?
Great question.
A warlock pact with
Trick
the
question.
and I was like, a warlock pact. Which warlock pact to the tome? And I was like, but a pact to the tome is one of the warlock pacts.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
god.
you don't,
they're
and within pact to the
No,
tome,
no,
there's
no,
no
no, no.
choices.
That's because
to make.
we're all
Jesus,
dumb.
Dag.
That's what the problem was. The hardest question
Oh
by
my
far
gosh.
was the Tarrasque question. That was so specific.
What was
In
the
terms of-
Tarrasque
Oh,
question?
getting out of the Tarrasque.
Oh,
from the-
Tarrasque
What's the
question.
hit
Ask
points
question?
to get out of Tarrasque?
Oh yeah,
Is it
yeah, yeah.
50?
60,
Is it like a
60
limit?
points.
Clearly,
You got to do
60 hit
60
points
points.
in
I,
one round.
Actually,
I,
Oh, I was
I knew that
like,
one.
actually, the answer is
Actually.
65.
Is it really
65.
65?
It's
65? I don't
I thought it
know.
was
That's
60.
just what Dredd told me. Okay, I don't know rules.
No, that was
I
60.
Look the shit
It
up
is
as
I
I
watched the
go.
stream.
Okay?
It is 60.
60.
You're
60,
really trying.
60 points to get out of a Tarrasque. If you're swallowed
What?
by it, you have to deal 60 damage in order to get out. What the
On the
fuck,
inside,
Dag?
yeah.
Yeah.
How is Dag doing this?
Good.
That's 3.5 boys can do that.
What? If you guys want more, what
Yeah.
cantrip in the enchantment school of magic requires only a vocal component to cast and forces a wisdom saving throw if the target can hear the caster?
Vicious mockery.
Yeah.
And
Do we want more?
Anti-magic field.
I don't want to like take
bore,
over.
bore the party. I mean, if the
I
chat
love
goes that
trivia
way,
games.
it's
They're
fine.
fun. Like I
Trivia
had
games are
Rob
pretty
over do a Jeopardy D&D and he killed it.
That was fun. If you guys haven't checked out Rackham's channel, GM Workshop, you should do so. He did Jeopardy D&D with me, and he's done it with a few people as well. Do it
Hells
with a
yeah.
chat sometimes as well, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do. We
Good
do like
stuff.
the same stuff that if you guys ever saw Dimension 20. What's the name of the College Humor? They had done
Yeah.
one section that was called Actually, which
Yeah.
is
Yes.
you run through scenarios.
Yeah.
and
Are you
try to
familiar with
figure out
that,
what's
Faye?
wrong.
Are you familiar with this? Are you familiar with? There's a really famous D&D content called nerd
no.
content. You're not familiar with
Anyway,
that? Okay.
so
I
I
just
ran that
I figured
segment with
that
Rob.
when you started your show
I don't wanna
on your
talk about
YouTube
it,
channel
Rob.
and called it Actually and thought that was good
That's
marketing.
not what my YouTube channel is called. It was one little fucking. It was video series that I was going to do because I didn't know, and then I found out after I'd already done like 5 episodes of it that it was like already a thing, and I was like, okay, well.
When
I'm
I went
good
when I
inside,
went back to
so-
prep for your short rest on my channel, I was like, oh, I better watch some of her old stuff. Ugh, I guess. And then I went, interesting choice. And then I was like, oh, maybe she called it this before the college. Oh no, they'd been doing it for like 2 years or something by that point. No, she's She's just unaware of the existence of college humors.
I'm like so out of touch with the D&D like universe of things. Like it's kind of wild. How many people I just like don't like. People will be like this thing, and I'm like.
Did you guys catch the?
And it'll be like Critical Role, and I'm like, okay.
Did that happen? Did you guys? I don't know if we're still doing questions.
Catch
but
the
just
what?
throwing it out there. The D&D Direct that happened with the announcements of Spelljam.
Oh, yeah.
Dragonlance.
Spelljam is
Did you give your
coming,
hot
yeah.
takes on it? Yeah, I don't know. If
I mean,
Dag,
everybody's
that's horrifying, but I love it.
Everybody's Jesus Christ, Dag.
So good.
I love that you're doing the hand
tell you what, I'm
gestures.
He's doing the hand.
excited
He's got to have
for
the
it.
hand up because it's part of the game.
Yeah.
So he's got to have the hand up.
I'm very excited for it.
Commit to Stephanie.
I'm not gonna keep that one. That one was tricky.
in space.
I don't really give a shit about
Yeah.
pre-written settings.
Yeah,
so,
same.
Like, this,
Like,
the
it wasn't a thing for
entire
me.
direct was super underwhelming for me personally because I was like, there's
Yeah.
nothing coming out for DMs unless you want to run specifically like Spelljammer adventures and stuff like that. Or I guess if you do pre-written adventures, if you do like the Citadel, is cool. But I don't like prefabs, so I don't. I'm
Yeah.
just like.
It was the same. I didn't even know that there was an announcement thing happening until it started blowing up on Twitter. Oh, Spelljammer's finally coming, and I was like, what's a Spelljammer? What is that? What is? And then people are like, oh, it's a space setting, and I'm like, okay, cool for the people who want the space setting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dag.
And then Dragonlance also is announced.
Was
too, which is
Dragonlance
another
announced as
setting.
well? Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
did.
they
Right,
didn't
yeah,
show
that's
anything
the
from it, but
I've just been so busy that I haven't actually like read or looked into any of the new books that have come out over the last maybe year, and that's
Yeah.
a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, man, they just keep
released a lot
churning
of
them
books
out.
last year.
They keep
What about
churning
the
them out at
D&D
least like 3 or 4 a year, don't they?
movie?
Well, yeah,
There's
the
gonna be a
Spelljammer books are gonna
movie.
have.
But
They didn't show
three-
anything about the movie.
Wait, they announced a movie?
No, they didn't. They just
They
said
like,
it-
they announced the
80s
title
cartoon
and the
I'm out.
they
dates.
announced the title
did you
and
know
they
there was a
announced
movie coming
the
out?
release date, which is the
Nope.
3rd of the 3rd, 2023.
Yeah.
I knew that they were in production like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
didn't
so
know.
It's got a title now.
It's
What's
like
it-
what's the
Honor Among
title?
Thieves or
It's-
something like
I
that.
think so.
It's
yeah.
gonna be
Honor
shit,
Amongst
right?
Thieves.
It's gonna
Yeah,
be
but
shit.
you want it to
Yeah,
be
it's gonna
shit.
suck. It's gonna
I don't
be
know.
shit.
It's got Chris Pine, and I do love me some Chris Pine.
Yeah, but
so...
D&D's not a
You're
movie.
kidding.
Like D&D is
Bye,
not
Dave.
about
Bye,
like. Are
Dave.
you off, Dave?
Bye, Dave.
It's just that, like D&D is
Yeah, I
not
gotta get going. Take care, guys.
for. Oh, good mate. Thank you for popping by. Appreciate you.
Can we get one?
being
Can
there.
we get one last America?
I'll do one
Freedoms.
better.
Okay.
USA. USA.
Say.
New Zealand.
USA.
New Zealand.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Dave.
All right, happy birthday, Rob. Thanks for nothing or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out later.
20 gold pieces.
We'll figure out what I'm thankful for.
You got 20
Also,
gold pieces.
I just want to say that I think that considering what we did in the after hours with all the questions, you picked the wrong people to come on stream. 100%.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, I
I'll
should have
take care.
invited everybody else. See you later.
Exactly. Take care,
Okay,
everyone.
now you can do it. You know the people to invite next year.
Yeah,
There
sure.
you go.
Yeah, definitely not me.
USA.
Yeah, I'm a handicap.
No, if I want to win, I have to invite you.
Yeah, if you want to win like immediately, invite me on.
I'm excited for Spelljammer. I think it's gonna be really cool. The one thing is that like the release of it's weird. They're splitting it into 3 books. They're only 94 pages long, and
It feels like
it's-
they're doing a lot of like gift set releases this year. Like they're doing the
Yeah.
gift set resale of like 2 of the 3 books that are coming out with the they already have it with Tasha's and is it Xanathar's
and Monsters of the Multiverse.
and Monsters of the Multiverse,
Yeah.
right? And then they're gonna do another gift set basically in like August or whatever.
I didn't see the RRP, but what I saw like because like the D&D Beyond purchase price was the price of 1 book. So I'm wondering if like the gift set is just like, oh, this is the book it would be, but we've just split it into 3 parts, like Beatles and Grimm's does with their premium releases. They're just easier to hold and manipulate instead of having like a big chunky tome. You have several different books that are a part
I
of the
like a
same
chunky
sort of
book
set.
though.
Yeah, chunky
Gotta
tomes
get
are
that.
awesome.
Gotta get that
I like
Yeah.
I like the tome.
If I can't
Yeah.
use my book as an improvised weapon, what are we
Right,
doing?
right, exactly. I mean, I'm there with you. Like, does anyone have any Kobold Press stuff? That's like one of my favorite things about the Kobold Press stuff. Is just
Well, like
how-
the core rule
yeah.
for Pathfinder is like 9,000 pages long.
Yosh.
Pathfinder, I said Pathfinder,
Look.
Dag. I said Pathfinder.
Look,
Boo!
I was good today. Okay.
Exclamation
I
mark
deserve my
Pathfinder.
little
Shut up,
chocolate
Dag.
Vicky. Aw.
I will say that the D&D Direct was very polished. It was like really polished.
But the event wasn't as polished itself. Like I was invited to like attend the online ceremony of it or whatever.
He's tripled himself.
And it's like the email they sent was not legible, so they had to resend the invitation email to everybody.
Oh no.
Oh really?
And logging in, it's kind of a cool concept because everybody's kind of hanging out and it's like connecting all like their video chats to each other. But the problem is, I was just trying to watch the video and people kept popping in and like talking about it. Like, I'm just trying to listen.
Yeah.
And the video also was like, I think it was like, I don't know, it's like 5 minutes or 10 minutes behind Twitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, the YouTube was like way behind.
It was way behind.
Like I was doing a watch party in Discord, and we would be like talking about something, and then like this one person was like, "I just got to this part," and I was like, "There's no way your internet is that bad, bro. Like, there's no way."
So did they do it on in Discord and on a stage, or did they do it in Zoom?
It was like pre-recorded videos.
Pre-recorded videos. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I just watched it on YouTube. I was fine just to watch it there. But like all the animatics and stuff, it was like D&D E3 in a sense, right?
Yeah.
When they back in the day, back in the day, we're still in 5th. Like when they started doing it in 5th, yeah, I think the first one wasn't a furnace. It was Tomb of Annihilation. I think they started their first like yearly annual streaming event.
This is the first direct they've ever done, though.
This is the first direct. They usually have like that annual that they do, and they were
D&D,
like, "Oh, this
D&D
is what's happening
Live,
for the
I
year."
think is the annual.
D&D Live, what it used to be called. Yeah. Are they still doing that? Does anyone know, or is this replacing it?
I don't know. I hope they are, because we got an invite to it. Me and the Viva guys got an invite to D&D Live in March 2020. And they were going to fly us out first class and like or business class or whatever, and like put us up, all expenses paid for a week, and we were going to be like on the stage with all of the other D&D people at D&D Live, like Critical Role and shit, and we were just going to be like, "Hey everybody, Viva la Dirt League D&D, blah blah blah," and then I was like, "Oh my fucking, this is everything, dreaming coming true, all of this," and then I pretty much got the message and then went, "Wait a minute, this COVID thing's starting to get pretty big." I bet it doesn't. I bet it doesn't happen. I bet it doesn't happen. Don't get your hopes up, because I bet it doesn't happen. And then 2 weeks later, it was like, "Yeah, no, this isn't happening."
Yeah.
Well, the only question I have is, are you sure that the Viva guys and you were invited, or was it just the Viva guys? Because like they tend to not know who the GM. I mean, Watsy's like, "Yeah, those Viva guys are really cool. Let's get them involved."
It's near each other on your shelves, which like defy gravity.
Dungeons and Dragons annual from 2021. Let's have a look in here. Let's have a little flick through these pages, shall we?
Is this the new YouTube play button? Do I need to get this book?
No. I'm not proud of this one. This isn't one that I show off.
It's a meme at this point. It's a meme at this point.
It's about somewhere in the middle.
They didn't get the name right or something, right? Isn't that it?
It'd be awesome if they got the name wrong.
Yeah, it would be great if they got my name wrong, because at least then they'd have put the effort into finding out what my name was and then just misspell it.
I'm so worried they've called you Robert Shartley or something. They do.
They just go like DM of the game.
On this double-page spread called Spectator Mode, welcome to the wild and wonderful world of real play live streams, where actors, comedians, vloggers, and more stream their D&D games online for fans to enjoy. There are dozens of brilliant games to choose from, ranging from serious to silly, dark to playful, and blah 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 blah. In the same sort of company, esteemed company, as the likes of Critical Role, Rivals of Waterdeep, High Rollers. We're actually right above High Rollers. Look, right here, boom. Viva la Dirt League. Yeah, we made it. We made it into an annual along with those sorts of things. Let's have a little read of it, shall we? Viva la Dirt League are a New Zealand-based group who make comedy skits for YouTube, poking fun at video games and nerd culture. Who's in the party? Here we go. Viva la Dirt League, owned by Alan Morrison, Adam King, and Rowan Betjeman, features regular contributors Ben Van Leer and Britt Scott Clark, who play a whole cast of characters across Viva la Dirt League videos. Okay, what kind of skits do they do? Epic NPC Man tells the story of NPC Greg the Garlic Farmer, who lives inside a video game, has to deal with unusual player behaviours. This led to NPC D&D, here we go. A real play series set inside the world of Epic NPC Men, where Greg the Garlic Farmer is accompanied on his quest by fellow heroes Barradoon, Bodger, and Brielle.
Keep going. I think you finished the sentence too early.
There's more. Read more.
Yeah.
Please read more. We're captive
More words,
audience.
please.
Go ahead. Don't stop on our behalf.
Read more.
Should I read on more? Okay. High Rollers. High Rollers, a weekly D&D live stream on Twitch.
Rob, you should ask AJ improv some lines here. This is time to world build. Let's add on top of the.
Yeah, perfect.
So I'm in the picture. They've got me in the picture.
Who the hell's that
You're
guy?
in the center of the picture.
They don't include my name.
Great thing as well. Like Rob in NPC D&D, he's the NPC, so he's in like a lot of
Yeah.
Look, it's okay. It's okay
They
because
couldn't pick one name for you. So
look, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I forgave them later because they later, they later approached us when Tasha's Cauldron of Everything was coming out, and they said, "Hey, do you want? We're kind of doing like a different thing with promoting this one. We're getting a lot of influencers to promote little bits of the book. Here's some spells from the upcoming book. Here's the artwork from the front cover. You guys, Viva la Dirt League, have the exclusive rights to talk about the artwork and the spells in the book. And then, in thanks to that, they sent us embossed copies of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Yeah, their names appeared on the book.
They give us they give us our names.
Yeah.
buddy.
On
They
the
give us
front
our names
cover.
on
The
the book.
name is right there.
It's right there.
That's your personal
for instance, Adam King, who plays Baradoon the Sorcerer, he got Baradoon the Sorcerer on his thing. And Greg the Garlic Farmer got Greg the Garlic Farmer. And mine is Dungeon Master. So my personalised copy, my personalised embossed copy of Tasha's Cauldron says Dungeon Master on it. And at that point I said, I don't think Wizards of the Coast know what my name is. And I don't think anybody cares to research it.
And the thing that I just want to see what the next installment in this saga is. I really do.
I hope
Even
that
if
someone at some point sees about this and then makes a point to never put your name on anything.
Right? Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, if
like
anyone
they've
watching-
invited you to an official event.
If you are,
and you're like one of the panelists, and they're just like,
says
and
Dungeon
here's
Master.
Dungeon Master.
Generic
There is-
Dungeon Master.
So there is a slow progression because in the annual, not a mention of me on the embossed copy they call
Why
me
do you know
Dungeon
so
Master.
much of this?
Then they sent us a thank you gift. Oh yeah, they sent us a thank you gift with all sorts of stuff in it, like this massive wintry like D&D hoodie that's like one of these that you can lay up in
the
the
oversized
blanket.
hoodies. The
Oversized
hoodie.
blanket one. Whole bunch of stuff in it, including like a notebook. A nice sort of leather-bound notebook, and they embossed it to each of our names, and step by step they will find out what my name is because now they've addressed it to Dungeon Master Robert. So
there you go.
So we're getting there.
Yeah.
Robert Hartley
There you
GM
go.
is my brand, but eventually they're gonna get my last
I
name,
can't wait until you finally get your name on it, but it's spelled wrong.
and it's spelled. They're gonna spell it like heart with an E in it or
T-L-Y.
something.
You know, yeah.
Robert Charlie.
Hey, somebody should ask Wizards of the Coast what's the worst gift they've ever given. 'Cause I
Well, there's this guy from New Zealand that was just like...
We just like to troll them.
Send him a gift card that says Dungeon Master.
Redeemable only at D&D Beyond.
You know, now next year's like happy birthday messages would just be like, dear Dungeon Master, thank you for there being an
Dear
amazing
Dungeon
person on your
Master of
birthday.
NPC D&D.
Or DM Hartley.
DM Hartley. Yeah.
Dear
Yeah.
Mr. Master, thank you for your contributions.
Thank you for your goods and/or services.
First name
Amazing.
Dung, middle
Just
name
leave the
Eon.
template.
good.
Yeah, just leave the template.
Dung
Dungeon
Eon.
_master_ insert Twitch channel name here.
There is
Or they
a
just put the
It's actually
Twitch channel
inside.
name, like just the,
Yeah.
twitch.tv/
yeah.
just the whole thing.
There is a running joke in my community of me not having a T in my name because in the first time that I worked with Viva la Dirt League on the main channel now it was like a 9-episode thing that we did for promoting Descent into Avernus when that was coming out, and Wizards of the Coast got in touch with us and said, can you do Descent into Avernus for us? And we were like, oh sure, like which parts of it, which chapters, which section, how many levels? And they were like, just all of it. And I was like, we do half-hour episodes every week. And they're like, yeah, we want about 8 weeks. And I was like, so you want 8 half-hour episodes to cover the entirety of Descent into Avernus, which is a campaign that goes from levels 1 to 13 or something. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So I did it. I compressed the entire thing into a 6-hour game session, and I railroaded them hard to get through it.
So, as someone who plays on your regular table, where's my level up?
You get there, mate. Earn it. And then at the so during that, we go back and watch it, and Adam, who had done the subtitles for that episode, introduces me as Robert Hartley and spells it without a T in the end, Robert Harley. And there's a bit, there's a clip on my my Twitch of me discovering that he'd misnamed me in the subtitles, because in like earlier in the same thing, one of the characters is called Duke Ithgar Tillahoon. And he spells that right. There's a clip of me ranting like, you can spell Tithgar Illahoon, but you can't spell fucking Hartley. Of course my community jumped onto it. I expected nothing less, Mindari. So everybody jumped on it, and now they call me Robert Harley. So I think that's probably, hopefully, the Viva guy, the Wizards of the Coast guys, when they finally send me something with my name on it, my full name, they don't get it from the wrong source, because there's enough false information out there about how to spell my last name.
I really wanted to say Robert Harley, like so bad.
I kind of did.
And they emboss a little motorcycle on there too. Yeah. They're like, oh, that's so cute.
Amazing.
Yeah, man. Oh, is hooking a way to troll you? Yeah, never, Ajo. You would never. Fun stuff.
Since we have so many awesome content creators here, these are the ideas. These I think I ran for somebody, and you guys steal this idea and do some with it, I guess. It was
I like how you're like, I don't want to do it, but you guys
I don't want to do it, but you do it, because I've done it once. So it was a
that I
bachelor party, and it was this really nerdy guy, a good friend of mine, and he wanted to do D&D. So what we did is we rented a cottage that had an upper and lower floor. We made the upper floor heaven and the bottom floor hell, and whenever you die, you would go to the lower floor and have to fight your way out of hell back to heaven.
Nice.
That was a lot of fun, and I reckon these amazing GMs and DMs here, maybe we could do like a stream event of something along those lines. That could be a lot of fun.
Ooh.
That would be awesome.
Hell yeah.
You remind me.
Cool.
You remind me
crawling your way from out of hell.
For
Can we get the rights to bat out of hell?
Wait, how many of there is us? Because we could do the 9 levels of hell, and we're a DM for each of the levels.
We're actually. I've just now noticed that we're in like alignment order. We need to each have an alignment right now.
Not be lawful good.
I was gonna say Faye's in the wrong place. Yeah. You cannot move people while they're pinned.
Yeah, why am I pinned also?
Because you were doing a stream on stream.
Unmove the pin. Hey, what up? Phoenix Iwaki's here. Let's remove the pin from.
I was just gonna say we needed a lawful good, and then
and then Phoenix Iwaki turns up. Yeah, he's the only one among us.
Happy birthday,
Give it a minute.
Casually having a samurai fight out here.
Having a samurai fight.
Of course you are.
I was. I was just about to say that we had a similar thing happen for my 30th birthday. We I did test what your real life stats are, and I put people through like a full day of games and tests and challenges and just like fun times, some like sword fighting and things. And then at the end I worked out like what that means for each of us and our stats. My mum came off the worst off. I mean, I kind of expected it. She was like 60 years old at the time, and she just had like, I think her highest stat was a 9.
Oh no!
She just did across the board, not great. And then a good friend of mine who's like a circus performer and a super charismatic guy, and like he had like, I think his lowest was a 12 or something. So yeah, right.
So basically, every time I play on Phoenix's channel, I'm basically playing your
playing as my mum.
Yeah.
I actually want to know the details of how you did that, because I've always wanted to do something like that, but I never like.
It was a lot of fun, man. It was a lot of fun and a lot of hand waving.
Sure.
So for like Constitution, I did like a breath holding competition. Who can hold the breath the longest? I put a hand of who can put your hand in ice for the longest. I did a tournament situation where everybody starts off with a shot of like soy milk and chocolate sauce or something, and then if anybody who's like another, then you put in like breadcrumbs or something, so it was like that sludgy kind of stuff to it. And can you take another?
That one.
The next stage was like I put in soy sauce or something, and like some Coca-Cola, and eventually like it got down to just me and this other dude that ended up with the best stats, and me and him were both just like, I feel like we could just both go to the end, so let's just end it there and say we both win. So, so that was Constitution. Oh, and like I got kettlebells. I got kettlebells, and you just like walk a track for as long as you can until you have to drop them, because it's not really strength, it's endurance, so it's more Constitution.
How long did this take?
Oh, it took all day. We were there from early morning till late evening.
Sounds like so much
and it was a lot of
there.
fun. It was so much fun.
Brilliant.
We did 3 different locations. We did like an outside thing for doing a bunch of like javelin toss and stuff for athletics, standing jump, running jump, testing how far you can jump, all that stuff. Handstand competition, tightrope walking.
Like turn it. You could like backwards work an
work
equation.
that out, yeah. Climbing trees, all sorts of stuff. We did like outdoorsy fun things. There was a tightrope that I set up for tightrope walking for. Oh, and I'll tell you what, we had a stealthies, which was like both testing perception and stealth. At the end of the day, everybody had to send me how many stealthy selfies they'd taken of other people. You could only get 1 point per person, so you can't just rack up the points by taking a million selfies of the same oblivious person. But
so
the rules,
you have to be in it.
The rules are you have to be in it. You have to have at least 3/4 profile of them in it. They have to have their eyes open, so you can't just grab them while they're doing other like when they're sleeping or I don't know whatever else they were doing.
When they're sleeping.
It was just
So
one of the
don't
other
mind
things.
me. I'm just taking a picture of you while you sleep. That's
Yeah.
not creepy.
And if you get caught, do you have to like delete it?
And if they get caught, it's a negative point for your stealth and a positive point for their perception. So everybody got a negative perception, a perception point for every stealthy that they were in. So that was fun. And doing it that way also was a sneaky way of me getting a lot of photos of the event. Everybody was taking a lot of good photos of themselves.
Nice.
So I've got a compilation. I've got a
so
compilation
clever.
video somewhere of all the different photos of people doing stealthies.
That's great.
Pickpocketing for sleight of hand. That was a test of. I had 2 little cards that I'd made, business card-sized things that said, "You managed to get this out of my my breast pocket. This is like a +5 to your stealth, your sleight of hand or something." And I kept it in my breast pocket, and it said like, "Congratulations, give it back." And then another one was like in my back pocket that was only worth like 1 point or something because it's easier to pickpocket me from that. And if you can get it out and then just show me it, hey, I've got
to
this.
encourage people to grab his ass.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Half of this is family.
And I had all sorts of stuff. I've got plans to do it again, maybe for like 35th or something in 2 years. But I want to do it as like a bigger thing because people were having so much fun. But it was like there wasn't enough for each of the 6 stats. We kind of like charisma kind of just got the hand wave a little bit. I did a few things. So one of the things I did for charisma was I had a lying game where you have to come up with. Oh, you toss a coin. If it's you toss a coin to your Witcher.
Whoa.
If it's I think it was if it's heads, you keep it secret. If it was heads, you have to tell a lie. If it's tails, you don't. You have to tell something true, and then you tell an anecdote from your past to the person opposite you, and they have to guess whether you're lying or telling the truth. And that was testing both insight and deception or persuasion. So that was a fun one from that. I also had an intimidation game. Not a lot of people participated in this for probably what will become obvious reasons, but I had a sort of a suggestion box sort of thing set up with loads of slips of paper, and I had 5 scenarios written out and laminated next to the box saying like, how would you intimidate your way out of this situation? You specifically have to solve the problem using intimidation. One of the scenarios was you're pulled over by the cops for speeding. How would you intimidate your way out of that? And I'd
shot.
And I'd specifically put in there in the description of him pulling you over that he didn't have his lights and sirens on. And not many people pulled up on the fact that you can intimidate him by using the law, like challenging him on the law against it, and saying like, I will take you, that's an illegal stop, and I will take you to court over stopping me illegally, blah, blah, blah. Other people were like, I just shoot him with a gun. And I was like, that's not intimidation.
Jesus Christ, that's just murder.
One of the other scenarios was like, somebody kidnaps your dog and takes it away, and you capture one of the guys who's done it, and he's tied up in your basement. How do you learn where the dog is?
Beat them.
Beat them and
give him a gun. That's dark.
Shoot him with a gun.
So I've got an answer that solves all of these problems. I lather myself in peanut butter and honey and basically say, however long we stay in this room is up to you, buddy.
Hey, I need to leave.
But you actually have to bounce.
I actually have to bail. That was my Uber
perfect.
Eats just arrived.
That is a perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining me.
What was that? Was that a measure of charisma or like intimidation?
Intimidate to see if you see if you were proficient in
How
intimidation.
do you guys rule intimidation in your games? Like
Anyway,
actually.
but seriously, bye.
See you later, Matthew.
Later.
Everybody
The
check out
lines
Matthew
of veils.
Perkins.
Found it, right?
How do you rule it in your games? I mean, how do you mean? Like,
Well, so like I don't actually tie it to charisma. I basically say you can be proficient in intimidation, yes or no, whatever. And if you can come up with a reason for whatever skill you want to use to intimidate with, you can roll with whatever skill.
Well,
so
I mean, that's how I rule all the skills. None of the skills are tied to any skill for me. Like if you can argue away to do an intelligence based sleight of hand, or if you want to do like a charisma based acrobatics check, then I'll listen to it.
Tell me exactly how a charisma-based acrobatics check goes.
I think it's to do with
you add the smolar while you do things. You're like,
it's all smoke and mirrors.
Good while you're
it's all
doing
smoke
it.
and mirrors. It's like
Put
a
it this way,
performance.
Exactly.
You don't actually do a
Charm
backflip,
physics.
but they think you do.
Yeah, like there are ways.
It doesn't matter what you actually did.
There are ways to do like a hand flourish as you backflip that disguises the fact that you're kind of doing like a half backflip. You're not actually doing all the way over the top.
No, that's fair. Now, when we get to play again, and you're GMing, don't be surprised when I do that.
If you try and do a charisma-based acrobatics check.
Tim and
My
Dari's
build will
point
be exactly that.
about intimidation, I think that's one of the few ones that's, I mean, who cares about the rules? But specifically in the BMG, I think they call out intimidation as if you're a barbarian, you can use strength to like scare somebody.
Strength-based
It's
intimidation.
definitely something that they.
So for
Intelligence-based
me, when it
charisma
comes
check.
to any like social skill, so diplomacy, bluff, intimidate, whatever.
It's called
for me,
deception
I
in
was
5e. It's not bluff. Get out of here with your Pathfinder terminology.
Pathfinder.
Check motive.
Sneak it in somewhere. Sneak it in somewhere.
God damn it. Anyway, I actually give full props to roleplay. If you can say something that I think is believable, or the character would find believable, I won't even ask for a check. I'll just be like, yep, you get it, or you don't.
I always feel bad doing that because it makes it feel like
I don't want to intimidate the people who aren't
the
good at it.
person, have to be
Yes.
the fucking most charismatic person in the world.
Well,
So I do that to a degree. Because like
that's where my
what
checks
we'll
come
do
in. My
is
checks
because
come
Rob said it best on one of his videos, which was like, I wouldn't expect you to do 10 push-ups to do an athletics check. Unless if you can. So I guess like I think just I usually take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, no. But the other half of it is that if you don't want to have to, be all role play and intimidating, that's the only time that those checks come into play. Which
you can also do third person.
What I usually do is
Yeah,
I do
third person.
scaling DCs. So I'll actually be like, okay, that was great. I'm gonna bring that down because and then it's gonna be an easier DC. And then that's even without the swing of advantage and disadvantage. It's like I'll modify the DC if you do a cool description with your athletics or
how much I want. How much I want this thing to happen.
The effort,
yeah.
If you're putting in the effort, I'll scale the DC up and down.
My DCs
it's
are always
really
scaled
good,
anyway. Like I never have a hard line
exactly.
to them, so I always get the roll
Yeah.
and then think about it after like 17. Yeah, that's probably enough for what I want them to do right now. What I'm asking them to do.
The
I
better you
scale
do,
them
the
also
lower the
in.
DC gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and also like I scale them in the sense of like if I have like a barbarian whose like strength is like 20 trying to like push over a board.
Yeah.
Like they can just do it. But if
Yeah.
I've got like this wizard who's got like an 8, I'm like, okay, you need to make a check.
Yeah, totally.
I also let the players
where
know that I'm
they-
scaling it as well, so they know where the effort's going. So I'm like, oh, cool, that's good. The DC will be easier or harder because you put in the effort. So
He'll let you
way
speak
they know.
eventually, Dag.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead, Doug.
One of the because I was just saying what my
So
thing was
anyway,
there.
what we were talking about.
I was like, calm down,
we're very
guys. Look,
passionate
there's a
about this,
reason I
Dag.
do this, and the reason that I usually give it to people who do that, and only save skills for people who may be a little bit more nervous to do the vocal range of like roleplay and stuff, is because nothing sucks more than having in your head this really scary and intimidating character who rolls a 1 on intimidate.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then literally-
murder sucks more than that.
Yeah, well, maybe.
No.
I don't know. It depends on who you're murdering. That could be a very awesome thing, depending. I mean, but the idea is there's so many situations where a person has like been like, yeah, I am Groknar, I have huge muscles and stuff like that, and I rolled a 3 on my intimidate, and I turn out to this guard who's like Dave the guard, and he's got like a spatula, and I've gone, let me in.
No.
And he rolled a 1, and it's just like Dave goes, Now piss off.
Well,
you know, it's like.
Well, that's why
that's
why charisma checks are often misused after the fact. Like everything else, it's like, what are you trying to do, and then you do the thing and you describe how that role looks. But for charisma checks, people often go like, "Give me some role play, role play this whole scene, and then ask for a check." No, you should ask for the check at the first. What are you going to do? Yeah. Just give me the broad strokes of what you're going to do. I'm going to try and intimidate that guard. Okay, roll me an intimidation check. You get a 3, and then you're like, all right, what does a 3 look like for Grognard the Barbarian?
Process. That's interesting.
The dice should dictate what the scene is about to be, and then you tell me what does that look like.
Yeah, right, always get the intention before you ask for a roll, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. There's also a section in the DMG that actually has social interaction tables that you can use to sort of be like, oh, it's this result. This is kind of like what would happen if they're hostile, indifferent, or favorable.
Yeah.
As an NPC. They're
trying to gamify that stuff, which is I like.
Did you want to do an alignment chart since we're at 9?
Oh yeah, we're at 9 again.
Yeah.
All right. So this is based on our personalities or our use as a DM, like how we. What are we basing this on?
You're the
Is that not hand in hand? Our personalities and our DMing style.
I feel like
might be a lot
DM
more evil.
very different than who I am as a person.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Let's go your GMing style. Your GMing style, and we'll go lawful evil through to chaotic good. What's the we can only have one each, so who's going to be the most lawful good type of DM? I think lawful in terms of lawful is in terms of follows the rules, and chaotic is in terms of how much you just house rule and rules. Cool.
Why are you doing this to me?
Okay, and for good and evil, we'll go with harshness towards their players, right? Like
yes.
Good is like really kind to your players.
No
good
one
is
here is
really
gonna go.
to...
Yes, I'm gonna be like, I want to be in the evil. I'm super harsh to my players.
I literally murder my players.
I think I actually need to be in the evil category, but I don't know which
I've heard enough to put Felix in the evil somewhere.
Yeah, I just saw myself plummeting down.
Real quick. I love that Faith thought none of us would want to be evil, and half of the group was like,
I'll be evil, actually.
I think
should we review
in terms of like harsh, I think of being like not like doing stuff where it's like, you know, I've just started going through my players' backstory type stuff and being like, how can I traumatize my players? But like not like I don't know, harsh to me seems kind of more of like a not letting people get away with stuff type of a thing, and that just I don't know, that just didn't seem like.
Yeah.
So lawful good creatures are counted on to do the right thing as expected by society. So
the game,
gold dragons,
the rules.
Yeah, the game.
So the game and the rules. So lawful is definitely how much do you stick to the rules as written.
Yeah. And then you do what's expected.
And then chaotic is how much you're just like rule of cool. Let's hand wave it.
Cool. So automatically move me into chaotic.
So you're chaotic because you're just all rule of cool.
So you're chaotic evil. AJ is where you're headed.
So we've got a chaotic evil AJ. Is that what you want?
Well, I think okay, so not joking, between AJ and Felix for chaotic evil.
Yeah, I would say the
I
same.
think would be I'd say it's a very close tie.
I think I'm either chaotic evil or chaotic neutral.
I'll move you two around.
I'd say comparatively chaotic neutral only because I've been in Felix's game and I've seen a lot of anecdotes from Felix's game.
Yes,
and it's a very hard pedestal to knock off.
Yeah.
In terms of just how wild and like.
Yes. He's very willing to be like, here are the rules, but I don't care. Let's do what's fun and let's do the story and the cool thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't have a story that trumps dropping a Tarrasque on a karaoke game. So.
Yep.
So that's
nice.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
it was in the write-up.
That's fine.
And when
and
it's pretty chaotic to be like,
however,
for the player to be like, can I have a bonk? And you're like, yeah, I guess. It's just
that's true.
In that episode, you had it in the notes for the setting, though, right? So like, you went and checked your
yeah,
like,
the notes.
Definitely
it was already actually there.
It was already there, which is a lawful thing, is it not? Rather than a chaotic thing, which is
no, because it's a random table. Like it's still random. There's still chaos.
That was according to the rules.
The allowing me, like in that game that we played, saying that druids can just have all of their druid spells prepared all at once. That's a pretty powerful home rule to use. So it's things like that I'm thinking of as like.
I mean, how D&D is this that we're arguing about whose alignment is
good.
what?
This is the thing about alignment.
The most D&D.
This is why people forget about alignment because it's essentially philosophy and
from where the
I totally agree with it.
Yeah, it's
because the Tarask I already written was there. The only
Yep.
chaos was that Sips unleashed the magic, which set
Yep.
it free.
Yeah.
However,
which was a rule that you put on the game.
Yeah, you'd already.
However,
included.
I also had a huge wild magic table that I would rarely ever fudge with game-ending effects.
Which is
I
pretty
feel like
chaotic.
we've pretty
So you're
solidly
neutral
got our
evil.
chaotic line of like we've got Dak at chaotic good,
Well-
we've got AJ at neutral, and Felix at evil. Yeah.
Are you?
Let's
Yeah,
see.
well,
I
you.
think, I think Felix is making a pitch that he's actually neutral evil.
I don't know.
Yeah, because
I'm
you've got a
kind of
little
in
bit of law
between.
to the chaos.
So
Yeah.
Alana
And
and
also,
Larry
I would
can do
like,
whatever they
I
can
would
to
like
get
to
away
make,
with
set
it.
up. I'm
I
organized
would like
my
to make
chaos.
another pitch for chaotic evil.
Fine, what
because
is-
only because my harshness and my trauma actually comes from psychological warfare against my players,
Right.
and not like my evil is actually very manipulative behind the scenes, and
So
it looks
your
so
lawful evil.
innocent.
That's
But do you-
lawful evil, right?
That's
I
lawful.
don't
Can we
follow
talk
the
about
D&D
clearing
rules
up?
No,
at all.
AJ doesn't. No.
You don't follow the
rules
D&D
are
rules
not
at all?
AJ's
Are we
thing.
saying this then? Because
All right.
although,
There you
because
go.
although,
That's
because
official.
I suppose the chaos is more like, in the moment, are you willing to just be like, oh, yeah, fuck it, why not? Like that sort of thing. That's the chaos. Rather, because if
Yeah.
you've already set up your own house rules and you follow your own house rules every time, that's still lawful. You've got your own rules for the game.
Yeah, because I
And you
find
follow
that
them.
Felix will always go back and take a look at what he's done so that he can fuck people over. He won't just make stuff up on the spot.
Yeah,
We won't
so
fuck it
definitely
up on the
Another
spot.
both.
lore, right?
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
we
just
should-
We
wanted
should,
to make
from
it
the way
spot.
that from the way that
Just one
Discord rearrangement works, we should really be starting with lawful good and working our way across, because otherwise I'm gonna have to keep
Yeah, that would be
rearranging
much
everything.
easier.
So Dag is currently in the lawful good spot, but I'm not sure that that's
I
right.
don't. Yeah.
Who among us is the most I'll follow the rules?
Phoenix Sawaki, right? Is like the most lawful, good,
I
amazing.
thought we were doing personalities. This is the problem.
This is
Yeah.
no, this is
No, I thought
about
we were doing GM style.
this is about GM
No,
style.
GM style.
So
Okay.
so
My
following the rules.
personality is not chaotic evil.
So John plays
Almost fine with that, eh?
John plays a lot of modules, and I would say
That's
that
pretty lawful.
those modules are really lawful in sticking to
Yeah.
what's in the
And-
book. So
And
I
even the
feel like-
random roulette is quite formulaic. Like there
Yeah.
is a
Yeah.
distinct.
So on
like,
the lawful
I don't
side,
think-
and then good because you're good to
I
your
think he's
players.
very
You're
good.
lenient. You'll
A
allow
sweet bean.
yeah.
allow for
Very
things to go.
accommodating.
Phoenix is amazing. He has a heart of gold. Let's go.
cool.
I
All
will
right.
say, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
My when I would guest start on Phoenix Iwaki was so wholesome.
Yep.
I would
Sounds
pitch
nice. I'm not sure if it's a compliment in this conversation.
Oh, it is.
more so than being chaotic
It
evil.
means you're a kind individual who has a very
Yeah.
firm grasp of.
Am I doing it wrong? Am I doing it
No.
wrong?
No, you're
There's
not.
no,
No, bruh.
there's nothing wrong
None-
with
none of
running
these-
games.
none of these
Wrong.
spaces
You're
are
doing it
wrong.
Great.
Everyone.
I would argue. I
always
would.
the best.
All right, so I would pitch that I'm neutral good. I do follow the rules pretty strictly, but I'm happy to handwave stuff for rule of cool quite often. And good because I do use quite a bit of plot armor on my players because they're the main characters of my story that I'm trying to flesh out, and so I don't allow a lot of negative. I'm very lenient on them when it comes to mucking about.
I'd say that.
I think
Does that
you
make
sense to me there.
Dread chaotic good?
Yeah, chaotic good.
I think maybe.
That
I don't know,
sounds
are
about
you-
right.
Well,
That feels
that sounds
right.
like
Dread
Dread,
should
okay.
be in the good row, shouldn't he? So
Yeah.
chaotic. Is Dread chaotic enough with the rules and stuff?
Chaotic good says creatures
Well, he does a lot of
act
homebrew.
and their conscious directs them
I
with
think-
little regard to what others
Yeah.
expect.
I
Copper
think
dragons
that,
We're,
and
like-
changing
unicorns are
the we're
typically
changing the
chaotic good.
definition to refer
Yeah.
to what we're doing here, so it's
Yeah.
not as written. So the fact that you are constantly referring to the alignment rules, I feel like he should be
He
lawful.
should be
somewhere.
lawful.
I
Yeah.
feel like
Yeah.
think though, as someone who's played in Dread's games, like 99% of them is Dread just going, "This is fun. Let's just do it this way."
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not how the rules work, but whatever. So I definitely
Fuck,
think
let's
Dread
do it.
belongs chaotic good.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we've got what's this one? Lawful neutral.
I
Someone
think
who
I
is
am either
sticks to
lawful
the rule.
neutral or true neutral. I
Sticks
think
to
that
the
that's
rules.
where I
I would
fall.
like to make a bid for true neutral.
Okay.
No one in this chat besides Felix has been in a game that I've GM'd, and even then it was a one-shot.
It feels like true neutral.
So Felix, tell us about that experience. Where would Carson fit?
Yeah. Where does Carson fit?
I would say neutral. Neutral's pretty fair.
True
I
neutral.
would agree with the bid for true neutral. Yeah.
There you go then.
Yeah,
so we've got
in that campaign, I wanted to make sure that you guys were having fun, but I think I threw a guy who could explode you, like with one hit.
One hit exploder.
Mixed bag of everything. So it ends right in the middle. True neutral.
True neutral. True
So,
neutral.
so what we have left then is Dag and Rackham, who are fighting for lawful evil and.
Oh, am I just being assigned to? Okay, cool.
You literally said.
You petitioned for it.
You petitioned for the space you're in, and I put you in it. There's no fucking pleasing some people. Jesus fuck. If it wouldn't ruin my 3x3 grid, I'd kick you.
Wow.
So we've got Dag and Rackham fighting for lawful evil and chaotic neutral.
I mean,
Well,
I don't know.
And then I guess Faye, if she wants to move.
wrangle
No, it's
Twitch
fine.
chat as a chaotic mess to try to do what they want 3 times a week. So I have a handle, I think, on chaos pretty well, and I try to allow them to do what they want.
I would like to up that ante and say that I do it 7 times a week, and I play with kids.
Play with kids too.
This is not about the chaos of your game. This is not about how chaotic your table is. Your style
Okay,
of
so
GMing.
as far as neutral goes, I'm very accommodating to players, but at the same time, I will drop like, "Hey, the sky's on fire. You need to sink your ship, and you might all die because sperm whales."
True,
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Dag, I think you're an evil with me. I'm not gonna lie.
No. But at the same time,
I feel like it's more important that he's in chaos than he's in evil.
But at the same time, it's they do survive those encounters miraculously, right?
I don't-
Like,
he doesn't
very
kill
rarely
us.
is there
That's a
something
good
that
point.
I'm just very good at lying about like how much that is. And
It's almost chaotic.
and the other side of it is I also made Count Cluckula, which someone pointed out, and it's like whoever made Count Cluckula needs to be in chaos. I'm like, yeah, fair. Giant vampire chicken.
I technically,
actually,
I created, I created Count Cluckula. You added the brilliant line, which was, sort of macaw. But that was my big brain there.
That leaves Rackham down in lawful
I was
evil.
planning it.
You know what?
Do you stick to the rules and
You know what?
go harsh on your
care.
players?
It's fine. It's fine. I pull the rug under my players all the time, which is fun. And if they die, they die.
You killed me in the one shot that I was in yours. Yeah, my character died at the end of that.
That's true. So there's definitely evil there. There's definitely evil there. So
I mean, listen, here's
willingness to
my
let the
mantra
players die.
always, right? Like, I'm fair to my players in the sense that I give them enough information to, enough rope to hang themselves. If they then choose to hang themselves, that's on you, buddy.
That seems like a lawful evil thing to do.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, look, just gonna put this right here.
Exactly.
Do whatever you want with it.
One hand wipes the other.
Well, I'm gonna.
I know I said players, not characters.
I'm gonna assume that this is the order. Then this is pretty.
I guess so.
Someone should screenshot it and make one of those meme alignment charts.
I don't know how I feel being lawful for so many reasons.
Didn't you say it?
Well, I was going back and forth between the two, specifically because
it's chaotic to go between the two, actually.
Well, because honestly, I feel like how I actually DM is pretty, I would say, in the true neutral area. Because I don't think I really steer enough into rule of cool to be chaotic, but I also definitely have moments where I will bend on things because I think it makes more sense, or I go, this is dumb, let's just do it this way.
Yeah. I will rescind true neutral for you in the sense that I
just to shut her up
enough where I can't just look at the book and be like, hey, just give me 1 sec. That's dumb, whatever, or sure.
I mean, if Mandari, if you just want to be in the square next to me, you just have to say so.
Don't talk about that on stream.
Mandari just wants to be below me.
Oh wow.
Oh man, I'm just rereading the definitions
that was why.
I do feel.
That's why I wanted to read them out.
Though that Mandari definitely has so much of a grasp on the rules. If earlier in this stream was not evident.
I mean, you need to know the rules to break them, though.
And also, you just said
that's the thing. That's how I feel about it.
You need to know the rules to break.
You did just say that you only break them when you change the rules to be better than the rules.
No, which is not breaking the rules. That's sticking to the rules that you've made.
Yeah, it's making your own.
I mean, in certain situations, I've had times where someone had a really creative use of a spell that definitely was not something that I was it was not the way that spell was supposed to be utilized, but I thought it was really interesting, and we were doing a one shot, and I was like, you know what, fuck it, it's fine. Like, it was a cool idea. I'm gonna make up some random shit right here, but I would never have someone use that spell that way ever again, you know?
But I think a lot of us
that's a good point.
all have a habit, and I think I've seen this I lurk in all your streams. Like, I'm always there just watching because I'm a creep. But I think oftentimes, I think for most of you, or if all of you, I often hear yes and or yes but. Like, I've never heard any of you guys say outright no to your players. So that's a thing that all of us.
I say no to Kyle all the time.
I think it hampers play and flow, right?
Yeah, it's
and
like the improv, right? Like just
it's so boring.
It's better to give them a chance, or to say okay, but, or like yes and, or like
or yes but or something.
I've definitely said no to my players when it makes their situation worse, and that's why I'm here.
I definitely go.
But we're literally in a pit of fire.
No, you can't do that. Why can I not do that?
Nope.
Because I want this next scene to happen.
Because I would like you to die.
I feel like we actually have the evil DMs in the bottom row that would counterspell a healing spell.
I've done that though.
You did that
I've done that.
I know I did that to you.
I've done that, and not only that, I'm very excited to start
Here's the
using
thing,
silvery
it's not
bobs on the
counterspelling
players.
healing. What about
that are doing it on
counterspelling a
me.
resurrection?
I did that.
spell?
Oh yes, I've done that. I've
That's
countered
that dirty shit, man.
I just disabled resurrections in the entire campaign.
So I had a session where the party was surrounded by a cult or some sort of like conspiracy group, and they wanted to cast prestidigitation so they could let people know that they were being surrounded, and I counterspelled that. So.
Counterspell a cantrip, nice.
Yep, cantrip.
Like, in fact, I've counterspelled cantrips in the Viva guys. Yeah. They had the big bad evil guy appeared to them at level 2 or whatever to be like a monologue moment, and he goes firebolt, and he was just like. Counterspell. And I was like, I hope he doesn't press this because I don't think Adam knew that like I had limited counterspells.
Should we rename ourselves in the Zoom call to VR alignment?
Yeah, someone say that in chat. We should pose for
Lawful
it.
evil.
Yeah, we need to pose.
I love a player's face when you counterspell them. It's like, no, that's against the rules. You can't.
You can't do that to me.
That's illegal. Me? I'm the player. How dare?
But then they counterspell your counterspell, and then they feel. Really
you're like, oh, okay, it's fine. But in the moment that I was talking about, I had multiple creatures with counterspell. So I
recently introduced if you counterspell a counterspell, it rolls on the wild surge table from the sorcerers.
Oh, cool.
It still works as a counterspell, but there's so much magic happening in such a very short amount of time that it can make some like extra thing happen as well.
I made an alternative counterspell spell for a book. It's like it just triggers wild magic instead.
Yeah.
Who allows silvery bobs at their table?
I do.
Yep.
Do what? Sorry.
Silvery bobs.
Fuck that shit.
Silvery bobs.
There's a new spell.
Any of that Strixhaven shit in my game.
It's a first level spell, and it deserves to be like a second or third level spell, and everybody's up in arms about it.
Yeah, it's a reaction spell as well, so it's like it's in this sort of vein.
Undoubtedly powerful. It's much too powerful to be first level, but everybody's like, and it's like it's fucking get over it.
I've run it as written, but I've also changed it once to see like you get to choose before you see the result of the roll.
Right.
And honestly, it didn't make like a huge difference, but it is more like a second level spell. The only thing I restricted my table, and maybe Mindari will appreciate that, is the Strixhaven initiate stuff. If we're not,
I just kind of was like, I'm not including the Strixhaven book. If I were gonna like anything from it, if I were gonna run a Strixhaven campaign, fine. But like, outside of Strixhaven, like no, I'm not. Get that shit out of here.
This is why you should be
get from your
lawful.
background out of my game.
Yeah, very lawful.
Confirming that you're lawful.
Yeah.
Every time you speak.
Felix and I are all about homebrew too, so like.
I homebrew all of my shit, but like I don't know. Yeah.
I will say that like silvery bobs is allowed because I can't wait to use it, and I want that same reaction from them when they're like. No, I hit the attack. What do you mean, silvery bobs? Like, nope. You did it to me 1,000 times.
I think
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I learned a long time ago that at some point or another, when you're behind the GM seat, you need to realize how much power you actually have.
Yeah.
And there is nothing, absolutely nothing in the player's arsenal that can stop you. Use whatever is, if it's legal, if it's there, have it. Literally, there is nothing that I can not ultimately deal with.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of how I play. But at the same time, it's like I'm open to the idea of homebrew ideas.
Yeah.
But if like it's designed to nerf the players, I'm like, no need. There's no need.
See what I love about that
approach. You can be as powerful as you want, as long as you're not comparing yourself to another player. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
So
like,
I totally agree with that. Because like I've been at your tables multiple times, and that's one thing that I actually really appreciate. You let the players be powerful, right? Like become
Because
things.
yeah, like you say, no matter how powerful you are as a player, I'm more powerful as a DM. I can do literally anything in the game.
Yeah.
And I can match you in
I end
power.
up banning from my table are things that just make my life more of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm like, I don't want to deal
Can we
with
just
that.
ban druids forever, please? No more druids.
Yeah.
I hid the
my
summoning
world,
spells.
my
Oh
home
my
world
God.
doesn't have
Summoning
druids, so
spells.
it's fine.
Oh my God.
So I was
I don't have any druids in my world.
Bane.
There for NPCs only. There was like one druid, I think, maybe two, but they were
So
special.
I am actually so happy that Dag and Dread and me are in chaos because that just makes so much sense.
It does. You know what? I was gonna say that, you know, like there is nothing more powerful than the GM, and then I remembered that very, very recently a 16 hit point princess just took 1,000 points of damage.
Oh my God! Yes.
It was so good.
We managed to do 1,000 points of damage.
It was so good.
Oh man. That was so
It was
funny.
complete chaos. So essentially,
I used one of my
here's the point,
wishes.
check.
I used a wish to make that 1,000 points because it was up to like 960 or something, and I was like, oh, that's not satisfying.
It was so good.
I'm going to use a 9th level wish to make it just an extra 40 more damage so that we can say that we hit 1,000.
Just imagine if the GM was like, look, you can do whatever you want. I actually went through the whole thing without using any of my character's abilities because I chose one very powerful artifact. I was like,
you
this
just
is
kept
what I'm
using
doing
the
for the whole
artifact.
session. Yep.
That's great.
Yeah, and the fact that because it was a deck of many things, and the fact that you drew the card that ultimately got played at that final moment to just make that ridiculousness happen.
I had that feather on my cap. I had that feather. I was like, this is gonna save you for
I
later.
feel like I was channeling my inner Felix.
Such a good chaotic
point,
one
like,
shot. If anybody hasn't seen it,
so
it's on the...
this Tarask meteorite being flown at high velocity by a giant, colossal, earth-shattering dragon.
What the fuck,
Suddenly-
the Lanta Fanta screwing up our
Lanta Fanta?
chat?
I actually think I'm gonna hop
before
out.
Rob
You
goes
guys
out.
can-
I
you
need
guys
to
can
go
fix
and
it
chase
again.
off the little
Bye,
ninjas.
Faye.
So
No worries, Phoenixy.
Out again.
Thank you very much for being here, John.
Bye.
Hey, happy birthday, mate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday,
Bye,
Thanks for popping
John.
in.
Bye.
Much love.
Bye, Rob. Bye, Rob.
See you.
Bye.
I was gonna say
Oh.
before Rob calls out Lanta on here, Lanta was technically in the waiting room, and Rob let Lanta in.
Sadie's my fault.
Yeah.
What's up, Lanta? How's
Hi.
PAX? How's PAX East?
Is it amazing?
It's a lot.
It's a lot of work.
The light.
It's a lot. I've lost my voice too, so like it's awful.
Where'd you leave it last?
Somewhere in the hall.
Yelling in your background.
Yeah, it's the Lanta Fanta
I've got
Petio.
Shrek on.
Oh, okay. I thought someone was just yelling at you. This is like.
No, I'll turn it down.
Look, not that
Which
not
Shrek
that it
is
isn't
it?
awesome seeing you, Lanta, but
Yeah,
is
which
Patrick
Shrek?
around?
That's the important
When the
question.
channel
here.
gets copyright struck.
Yeah.
I've got
I was
it
saying,
down.
I was saying not that it isn't lovely to see you, but is Pat around?
No, he's not.
Rude.
He crossed the road, sadly.
Bloody rude.
Yeah.
He had one thing.
The Lanta Fanta. So it's been
The
a
Lanta
lot of work, a lot of hard work. Lots of sales though. Getting some good dice. Sold.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
More tomorrow. Is it over? What's the deal?
More tomorrow,
More
and
tomorrow.
then I fly out at 8 a.m.
Nice.
on Monday. Yeah, I've been trying to fill out my passport information to come home, and my RFD chip in my passport isn't working.
Oh, that's
So
fun.
yay!
Good times.
So I might not be able to come home.
Yeah. Just go to mock
Who knows?
conventions.
It's a roll of deception check. High enough, you're good. You're good.
We can try.
Lanta, as a GM, as somebody who runs games,
Yeah.
where would you fit on the alignment spectrum? Given that lawful is like you stick to the rules, even if they're your own homebrewed rules, like you stick to the rules, and chaotic is like
Not at all.
I'll rule of cool stuff right on the fly. I don't give a shit. I'll make everything up on the fly, and it doesn't matter about consistency. And then good is like you'll rule in favor of the players. You'll let them get away with some things because you want them to stay alive. And the others are like, no, I don't have resurrection magic. I don't allow resurrection. Basically, how Felix plays. That's your evil
I'm pretty
side.
chaotic. Look, if you explain it to me in like well enough, absolutely you can do it. So I'm probably chaotic good.
Chaotic good. There we go.
Hey.
Yeah, like I want people to have fun, and like
So just to
Yeah.
read you what the chaotic good says, creatures or DMs act as their conscience directs them with little regard to what others expect. Copper dragons and unicorns are typically chaotic good.
I've moved you into lawful because of your need to keep reading the rules.
Amazing. I lost my CG spot.
Your CG is now just shifted. Yep. And it's not one single act.
What am I now? Am I LG?
Actions that eventually change the shape
Doug, did you as a chaotic act, did you deliberately put chaotic in the wrong order with neutral?
Yes.
Of course.
Also mostly just to see who else would.
Neutral, chaotic. No, thank you.
Amazing.
Give us the next question down. Lanta didn't get any chance to answer some questions.
Okay, Lanta, D&D questions time. Welcome to the dash. All right, Lanta.
I'm not going to be able to answer any of these.
Cantrip Chill Touch inflict? What damage?
I'm not going
to. You can do it.
You can say pass.
You can do it.
What damage type does the cantrip Chill Touch inflict?
Actually, I read this one recently. It's like weird.
You'd think it might be cold, given the name.
It's not.
Given the name? Incorrect. It is necrotic.
Necrotic damage.
Yeah.
Prevents healing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Next question. What range is Chill Touch?
How many cantrips does a level 4 sorcerer know?
Pressing buttons.
Ooh.
What was that, sorry?
How many cantrips does a level 5 sorcerer know?
Level 5 sorcerer. You said 4 before. Is it level 5 or level 4?
Sorry. How many? Yeah, I got it. How many cantrips does a level 4 sorcerer know?
I can give you a clue.
Is it 9?
The clue is he messed that up on purpose. That was a Freudian, not on purpose.
5.
He messed that up because it's a Freudian slip. He read the answer and put it into the question.
Read the answer. I did.
Is it 9?
It is 5.
It's 5.
Okay. I'm actually interested to see who gets this one. Rob might get this one because he's read the Monster Management Manual with Rob Reeds. But let's find this out. A succubus and a human will create an offspring called what?
Cambion.
There before you, Rob.
You did. You got it in.
But you forgot to buzz.
I was listening. You did forget to buzz, so technically, actually.
How do you buzz?
Okay. What's the first feat on the alphabetical list? What's
Acolyte.
the first feat on the?
No, sorry, shit. I was just thinking the background.
The first feat
Is it alert?
on the alphabetical list.
No.
Athlete?
No, alerts before that. It's actor.
Correct. It is actor.
Which I remember because it's not the first in the order of the book. So in the PHB, they're out of alphabetical order just for those first two for some reason. Yeah, actor is after alert. I think alert is the first one in the book, but it's not the first alphabetically.
Oh, I love this next question. When you cast the wish spell and make a wish that is not a duplication of an existing spell, what is the chance you will never be able to cast the spell again?
33%, I think.
25.
It is 33, which is whose age today?
That's me.
Hey!
Also famously, who cast the wish spell in a famous series on Twitch and then lost the ability to cast wish?
I believe that would be Scanlan Shortholt.
Scanlan, yep. And it was a wish that was intended to. Yep, he was going to bring back a dear friend, but had to save the world instead.
It was a good ending. Yeah, it was
at the wedding, right?
Wish, and then had to not.
Amazing. All right, moving on. If 2 or more effects happen at the same time, for example, at the end of the turn, which effect happens first?
Oh, this is like Magic the Gathering.
Buzz, this is a complicated question because it depends on the situation. It is if it's 2 effects that happen because of the players, 2 player effects, then the players have to decide amongst themselves. If it's the DM first, then if it's 2 things that happen on the monster's turn, the DM decides, and otherwise it goes to the DM, I think.
All right. Well, the answer they have here, the goblins have told me that it is the person controlling the creature decides. The controlling creature
that's right.
decides.
Yeah. So if it's difference between the player and the like. If it's two things that happen because like a spell that's the DM's cast and the spell that the players have cast, the player controlling the creature decides. I think.
Interesting. I've always done it by initiative. I didn't know.
Not initiative. It's one of those like really cool rules that you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't come up all often because there's not that many effects that happen.
Yeah,
and it's the sort of thing that no DM would really give a shit to look up because it's like, we'll just say that one happens first.
Yeah. I think it's definitely an edge case. That does bring us to the end of the looting phase questions. There were 45 of them.
Thank you for everybody who chucked in a looting question.
Hells yeah. Now there are several other tabs that I can click into if we want to do more questions. More than happy to do that.
I'm just chilling till all my friends decide to leave. That's usually how my parties end.
Okay.
My parties end with people going, "Is this gonna?
Who's gonna
be the first
last person to stay?"
Oh,
probably me. It's my channel.
All day, and I started at 6 a.m. So yeah. AJ's just already a little more sleep. But
I mean,
I've
barely.
got a question. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. Because I know that for the most of us, we don't watch each other's channels, with the exception of Dread watching Dingo like religiously. I would propose that we ask the rest of the group a question pertaining or specifically about something we are running or something on our channel that we do that we're confident no one's going to answer.
So we're going to call out everybody else on the chat for not watching my shit.
Elimination thing as well.
We don't watch each other's stuff, but here's the catch: using our best guess to get the closest answer to the correct one.
I feel like you have an example. You can go first.
So for example, I'll go first. Okay. In my world, I have a group of individuals called the Talvaronians. The Talvaronians are a sort of imperial empire, and the like.
I was hoping that was the question because that's all I know about them.
All right. Now, my question is, what is their goal for setting sail upon the Dread Sea? What do you think they're looking for in the Dread Sea? They're an imperial race.
I feel like I know.
Things you can ask any questions pertaining to it, but you need to set. What do you think the goal is for this imperial navy heading out into the ocean?
Have a great time.
Feels very much like I didn't attend a class at all and then I sat for the exam.
I know.
Yeah, that's why we're all going in with the assumption that none of us know, and then we have to best guess.
They're looking for a route to India.
Also, this works well because it also inspires what might be the answer.
He's just fishing for different muses for inspiration.
Conquering new land.
Conquering new land. Okay.
Are they looking for the spice route to India?
Spice route to India. Trade routes.
I'm gonna lock in 42.
42.
I'm gonna lock in your homebrew version of Atlantis.
Nice. Sunken City. That's cool.
That's very cool.
Space Shack.
I'm gonna go for the World of Tomorrow.
Nice. I just realized this is a different game. We have to just make our answers as awesome and elaborate as possible.
You know what? That's a game. It really is.
It kind of is, yeah.
Lanto, what do you reckon?
Well, it's called the Dreaded Sea, so it's got to be something dread related, is what I'm thinking. So potentially to find to spread love and happiness to the world.
Just out the back of their boats, just like flower girls.
They're an empire. They're imperial.
My answer: I'm going to lock in the eradication of pirates and piracy.
Okay. Closest person was Felix.
Oh, they're looking for Atlantis or something like it.
Closest, not quite Atlantis, but
they're looking for a legend.
The search for a legendary hidden place or thing or object is definitely the.
Nice.
Is it what we're also looking for?
No.
Sirens and silver.
It's not. You guys just happen to be on the road to it without,
On the road.
They're looking for something beyond what you're looking for.
All right.
You're just in the way.
Has anyone got a similar question about their? Similar question.
I just noticed everyone's background.
Yeah, is mine. Mindari, Faye put it together.
Yeah.
Have I shown you guys my silver play button?
My silver play button.
You guys should all grab your silver play buttons and we'll all show them off.
No, I hurt my back. I can't get up.
You've hurt your hand? Oh, mine's for Viva La Dirt League's channel for passing 100,000 subscribers. You just got to show it off. You should show it off up front. I want to see the writing and everything. It's nobody.
No, it's fine. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. It's fine.
Yeah, I shouldn't really show mine off either because it's so out of date. We're coming up on 300,000 subscribers now, so it's a bit, it's just a bit out of date, dusty, old. It's been around for so long. Coming up on
the shade.
Coming up on gold soon. By soon, I mean like in maybe like 10 years at this
33 and sassy.
Okay,
I was 32 and sassy. Nothing's going to change. Dread, have you got something? A question about your world, something like that?
About my world, or about
like something
my
about
stuff that I do?
your setting,
Something
your work,
know.
something that we
couldn't
won't know.
About my setting. About my setting. Okay. Okay. If it's about my setting.
Are you making?
That's the sound of a motorboat.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the sound of a motorboat.
Congrats! You win!
Yes!
Okay.
Ooh, that's so pretty.
That's pretty.
What is motorboat?
Where's PAX? Isn't it? Where's that, Boston?
Shit.
What race is the pirate king of all seas?
That's a good
what
question.
Race
what
or
race is the
species?
pirate
A
king?
wereshark.
Ooh, that'd be cool. All right, so you're locking in wereshark. I'm gonna
have a mini for it too. I'll show you.
I'm gonna lock in mermaid.
Parrot.
Parrot?
Parrot. Parrot.
I love
Nice.
that.
Or carrot.
Carrot?
Carrot.
A carrot. Sentient awakened carrot.
Please do the voice of the sentient carrot. Please. What does your carrot sound
What would the
like?
carrot sound like?
Yeah.
Carrot.
I feel like I would just give the carrot like telepathy.
Carrot.
It would just speak very monotone the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the pirate king.
I am the
Carrot.
root of all your problems.
All right.
And it's got dark vision out to like 200 feet.
Yep.
Sorry, I just was watching
Rackham.
Yeah, and it
It's
just
so
reminded
good.
me of Princess Leia during the video.
Yes! He keeps disappearing. Somebody clip it. Somebody clip it.
Someone clip it
We've got Rackham being Princess Leia.
Oh man.
He can't hear us, but I wish he would turn and say like, "Help me, Obi-Wan." Oh, that's funny. Just like bending
It
over
was
and
just too
disappearing.
real because he was.
Oh, that's so happy. Okay, who
Sorry.
else hasn't answered yet? The wrong answer.
And now he's got the hair for it. Look.
Dragon turtle.
Rackham, to let you in on the joke, you said when you were bent over like that and your green screen was cutting you out, you were a perfect example of Princess Leia making a hologram for R2-D2.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, when she
Save
was
me,
like,
Obi-Wan.
Save me, Obi-Wan. Hello there.
I think it was a genie. Oh, it is a genie.
Oh, genie. So we've got mermaid, genie, wereshark, carrot / parrot.
I'm gonna go wild and say Aarakocra.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
I said dragon turtle if we missed.
Dragon turtle king.
Is that
Man, that'd be
is that
cool.
everyone now?
Lanta, did you
I think
make
it
a...
was Jin. Yeah.
Jin? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. The correct answer, well, the closest one to it was actually Raccoon, which was wereshark. I have a lycanthrope for my pirate king, and it is a lycanthrope storm giant. A storm giant that is a werewolf and can sink ships by just jumping on and punching them. And
werewolf
just destroying
storm
them.
giant.
Yep, werewolf storm
Damn,
giant.
that's cool.
Named Elrock. Yeah.
How does he manage his hair with like the static electricity? Does he always look like a Pomeranian?
Yeah. Damn it. That's why he lives on the sea.
Oh, so
dunks
good.
himself every time.
Nice. Wet and stuff. Yeah,
Yep.
makes sense.
Yep, exactly right. I haven't got to reveal that, but it's like one of the descriptions I'm so excited for, the transformation. I haven't done it before for any of the players or on stream, but it would be cool.
That's very cool.
I have my questions are boring. I guess.
No,
I
there's
don't really
no
have a setting question.
Just a thing.
Yeah, anything about your setting, or your lore, or history, or...
I have nothing other than I have a polyp. I'm known for having a shit ton of minis. I'm not allowed to cuss. Sorry, I have a poop ton of minis.
You're allowed to cuss, mate. This is a mature stream. This is my stream, not Dread's.
You're even allowed to swear on mine. I just don't swear apart from the one time that I've done it on for Rob's birthday.
A poop ton of. How many minis to the closest 100 do you think I owe?
Ooh.
Okay.
This is like guess the jelly bean count. I like this.
You can see
how many
behind me
jelly
there's a
beans?
pile.
Okay.
All All right.
Do you know exactly how many you have?
Yes,
Like an exact
yes,
number?
yes.
Okay,
AJ?
if you know the exact number, let's go to the closest to the exact number. We don't need to go to the closest.
Closest to the number.
Wait, but do the Price is Right rules? Anybody who goes over automatically loses.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
All right.
I'm gonna say 350.
How many?
350.
It's a good
Okay,
number.
350. That's a good number. That's a very good number.
AJ?
436.
400.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. 436. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna say 368.
Okay.
$1 Rackham.
Nice. I like that. $1. Come on down.
I'll say like for realsies, 200.
Okay.
Nice low ball.
272.
270. Oh, that's so specific. All right.
Dread?
Did Rob answer?
Not yet.
Rob has not answered yet.
You
I want
you
yours.
answer, Rob.
I want yours,
No,
mate.
I want yours.
I want
No,
yours.
no.
I want yours.
Whichever one of them is gonna pick, you're gonna choose one higher. Come on, we know what you're both gonna do.
I'm definitely going to pick one higher because it's going to be in the thousands, and you've all gone low hundreds.
Okay,
I'm gonna
okay,
say.
okay.
I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say. Dread's gonna go over me. I'm going to say what's a nice number
it's
that
your
begins with
birthday.
2.
If you- when you go
2,222.
first.
Say 33.
I'm gonna say 2,222.
Okay.
I'll go 2,233. Did I get it
I
right?
freaking called it!
So you guys both went over. I have.
Oh, okay.
I have 1,552.
Ah,
people last
1,500.
Oh.
Wow.
Does that mean I win by default? 'Cause
Yes,
I was the
yes,
next
you
highest
were the
number?
closest.
Yeah, AJ wins that.
400
We had someone in chat that won as well, which was
1,500, Petiola.
1,500.
So you can
on
look
the
behind you
dot.
just to give you an idea. I have
Petiola.
an IKEA shelf here,
Yeah.
and every one of these is just minis.
Yep.
Hells yeah.
So-
Actually,
That's very cool.
is that a custom
Can I-
unit? Is that a
No,
custom unit?
that's just a hymnus. I don't know how the.
Is it from
pronounce
is
this
it from
stuff,
IKEA?
IKEA
Yeah, it's an IKEA. It's a pack.
Okay, that's happening. I want one of
Yeah, I
those.
want one of
Yeah, and I've got all my.
Yeah.
Can I ask a random question? What's the most obscure miniature you own? Like this is like a monster you have a mini for, but like bugger if you know how you're gonna use it. You know what I mean? Like I've got a couple of those.
Yeah, I have some.
I love how Australian you went. Bugger if you use
This
it.
thing.
What?
There's
This
I mean,
thing.
there's a Pathfinder mini
Is that
that I
the
love a lot, but I have really no use for it. I could show
Wait
you.
for it to
It's Discar- You know who
focus,
Discard
Dread?
is?
You have
Right.
lots
Is
of
that
uses
the crystal?
for Pathfinder
Yeah,
minis.
that's the
All you
crystal.
need to do is play
That
Pathfinder.
thing. What am I gonna use that
What is that?
for?
Let me
It's,
show you. It's
um,
Discard. I love this.
that's one of the three-
Winter's Womb.
Yeah, it's
The
one.
Winter's Womb.
It's one of the three
Alright,
forms
lovelies.
that
I'm gonna
Oriole
go to
takes
bed.
What
in
about my
Random
womb?
Frostbite.
Lots of love.
Bye, Lanta.
Mwah.
Thank you for popping in.
Oh yeah.
I love
Damn, that was cool,
it.
Rackham.
Lots of love.
You know what?
Oh, that's rad.
That also sucks because that particular demon lord is no more. So
Who left? Who did I miss?
Lanta went to
I'll
bed.
show. I'll show you the most specific and useless thing that I've. Well,
Tiamat.
actually, I've got two. So hold on.
Let me turn off my
Tiamat.
virtual.
That's awesome. What are
And
we
if you don't-
seeing
if
there,
you guys
Rackham?
don't know,
What is
I'm
that
gonna-
guy?
I'm gonna take a quick moment just
These
to say
drugs.
that people are gonna be able to fight this if we reach 1 million channel points on a community challenge on my channel. So if you want to see this used, let's get to that million. I think we're on like 14%.
So that's a demon lord in Pathfinder called Discari. I've used him as a general in D&D like once, but he's so like how often can I get to use it? He's enormous. If I put an aboleth next to it, for example, you can get the sense of scale.
Oh,
Like, he's really
boy.
big.
Do you? Can I?
Talking about Pathfinder.
As a mini enthusiast, can I ask if you have a Colossus Red?
I have a red, but I don't have the old Colossus red.
The
No,
old
I don't.
Colossus?
It's
Okay,
like
cool.
$2,000 now. I can't.
Yeah, it's
I've got the
dumb.
old
I got it
You
in
got a-
when it was like really low.
Brain in a jar.
Yeah.
Nice. I have a bunch of intellect devourers that are kind of cool too. Anyway.
What is
It's
yours?
very obscure.
What was yours there, Space Shark? It looked like a pirate.
Oh, that was a transform. I have base arena and transformed arena.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
yeah.
that's cool.
Coming up.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
I think I
After a
have
magical
all my minis
schoolgirl.
in the studio. I don't have any here right now.
Yeah, I got some, but they're all mostly all in boxes.
So all of these minis are great, but because we haven't played D&D in person in so long, they're kind of collecting dust. Like
Yeah.
It's slowly coming back to order, right? Like people have been playing D&D at least sometimes in person. From
I mean,
what
here in
understand.
Canada, like at least in Ontario where
Yeah.
I'm at, COVID's just completely out of control. So
Yeah, okay,
and
no.
because I have immunocompromised people in my home. we
Yeah,
just kinda
definitely.
don't
Well,
do
I'll
it.
say what though, I'm really enjoying because like it's now a part of my actual way of running games. I'm used to running more on digital than I am in person these days.
Mm.
And there are a lot of benefits for playing digital versus like in person.
But there's, I mean, I'm sure there are other
There's
people who want to
something
ask
magical
questions,
about
but there's
being
something
person.
about, I've asked this question
Yeah.
of Rob before, like, would you be willing to run in I think his answer was very definitive. But for me, like, in person is I love playing online. Like, obviously I do it all the time, but in person, just reading people's body language, having side conversations, people high-fiving each other when they get the nat 20 or just burying their hand in the, I get the nat 1, you go, you suck it, and you just kind of flex on them.
And then somebody like getting super excited and knocking something over on the table because they're like,
just,
"Oh, actually, you've got inspiration. You can re-roll it." And
I mean, not to get
stuff goes flying.
About the whole affair, but like breaking bread at the table together and eating, like having. There's something really welcoming them to your home, whatever. There's something really just. It harkens back to the old days, right? Like you just can't really replace it.
I think
all
that's what
the way.
like D&D replaces, or not replaces, but has that same essence as like religion practices. So like you meet once a week, you gather with your community, you like share food.
It's a sense of belonging, really.
That's probably where all the Satan worshipping rumors came from.
Though, that it's able to adapt, right? Like we all love it so much that we made it adapt in a time where it was harder to adapt and make our games happen, right? I'll say that like our VTT options and our digital options were like less important until we needed them. So it's great that we've found ways to make this game still happen.
I mean, Foundry exploded, right? In the past 2 years, right? For example.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But, like, I think D&D is one of the most accessible board games to play with your friends right now.
Yep. That's one of the things that's why I love board games in general. Like tabletop in general is just like coming together, let's play something and connect instead of just like watching Netflix or playing a video game. It's like
It's a lot more personal to interact with people than it is to passively watch something.
I mean, and board games kind of share that element too, right? To some extent. Sorry, go ahead, AJ.
I was just gonna say, I realized the other day with a bunch of home games that I've recently been playing with, I was like, oh, this is really good social time. But because we're interacting so much more as our characters, because we're playing a D&D game, we're actually not interacting as ourselves, which defeats the purpose of like socializing, which has been a very weird realization for me of being like, I don't actually know what's going on in your life, but I know everything about your character's life.
So good.
Can I say
took,
that
like
this
a nice
has been
half
so
hour
much
before
fun,
the actual
Rob?
game started, just to kind of catch up, and then we started playing.
Yeah.
I think
I
most
started
tables do that,
implementing that.
Yeah, definitely.
So I mean, D&D is technically therapy, and so it's the way you get to know your friends differently.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, how messed up are you?
So for me, I think obviously because we come from a slightly different space, being performers who specialize in TTRPGs, in some way, shape, or form, whether we're content creators or publishers or the like. When you start to do stuff that marries your I guess the self-care material that you use with work, it becomes such a fine balance between stuff. And for me, online, because of the nature of what we do, always kind of in part feels like work. As soon as we hit that record button, you got to be mindful about what you say, how you look, what you present, especially if you're not on your your own channel and stuff like that. Except when we're here, because fuck Rob. But anyway, but when you're in person, it's freeing because not because
Nobody's looking over your
outrageous
shoulder.
things, but you don't. Yeah, exactly. You don't have Big Brother watching. You don't. Nothing that you say or do is like cemented in any kind of way like it is nowadays. And I think that's a very new perspective on what is available with RPGs, because not just with us, but like there are lots of people who have very candid streams and stuff like that, who have their friends around, they just run the cameras and stuff. There's always that level of pressure that's there, and playing in person just kind of removes it. You are there in person. If you interact and react to these guys, it's just them that's kind of focused on you. And I love that nature of it. And right now I've only ever done one game online, which I haven't, well, 2 games now, that has been online that I haven't broadcast. And that is one game with Rob, and we do broadcast it privately, but we do have another game with me and Dred and Rob. And those ones I feel are just an entirely different vibe, like night and day. So I don't know if I necessarily think that if I was sitting around a table, I would have an entirely different experience than if I was at a online space. but I definitely know that whether or not I've hit record or whether or not I hit broadcast makes a massive difference.
But it should still, right? Like I think you should be cognizant of the fact that the second you hit record, you're responsible for what goes out there, right?
Yep.
So I would be very cautious, and I've seen these streams, I think we all have, where they hit record and it's just this is a difference between putting on a show that you're trying to do live or something that you do with friends, right? Like this is our friend game we're doing versus what AJ's trying to do, right? Or she's doing, where you hire or you go through a casting process to get people who are on board with one, your vision, and two, respect the space, and three, realize, this is going out to the public, and whatever you say, you're accountable to, and you're responsible for, and the stuff that you put out there should be, you're representative of the best things that you want. But it should come. I think it should come with the pressures of that, but it's definitely a different dynamic. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
For me,
like,
the aspect of for the reason that my upcoming project is like casted and more of a production is because I'm a storyteller by trade, like business wise. So I write scripts for people and I make films and I work in theater. So for me, this is like my fun opportunity to take everything I do with live theater and combine it with my love of D&D and my passion for storytelling and world building. So it's way more of a show than I think I've ever done in the past, and I'm very excited for it.
All right,
and I actually, as
guys,
someone who's also done.
I love you all, but I'm gonna do what Rob's done many times on my stream.
Straight up bounce.
Nice. Yeah, I as someone who also endorses the audition process. The weird thing is that we tend to collab with people who we've seen, we've witnessed, we kind of get a vibe for people and stuff like that. But I think if we only do that, we exclude ourselves from working with people who we haven't haven't worked with. Like Felix, for example, is actually a tremendous example for me because I knew Dingo's channel.
Oh, watch out! There's a Jurassic behind you.
You've been working on that.
And a gold button.
And a gold button. And I hadn't met Felix before we had our very first conversation regarding the Fool's Gold promotion and stuff like that. Then I got in a call with Felix and Dingo and had a chat with them. And in my own way, it was kind of like, not necessarily Felix auditioning for me, but like it was that same vibe of like, will the representation between the collab work? Will it be something that and we hit it off really, really well. I feel like our meeting went on for a while.
It did.
I felt really bad.
The moment anytime I finally get anywhere close to Australia, we're all playing in person.
Yeah, man.
Record it because that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, no. Look, actually, seeing as we're slowly dwindling down our numbers here, I'm gonna let you guys in on a secret. I recently
It's just something you didn't want Josh to hear.
Yeah, specifically Josh.
Waited till Dredd left.
Yeah. Mostly because Dredd gets excited about stuff, and then I get committed to things. So. A lot of my friends recently did D&D in a castle in the UK, and it has come to my attention that there is D&D in a castle in Melbourne that does stuff. And I love the idea that that was brought up about the whole like heaven and hell, kind of vibe.
Do it.
And I actually already had a plan or an idea of D&D in a castle where we have a group of players going literally through the castle, and multiple rooms have multiple DMs with an encounter waiting for them as they come into these rooms, and they actually have to explore and find stuff.
So I'm not. It's a great idea. I've done something similar. I hate I statements. Something has been done like this, kind of, where it was an escape room meets D&D, and they had to play sort of some riddles through the game, and then it would unlock different things physically in the room. It took a long time to set up, but it was for a friend's birthday. And we only did 3 rooms because I'm not made of money and time, and it was a ton of fun. Like it was it didn't, some things just didn't work, but it was, I guess, more escape room than D&D. But it was at the end of the day, they really loved it, and I think you're right. They would make for great streaming content. That would be amazing to watch.
I wasn't even thinking of streaming content. I just meant like having people like
an event.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, if they don't know who the GMs are, it would also be amazing because you open the door and then you find out who your GM is.
Cool.
That's it. It'd be an extra lever. And it'd be less about pitting these guys against like say something like a puzzle room, and more these characters are like, cool, you managed to get through here. This is the map to the next area of the dungeon, and then you actually have to follow and walk through it, and then this is the next area, and it might be a flooded chamber, or
Why not do
a dragon there.
It's easily done on Twitch, right? Like, why not do something that starts on your channel, goes to Rob's channel, ends at AJ's channel, right? There are your three different rooms, and everybody has a great background. Off you go, and you physically move the team through the different Twitch channels. That could, from raid to raid, that could be fun.
That's a great idea.
You ever thought about doing anything like that, Doug?
Oh man, it's a great idea. I think we might. I think that might be something.
Do you reckon me and you we should steal that? Do you reckon?
Yeah,
do you reckon we should? Do you reckon that's a thing that we should maybe put in the pipeline? We should probably talk about it, though, right?
Yeah, I think let's add it to the pipe. I'm just gonna add that to the script here.
You can't do it too soon, though, right? Like, it's not like.
No, I reckon
we definitely wouldn't be doing it on May
I reckon we should probably do it in like mid-May or something. I reckon we should do it for something like.
No, we shouldn't be doing.
It should be for like a special occasion, like I don't know, like a charity or something. It should be done for like.
Something where we can get a lot of attention for.
Like, what's some good causes? Like like Jasper's Game Days one.
Yeah,
we could maybe do like a 12-hour thing where it's like 4 hours on Dread's channel and then 4 hours on my channel and 4 hours on your channel, and it's essentially the same campaign throughout all 12.
Yeah,
that'd be a good idea. Now that we've fleshed this out.
I would definitely be a player in that. I would definitely.
You reckon you want to play?
Yeah.
Well, you haven't been invited, so fuck off. Why are you inviting yourself to my games? This is between me and.
It's a one-on-one. It's only
by the way, in case people think that we're in case people think we're billing for it, understand that Australians and New Zealanders have the same kind of really sarcastic sense of humor, and we love each other and our friends dearly.
Yes.
This is just how we express it.
Yes.
We're just
So yes, that will be happening May 14th for Jasper's Game Day.
Yeah.
We're basically sorry, didn't mean to leak it ahead of time.
No, man, it was a very good idea. It was a very good idea, and so good that we actually thought of it as well.
Now we
thought
now
that's
we've
a great
promoted
idea.
it to 194 people.
Well, there you go.
Is that how many people are online at the moment? Is that how many people watching?
Yeah.
Damn! Thanks everybody.
All right, so let's give some straight details for folks. So on Thursday this week, me, Rob, and Dread, we sat down because we had been talking with the people from Jasper's Game Day, and we found out that all three of us have been asked to DM a separate campaign during the event that was there for Jasper's Game Week in the mid-May.
Can you explain, sorry, for those who may not know what
Jasper's Game Day is?
Well, Jasper's Game Day, for you folks at home, is an amazing charity for suicide prevention. A lot of gamers and a lot of content creators come together in order to raise awareness to people who are at risk or just in need of people to talk to. And the charity supports outreach and a lot of people getting the support that they may require. It's something that's been going on for a few years now. It was put in place by just some amazing content creators, and over the years it's just grown bigger and bigger and bigger until at the point where now Meeples and Dragons, a group of Aussies, have signed up onto the bandwagon as well and has started creating an Aussie contingent of the Jasper's Game Day series. Last year, I believe, AJ, you were with Ardent running stuff for them.
Jasper's Game Week. No, I did my first ever charity stream where I DM'd for the first time elsewhere.
Oh, I thought it was Jasper's. Yeah, okay, yeah.
It was with Jasper's, but I wasn't with Ardent. I was I brought in players for it.
Yeah, right. Okay, but yes. So AJ's done work for the Jasper's Game Week as well. So this year, because we found out that all of us were running our own games for the week, we decided that we wanted to do something because we're lunatics, and a game a day is not bad enough for us. So
not enough.
We decided that what we're going to do is we are going to do a single sliders styled game where
Start in hell, make way to heaven. That'd be cool.
Yeah, well, where the party basically starts on Dread's channel with a special guest. The special guest will sign off, and then after that game, it'll then raid into Rob's channel, where the sliders then go from Dread's world into Rob's world. Then Rob will be running the campaign there, and then we'll have a new special guest join us. And then once again, they will slide from Rob's world into my world, where we will be doing the finale, and we'll have a different special guest there as well.
Special guest.
Yeah,
special guests, very exciting to play with them.
Yes, we've confirmed 2 out of the 3 special guests. We're still working on some of the finer details, and Rob, Dredd, and I have been working hard on the plot and the story, none of which we are ready to reveal just yet.
Secrets.
But it is super.
But it is a single story that goes essentially 12 hours over 3 different. So each of us has a 4-hour game to be. Dredd is essentially doing the first act of a thing, the beginning. I'm doing the middle, you're doing the end. But within our sessions, we obviously have to have begin, middle, end as well. So it's an interesting challenge to be continuing other people's stories into ours and then on to the next part.
And obviously, we need to also take into account what's happening as it's happening as well. So, for example, Rob's going to not have whatever Dredd's prepared on hand, and as Dredd unfolds that story, Rob's got to then pick that up and run with that energy.
I'm going, okay, got to quickly change everything I've got prepared as they head into mine, and we're in. Okay, now I'm preparing.
Yeah. It's going to be good. So they've set fire to 3 of the party members, everyone's on 2 hit points, and Dragon War.
And I was launching them straight into a Beholder fight, isn't
it? Yeah, or something, you know.
But yeah, it's going to be good. Cool. It's going to be fun.
Yeah,
it's for a good cause. It's for Jasper's Game Day. I'll promote it a lot more once it gets closer as well.
Yeah. Once we lock in things down, we get some art done. So that'll be May 14th or 13th for the folks in
the wrong side of the world, the wrong places. For you
folk,
you
want to pick up where we had left off with the give a detail of your world thing.
Yeah.
Detail of the world. I will. I'll go next. I'll tell you what. I'll give you the name of one of my gods, and with no context, you tell me what domain they're a god of.
Nice.
The name is. Oh, I've got to pick one that Dag doesn't know because Dag's actually playing one of my home games. I don't think I've referred to this god with your campaign. If I have, then you have to go last. The name is Walkakra Conti. What is Walkakra Conti the god of?
Easy. I know exactly what that is.
It's hyphenated. If that helps.
Yeah, no, of course they have. I knew that.
Of course,
obviously.
Yeah.
I could spell it with my eyes closed, but I won't. I choose not to. That's the god of dry socks. Basically, when you step with dry socks into a puddle, he can make them dry again, which makes him worthy of praise. This is a ridiculously powerful god.
Yeah.
It's one of the greater gods.
Hell of a domain.
Any other guesses?
I'm gonna go vanilla. I'm gonna say it's war domain.
God of War.
Yeah.
God of War.
I'm gonna go phonetically and say that's the god of like time or continuity.
God of time.
Ooh.
Continuity.
That's pretty
nice.
Cool.
I like
I don't know. I want to say something out there that I don't think like Dag would have interacted with. So I want to say like god of fertility.
Fertility. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Thanks. Just
assuming.
Yeah, Dag wouldn't go anywhere near anything sexy. I was like,
not what I said. It wasn't the god of sex. I said
that's
fertility.
what I heard. Dag, that's what I heard too, dude. That's not cool. Not cool.
Goblin.
Dag.
I think it is the halfling god of stupid shit.
The kinder god, basically. Nice.
Okay, it is none of those. I'm trying to think who is closest. Not the god of fertility, wrong domain entirely. God of fertility is Ferundry, I think. I think there's elements of Rackham's that's kind of actually close.
Yeah.
He is one of 2 gods that are in the Tempest domain, and he is Valkakra Conti specifically is the god of volcanoes, earthquakes, landslides, and natural disasters of the ground.
He dries stuff.
His brother Moonson is Moonson is the god of the weather and weather related disasters. So the weather related disasters of the socks. You're actually probably closest.
Yeah. There you go.
Very good. Who's next? Give us a question from your lore.
I'll do one. I don't necessarily have an established world, but through any game that I play with a character creator, I create Arena and justify her for being in that world as she was flung through the multiverse by wild magic.
Nice.
And during her adventures in the multiverse, Arena has only had a single modern-day type of job. Oh. What was Arena's job?
Oh, that's a good question. What would Arena take?
I feel like Felix should know this answer.
I feel like I shouldn't answer it.
What would Arena's...
For games that I've made her in the character creator. She has only had one job.
Okay, I'm just and don't judge me when I say this, but I'm gonna say a waitress at a maid cafe.
Okay.
Damn, you and I have very similar ideas, Dick. I was gonna say a barista, but now I'm gonna rethink it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very specific on that. It's like, yeah, I think waitress at a maid cafe.
I'm gonna double down on journalist, like reporter.
Okay.
You know, if you're traveling in the multiverse, that sounds like a good job to have.
This is a good question. I don't know why it doesn't sort of suit per se, but I felt like lawyer came to mind. I'm gonna go with an what do they call them? An advocate, or like not somebody who's lawyer based, a barrister, barista. I always forget which one's which. Barista or a barrister, whichever one the lawyer one is.
I think barista is coffee and barrister is the other one.
There you go then.
Accurate.
I'm gonna go
barrister, you have to pass the bar. Barrister.
I'm gonna go with an IT kind of like network administrator kind of thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to stick to the usual of either fashion designer or model.
Doesn't make
So
the most
while
sense.
Arena was traveling the multiverse, she had many positions that weren't jobs. She was a vampire, she was a warrior of light, but when she was in the world of Astral Chain, she was a future cop.
Future cop! Hey, law enforcement. Lawyer.
And
enforcement.
Because of the nature of Astral Chain, all things in that world are being converted into information, and she goes into the world of information. Therefore, Rackham's right with IT.
Oh, no!
Boom! Dude, I'm so good at this
thought it was-
game!
Yeah.
Oh my god, I don't even, sorry, I never win anything.
Where are my points? Where are my gold pieces for a game with Rob?
Like, I want to record
Hey,
this
Dice
to my wife
Legends
later,
is
like,
here.
holy shit, I won stuff, sorry.
Dice Legends is raiding. Thank you very much, Dice Legends. They're a New Zealand, D&D content creators as well. They're making some fantastic sort of chill content. Thanks for the raid. We're just chilling for my birthday. If you guys stick around, we're just been chatting for God knows how long now. How long we've been streaming? 4.5 hours or so.
Have you gone yet with your
hanging out
detail?
about stuff.
I have not gone yet, but I guess everything is made up. So
If you need more time, I can go.
Okay.
I have one. I don't know how much, because some of these people watch my stuff, but I don't know how much people have retained.
I think
I
that's part
watch
of
your
the point.
stuff when I have chance. I lurk while I'm working. You're a great podcast, yeah.
Okay.
He's
so,
saying you've got a face for radio.
No.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. That's what I heard. In my world, so far, because things could change, we're still building it. But so far, what is the creature that is replacing dragons?
Oh.
Hydras feel like the go-to, but I think that's too
We
obvious.
don't have dragons in the world.
But there's something that fills their role.
Yes.
There's something that fills the role. I would say. Well, can we get a definition of what you've considered that role to be?
It's got to be apex predator type role, right?
Is it an apex predator role?
It is the biggest, deadliest
the big
creature in the
bads.
world.
Okay.
The ones that everybody's afraid of.
Yeah.
Is it humans? Bum bum bum. Sorry.
Oh, dangerous game.
Okay.
I'm going to lock in some kind of
Keeping in mind, wait before anyone says anything, and I mentioned this earlier. I none of the things from my world is D&D, so it's all homebrewed.
Yeah,
so be creative.
I'm going to lock in something akin to a purple worm, but you've created lots of different types, lots of different sizes and things. So like, is it from Dune? Dune has the sandworms, and there's some other Tremors. Tremors has the sandworms. Something like, because it's the terror of like you never know where they're coming because they're coming from beneath.
Cool.
I'm going to go with a gorilla with 2 heads, crab claws, and a scorpion tail.
A little bit of everything.
I'm scared.
Really my style. Love it.
There you go. Yes.
I feel like it has to be a flying creature. I want to say like a sky whale or something like that.
Sky whale.
With any sort of attack? Does it just like tuck its wings in and drop its whale body onto you?
It just lands on you. It's going, and then just kind of goes away.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's like, oh, not again.
Not again.
I'm gonna go with like some form of giant, probably some form of giant insects or bugs, but they're like elementally infused.
Ooh, elemental infused bugs. Sound creepy.
I'll go with something from the deep. I'm thinking like just a really crazy kind of megalodon kind of deal.
Ooh.
Massive prehistoric shark looking thing.
Wow.
AJ is like writing this stuff down. Like this is easy.
Yeah. Well, actually, Felix nailed it. It's a sleet wing. It is a giant moth-like dragon that has ice breath.
Nice.
Hey,
awesome.
Wow, there you go.
Nice.
100%.
Also, that's really awesome.
That's a very
really cool creature.
Very moth.
Yeah, I love the sleet wings because they are little like cute moths as babies, but once they cocoon, they like lose all humanity and turn into these horrible things. And the whole city that harvests the babies use it to take the silk from the cocoons and turn it into silk glass. So they actually like breed these creatures, but then kill them before they become the scary monster version.
That's dangerous business.
Yeah, it's a dangerous business to be in. With I imagine lots of plot hooks of like one getting out from the breeders' facility and stuff. Yeah,
Yep.
It's cool stuff. Cool. It's a good game.
Felix, you're up.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to pick a piece, but I think I'll just pick a piece of something that I know not a single person except me knows about yet because it hasn't been published ever.
Uh-oh. Preview.
So, and don't name me to it because it's work in progress. What?
I just live tweeted. It's too late.
You know I'm streaming.
In a country neighboring the bellowing wilds of my campaign, any country, doesn't have to be Calandria, what is the source of hyper magic that is feeding that country and causing spells to go crazy, or causing them to be overpowered, and also creating an entirely new magic?
The corpse of a god, a desiccated corpse of a god that's like sort of like inside of the astral sea. It's in that country.
That's cool.
Telekinetic eggs under the surface.
Something not of the world. Something like that came from space.
Damn it. Stealing all of mine. I was going to say that as well.
I'm going to go really simple. I think it is like just a mundane object, like something you would see every single day.
Motherfucker.
But is infused with like curse energy.
I swear that my thought process just followed those 4 steps exactly. I went, oh, magic, it's going to be something amazing like a god that's like trapped on Earth or dead or something. And you said desiccated god. I was like, oh, that is desiccated god. And then I went, okay, it's going to be some sort of like creature, like an alien creature that's left behind some sort of otherworldly magic, and so it's infusing into this world's magic. Oh, like eggs. Fuck. Okay, it's going to be, oh, and then my next thought, and I was like on the tip of my tongue about to say it, I said like it's going to be like a meteorite that's crashed down from space and has formed this entire country, and it's like, and you're like, oh, something from space. God damn. Okay, I'm going to go real small. It's going to be like a single locket. And then you're like, something mundane. So now I've got, it's going to be...
It's a book.
It's just Voldemort.
It's a D&D book. It's a D&D manual that says Dungeon Master on it.
What is it that's affecting things? It's not going to be a single person or mortal.
It's a silver play button from YouTube.
It's a gold play button, but it won't be too long till Dingo Doodles has gotten gold, right?
My fingers crossed. Yeah,
$750,000
almost.
Yeah, isn't it like 250k?
Nice, getting close. Anybody watching hasn't subscribed to Dingo Doodles on YouTube, go and do it. Get them closer to that.
I'm almost caught up to you, Dingo Doodle. I have 100 subscribers on YouTube, so watch out.
We're getting close.
I'm doing it right now. Dingo Doodle.
Yeah, Dingo Doodles
Spent many hours binging it.
Yeah, it's fantastic
Yeah,
story.
don't Google
It's a
that.
fantastic story, very well animated.
Officially subscribed. Officially subscribed.
Hey.
Yeah, you
Now
don't-
we're
you
at
definitely don't
750,000.
wanna
You
Google
just tipped it up.
Yeah.
7.9. I'm just stalling for time. What is another option?
Are you literally looking around your room to see
Yep,
if there's anything?
I'm looking for inspiration.
This mouse right here.
What
Just hit it.
is? It's going to be okay. It's going to be a mineral of some
Helix.
kind, like no, because you've just done the whole thing about the gemstones in this, the heart stone, the soul stones and stuff. So it's not going to be that. It's going to be. Oh, it's going to be influence from another plane of existence. So like the Shadowfell and Feywild sort of things. I don't know if you use those in your games, but I'm going to say that they have started to both blend through in the same place, and two or more
plane.
That sounds
yeah,
fun.
2 or more planes of existence are both blending into the same place, which is ruin and magic in the area. That's how I'll go with it.
Conflux.
So you locking that in? I can
Locked in.
reveal it? Okay. So cool thing is that it actually does happen in that country, but that's not the cause of this. Actually, Rakan and Carson both kind of got it right, because it is a mummified, mutated aboleth tears.
Mummified, mutated aboleth tears, as in crying tears.
It continuously cries through eternity, and its tears infuse the land with an insane kind of magic.
Oh man.
Was that did you put a table of random words together and you rolled on it? Mummified.
I
I
needed
got mummified.
something that was recognizable, but weird enough. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, aboleth, let's make it a bit weirder. There we go.
Nice.
Felix was
That's
playing
a cool
Majora's Mask and got to that one part where the tear falls from the moon.
Yeah.
I was listening to Majora's Mask soundtrack at the time, so you're not too far off.
Wow.
There we go. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, man. Aboleths is something I've wanted to use since day one, and I've never actually encountered them in any of my games yet. I've got them going on in the background because they're like literally the first thing in the monster manual. I was reading them, and I was reading it just cover to cover. So it's the first thing you read. You go, "Wow, this is a lot of stuff. This is a big bad evil monster," and they've got such a lot of lore.
The lore is amazing. The stat block is awful.
Garbage. Yeah, it doesn't match.
Be very mind. I mean, why am I telling you that for? But when oftentimes when the viewers come, hey, tell me about the aboleth, and it's one of the few creatures that's a CR10, but it gets mollywopped like really easy. But you have to it's all the lore and the build up to it, like it's controlling
everything leading up to the thing. You don't just throw them at it and fight it.
Yeah, because it gets just.
It's not a random encounter monster. It's like it's an arc monster. Yeah.
Yeah, and the disease that it gives is really cool and stuff. Like you play it up of creatures who can't leave the water, and it's
like have the aboleth do a hit and run essentially. Hit them with the disease that turns them translucent and unable to breathe outside of water. And
I
then
can't remember the monsters that they make. Is it skulks? They are?
Chul.
Skull. That's it.
Cool. Chuul.
You have trolls, but you have this literal creature that's white and like is super diseased, and I think it's called Skull. I think Felix has it right. They're are their servants. They're horrible. They're from.
All right. I don't think I know those ones.
I can't remember what book they came in. Maybe Mordecai.
Have they got? Are they the ones with the tray mouths? The sea creatures?
No, they're
with
just
the
like
tri-mouths?
white, gloopy looking dudes. They're like big ass mains kind of thing. If you want to think about it, I'll find it and I'll
Yeah, let me know. It doesn't ring any bells.
Yeah. See, I think a lot of those mastermind creatures are really really cool. Like illithids are easily one of my top 3 favorite things. But like planning an encounter is such a multi-tiered escapade, like unlike a lich where you just kind of walk up to one and just get freaking wiped by it. You walk up to an illithid and it's like, all right, don't go near its face. Pretty simple.
Illithids are another one that when I first started out I was like, man, I'm never going to throw them against illithids unless I want a TPK. They're super powerful, and then now they're all at the levels of like 7, 8, 9 when you can easily withstand the illithid's mind blast, and that's all it's got that's worth anything, because it can't eat your brain until it takes you to 0 or whatever, and by that point you've all ganged up on it and chopped you over, chopped up the illithid. No worries, Dice Legends, thanks for popping by. It's I do love using.
These aren't Scald.
These are Scum.
Scum.
And these are they're horrified. They're beautiful in the sense. What a weirdo! Look at this mini. It's so horrible. Look, it's beautiful.
What's this from?
But they're amazing.
It's from Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That's probably I don't know that of that one.
Yeah, they're great, and they're literally the servants that just kind of get turned into the servants of the
vassal, permanently charmed by its aboleth master. psychic condition.
You know what we should do?
Water
I mean,
dependency.
again, just to throw out ideas while Dread can't hype me up to the point where I commit to something. Is we should do like a monster, like each of us write a campaign or write a little thing based on a monster that's pulled like once every
I'll just write a campaign for it. No worries, mate. I've got
like a small campaign, like a 3-episode kind of like the 3-episode one shot,
Yeah.
Where we just take like a monster that like something that you don't see in most things.
Doesn't get used.
Yeah, like the flump.
I thought you were gonna say we
session.
each create a monster and have a monster battle.
Have
you
like
have to submit the stats and
Yes.
like stuff that your monster does ahead of time, so you can't like ad lib.
Yeah,
we
you
do
can't.
have the Tarask showdown planned between Rob and I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about that when you came on from a short rest on my channel ages back. Yeah, because you've got the massive fucking amazing epic Tarask.
Well,
my 3D printer should be arriving at some point soon, hopefully, and then one of the first things I intend to print with it, once I've worked out how to use it, is the amazing huge Tarask from you.
I backed it on Kickstarter. I can't wait to get it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
because
I wanted the I looked at WizKids anyway, who put out the $9,000 Tarask, right? Do you guys remember this? And it was like, I'm not paying $400 for him, and he get the hell out of my face. But then Fool's Gold, and I know the Hit Point Press guys. One of them is a friend of mine, and he was like, "Yo, we have a Kickstarter." Like, oh my God, there's a Tarask. Take my money.
Yeah.
And
And
there's a funny story. The funny story with that is WizKids released their Tarask suspiciously just shortly after we did and started getting traction. And it's like we totally pushed their schedule ahead of time. That couldn't have been a coincidence.
Oh gosh,
but
people
the
need
price point for their minis is just astronomically ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So $400 for that for Tiamat, for the new Astral Dreadnought, and obviously I love minis. And after 1,500 minis, it's about time for me to stop, which is ridiculous because it's so expensive now. Anyway, sorry, keep going.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. When you guys decide to put on your big boy pants and try out the Pathfinder Tarask, I'll be down on that, Mister. I don't have regeneration on our Tarasks.
The 5e Tarask, I think, is soloable by an Aarakocra, right?
I intend. I've talked about this a lot, but I'll talk about it again because it's my channel. I intend to eventually put out a video on my YouTube explaining how you can kill a Tarask at level 1, and it involves being an Aarakocra cleric. Just Sacred Flame because it's got a 0 to its dexterity saving throw, and it's a ranged thing, so you can just hit it. And I had already filmed a great portion of that video, including 2 different level 20 fights, one-shots with friends of mine, where I had them create level 20 characters, had them fight the Tarask as written, and then had them fight my version of the Tarask, souped up with regeneration and all sorts of shit. And then all of the footage from it got corrupted, and I lost a lot of the. I just lost all the drive to continue doing it and working on that particular video. And then by the time it came around again, I was streaming all the time, and all of my time is spent on that. So it's still in the pipeline. I'll eventually make that video, but my focus is more on other things at the moment.
That's heartbreaking. That's like
you know what? Rob, let me know, and I've got a really cool idea for. You remember I did that PvP game ages ago with that charity? It'd be really cool to do a Infernodrome where we have people like try to go up against yours. Like it's like you get level 20 characters, build the best thing you've got, and then we're gonna have Rob be there, and I'll just
Tarask.
I'll just do the like referee like host compare type thing.
The thing I'm proudest of with my Tarask is the adaptive resistance that it has. Like after you've done a certain amount of damage to it, it becomes resistant to that type of damage, so that you're forced to keep adapting the way that you're fighting it.
I love the idea of just combining all of it. So you have like a party of monster hunters, and each episode they either take down Rob's Tarask in 5e, Felix's Tarask, but the 3.5 version, and then Dag's Tarask in Pathfinder.
Yes, that's good. They keep jumping around.
Somebody in chat asked which minion had the longest tail, so let's quickly.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a fire dragon. Which is
fire dragon.
Anyway, so there you go, Cinder. You have one, Rob.
That's my new nightmare, is that because I've created all my own creatures, I have to create all my own miniatures.
Once you get to it, though, it's so nice.
Yeah,
I don't have a lot of time.
You can just be like, yeah, my creature is homebrewed and blah blah blah, and it looks like this, and just use a picture from
just
someone else.
Well, because my upcoming game's in person, so I've got this new problem of.
What I used to do for the longest time, if it helps, I don't know, so wide erase boards or whatever, fine. And then I used to get sculpty. It's like molding clay, and I would just make shapes with them, and then I would use that as tokens because it's like $5 for a big chunk of it, and I would just do the circle,
Actually,
the square.
that's a very clever idea.
And it was so cheap.
Air dried, and air dried clay is actually pretty readily available here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I work 80 to 90 hours a week, so adding clay modeling into that is going to be a nightmare.
There's still way more hours in the week. Yeah, there's still way more hours.
Yeah, so I just don't need to sleep.
Yeah,
don't need to sleep.
Or you players to do
68 hours in a week.
Just be like, hey, here's some clay. Just make some circles, some squares, some triangles, and please. And
Try to have the craft session.
That's
it.
Craft session.
Turn it into a revenue stream, like sculpting with AJ. There you go.
Another stream. Boom.
We use theater of the mind, and I
everything's
just find the
content.
thing on
You know the
Google.
drill.
Yeah, just Google it.
Yeah.
I get a lot of
This
my
looks fucked up.
I get a lot of my inspiration from just the minis that I have. Like I'll go down and I'll be like, it's been a while since we've had a fight. I want to make them fight something, and I'll go, oh, this thing. What is this thing? A bone claw. Okay, I'll make an arc around that, and then I'll make them fight. Yes, that's how it's happened, Michael. He's just finished a tediously long, because with the bone claw, if you kill them, they reform as long as their master is available. They're kind of like a broken lich. Somebody who tried to become a lich and then failed, and so they've tied themselves to something else as a master. Instead of like a phylactery, they've got like a living person that commands them. And so I used the bone claw. I was like, oh yeah, I can use one of these. And they had to kill this fucking bone claw about 5 times before they worked out what was going on and what is regenerating and tracked down where its master was and stuff. So he's just,
that's amazing.
It's one of my home games. But yeah, that's usually how I do it. I look down the thing and I go, oh, I haven't gotten to use this mini yet. What is it? Let me chuck it in.
I got a care package from Hit Point Press this week with all a bunch of the mini previews. They just printed at their own 3D printer and just
show us the Tarrasque. Show us the Tarrasque.
I should have it here. That's the one.
It's outside the window, bruh. It's right over his shoulder.
The window.
Oh yeah, I mean, there.
Yeah,
I mean, it's magical.
Can I ask who sculpted that Tarrasque? Like the actual.
Like made it. Who designed it?
Thomas
O'Malley. Thomas Sanders. The guy from...
the KFC guy. The KFC guy.
The KFC Vine guy.
Yes, Colonel Sanders did it. Was it this one?
But I mean, while he's looking it up, AJ, there is something. The theater of the mind obviously is great, but there's something to be said sometimes when you're playing at the table, and I think Matt gets that effect as well. You know, on Critical Role, of when you plonk the mini in front of them,
and everybody goes,
"Oh my god!" And then you go, "Hell yeah, got him!" Now you all die, roll initiative, you know, and that's that's a lot of fun.
And then getting to tip the thing over when it's dead.
Yeah.
I've done this thing where like I used mini mirrors. If you're crafty at all, you can do it. And the pet laser, and then they had to line up the mirrors on the table to get it to actually line up to hit a door.
Wow.
Yes,
that was so much fun, and we had like a smog machine to actually see the laser, and that was so much fun.
Cool.
I love puzzles and like tactical, like get your hands on it, move it around things at tables, and that's why I'm so passionate about actually being able to live stream a home game. Because I get to finally be able to do that again.
Make stuff again.
I love making little props too.
Yeah, make props. I love that kind of stuff.
For my birthday, my mother-in-law got me a stick of sealing wax and a thing so I can actually make scrolls and stuff for people. I've
got 2 on the way that I've ordered, new like seals. One with my own logo, which I'm super excited about, and then one for the actual game. And
nice. Yeah, the one she got me was one off the shelf, and it's just a capital H with a nice fancy thing around it. But as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, I wonder how much these are to get made. As the Robert Hartley logo with the D20.
Yeah, it's not that much actually.
Yeah, funny you mentioned that. My one of my best mates actually got me a
dildo. What is that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's wax. The wax.
Oh my god, and it's the same color as your shirt. That's amazing.
The name is Thomas Schuh?
Oh, it's got the nice.
Where is it from? What company?
Stampitude.
Okay.
Stampitude.
And that's what the result is.
So it looks like nice.
It's sick.
Yeah, because I when I started out, I had an arc once where one of my guys who was he's over there. He was working for a thieves sort of assassins kind of a shady organization. He was given the task of like an escort mission, take this caravan of this noble down to the next city, and also while you're escorting him, can you see if he's got any dirt that we can use against him in the future and stuff, blackmail wise. And so he's like investigating the caravan any opportunity, and he sees this like this seat below this fake thing beneath his chair, and he opens it up and finds letters from the king that were talking about blackmail back and forth and stuff. And so I'd made scrolls. I'd written out every letter from the king and scrolled them up, and then I didn't know at the time that sealing wax had to be a different type of wax, so I was using candle wax, and it just made a fucking mess, and it got oil all over the paper, and yeah, it went fine because it was just a home game, but yeah. That's when I learned.
Oh my god, I love that we all have
everybody's got sealing wax.
Wax
Yeah,
seals.
I have some too, but I don't know where it
My
is.
initials.
Awesome.
I mean,
Southeast player
there's
got that
also
for me, I
one
think.
that Felix made for us for the Halloween session of the campaign.
Oh, I have that. Hang on, I can grab that.
You still have it?
Do it.
Yeah, give me a second.
Oh man, can I tell the story? He's got his headphones off. So we were going through the flesh dungeon.
Sounds like a euphemism for something.
I think I was there
when
last
you see
week.
the thing.
I often visit the flesh.
Yeah.
Of course.
I've seen you there.
I usually like to have my hood up and mask on when I'm leaving the flesh dungeon, so the paparazzi don't get me.
Yeah.
The sound of whips somewhere in the distance. Sorry, keep going.
Of course. So we go to the flesh dungeon, and
Did you explain to them the context of it?
yeah, so Felix sends us in there, and everything is just shitty and like living and organic, and to open up our way, we need to reach into the wall and grab something.
Trying to turn off my background.
Oh, so is this like an Indiana Jones situation where you have to put your hand in and you feel
Yeah, please
Yeah,
tell me
that's-
it's like a box
that's
you've made.
awesome.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
did you actually make a thing there
It was
to
like a
reach
mouse
into?
in the wall because they were like inside like a weird like gross hive. And unfortunately, like it looks better in low lighting, and it took some damage when I moved. But this is roughly what it looked like.
Oh, nice.
For them to like
That's
reach
cool.
into, and I had the lighting all low, and I had like red light bulbs going.
Yeah.
And this was actually
Wow.
lined with like. I put like a bunch of lubricants
Slime and
around
stuff?
here, so it
Yeah.
was slimy when you,
Oh,
when you reach
man,
in,
that's
and I put
cool.
a thing like Twizzlers inside,
I
like
got a
cool
picture of it,
feelings.
so
And they had to. Oh man, I still got like the fingers in here too, like little Halloween props.
Awesome.
Wow.
Oh,
that's
it was so grossed
amazing.
out. I loved it. I think
That's-
Gothic Slayer screamed.
That's
Oh, yeah.
awesome.
Oh, so
That is
funny.
my goal in life. That
That's
is
so
my
good. I love it.
goal.
each
Well done.
had to put our arms in there, and
'Cause there was
no
3
one wanted to
props
go
in there.
first.
But that's
Nice.
something, you know, like, again, like this, to talk about the table versus virtual. I love virtual, it's great, blah, 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 fine. But like being at the table and
do
handing
shit
out
like that.
physical props
Yeah.
and having a map or, you know, doing these sort
Yeah.
of things, like it's so hard to replicate online. Just, anyway.
It's
And, like,
something
I like
did,
something I
um,
miss.
I did like email my players like letters and stuff like
Mm.
for online campaigns.
Yeah.
My favorite thing that ever happened in a campaign is I had a guest star come and they had been given all these like journals of information that I'd sent them, and then one of my players had done a bunch of research at the library, and so I had sent them a bunch of like information as
Yeah.
well in like letter form, and then they ended up having a conversation that I was just not part
Yeah.
of or had to even interrupt with,
Yeah.
where they were discussing facts back and forth that were
Nice.
accurate, and I was like, I was just sit back. It's
Yes.
fine.
It's awesome.
It was so fun.
It's always really fun for me when that's happening, and I'm also over here doing something else. I'm talking with this
Yep.
person, and
Yeah,
you know,
you're
one-on-one
prepping
scene
and
because
doing
they've gone
stuff.
off to go and do their own research or something, and you blah blah
Yeah.
blah, and then you're kind of like half ear looking across there, and you're like, what are they? Oh, they're talking in character. That's cool. And then you can, after the fact, you can be like, right, well, catch me up. What just happened? And he's like, oh, I've just
Yeah,
pissed.
yeah.
We had an argument about whether or not we should be going to the king or not, and we decided that we would. And I was like, okay, cool.
One of the
Those
sessions I
coins
had,
are so cute.
yeah, we had ended up, they went to the Nine House and they were dealing with the devil, so just brief context. It was a Rakshasa, actually.
Oh,
And
nice.
to represent the luck of the draw, I had filled this coin. I actually bought these coins specifically for this. It's a bunch of metal coins. They're really cool. And I put one different one in there. And they had, by feel, had to go in there without looking to find the soul of their ally that had befallen the
Oh,
Rakshasa
okay.
owned it.
Oh boy.
And so they put their hand in there, they were feeling, and they
Yes.
didn't get it. They did not get it. And they ended up having to, it was a whole quest, they ended up going to the Bastille of Flesh, which reminded me of the story that you just said.
Yeah.
In the layer of Dis. And it was, it was so much fun, but that was, that's in Dispater's Tower, the Iron Tower. It's like the prison of, I want to say Mindari, but that's not right, Mentiri. It's not Phase prison. And so I use this, again, props just coming in huge. It was so much fun.
I love props so much. I another one I've told a bunch of times on my channel, but I'm really proud of. Cool. Oh, look at that! Oh, nice. It's a quick text. Yeah.
That was inside the mouth.
It's like a cipher.
Oh, nice. I haven't got one of those yet.
I used to work in an escape room, and I've played with so many of
nice.
those.
Yeah, I haven't got one yet.
The password was, I think it was nature.
It
was also
Sorry,
like
Rob, you were
really
saying
fitting.
something?
I was saying I once had a player have to bow out at the table for like 6 months. She went away for a bit and was coming back. So I had her character dip off to the Feywild to like train with an archfey or something while they were gone. And then when she came back to the table, her character came back to the rest of them and sort of joined in. But as she arrives through this portal from the Feywild, I have her roll a wisdom save to see if she recalls any of her time there. And while she was away, I'd written out and printed out like 5 sheets of A4 page about like what she's done in her time in the Feywild and all of the training and all the people she'd met and everything. She failed her wisdom save, so I tore her up in front of her and got her to roll and I got her to roll a D10, and she rolled like a 5. So I went 1, 2, 3, and I gave her like this size pieces.
Yeah.
I gave her like 5 of them, and like 5 years later, where's my bag? I've still got them all, and they just stay with me in the front of the game, because in the front of the bag, because every session she goes, do I recall any more about my time in the Feywild? And I get her to roll a D.
Oh, that's great.
Once a day or so in game, I get her to roll a D10, and I give her some more of them, and she's slowly piecing them together a little bit at a time.
I'm stealing that 100%, just so you know.
Such a cool
that's
long-term thing.
So she's got stuff like this, which is like your feet knocking over your chair, and sand flits over your path and blows instinctively want to sneeze and lash out a few inches tall, and you could crush rather than hurt. You gently. She's like, "What does it mean?" I gave her one of them. That was like, and then he bows to you with his long, slender fingers, and she's like, "Who's bowing to me? Why would somebody be bowing to me? What did I do in the Feywild?"
It does sound like Feywild.
That's amazing, because I love playing with memory, and my upcoming campaign is the fact that all 6 of my players wake up without memories.
Oh, nice.
And they've given me complete permission to write their characters, so they genuinely don't know who they're playing.
Yeah.
They don't know anything, and I'm so excited to be able to like hand them things of their memory.
I know a guy who ran a one shot where all of them woke up as like they were newly hatched dragonborn or something, and so they were in the pitch black and they didn't know anything about the world, and they didn't have and they didn't even know what color they were and stuff until they were like, I'm gonna try and use a breath weapon, and then it came out as lightning, and they were like, I guess I'm a blue dragonborn. Yeah.
That's so cool.
One of my favorite things to do as a player is write all of my notes in character. So you can't write what you weren't there for.
Yes.
You have to write in their personality. And because of that, like if a really traumatic event has happened and you write, fuck whatever happened, sorry. But like you, as a player, you don't have that information anymore.
Yes.
So,
yeah. I do a similar thing, I play in a Pirates game on Dag's channel, and most of the things that I take down, I still write it in third person, but I only take down notes on the things that would matter to my character.
On the notes thing, I write down everything, because if I don't know, it's one of those things. Whenever we go, what did we do last week? You know, it's one of the common questions, and I'm like,
it's very useful.
Here's what we did, step by step.
Very useful to have somebody who takes notes at the table.
Yeah, so I
only take notes
that.
depending on the intelligence level of my character.
Right.
Oh, no, I take it for the intelligence level of the Michael. Not having faith in
Well, that would help me, because I have very, very bad memory with my ADHD, so it's like I don't remember anything that I do.
But as far as like in-person and props go, as I'm sure most of you here know, I am very, very big on food. And so I ran a game where I had a group of individuals hunting a golden stag, which had like, that was it. So just kind of like, you know, it's this big festival. This stag runs on water and basically can, if it gets alerted, as it were. It creates like this ball of lightning and then just sort of moves away to a different location. So they had to sneak up on it, erase their scent, yada yada. And it was like a 6-hour game, and about 3 or 4 hours in, they caught it and they wanted to cook it and stuff like that. And they started like saying, what else can we add here? And they started piecing all these things together. Before I wrote the adventure, I actually prepared like a 3-course meal with everything ready to go, and it was already in the oven. And as it was cooking, they started smelling it, and they were just like, "Oh man, I'm so hungry now." And it's like, "Thanks, Dag." And then I actually brought out like these massive lamb shanks, which I had kind of sewn together, and made like this huge, like basically a leg of lamb, and then covered it in a gravy that I made with like this gold pearlescent powder. So it was literally these solid gold, like giant shanks that these guys were then given with like mashed potatoes with bits of actual crocodile that I'd taken because they'd defeated a basilisk. So it was like crocodile mash, which went in with like a shepherd's pie kind of thing.
Wait. Are you saying that you made crocodile meat for them in real life?
Yes.
That's a thing that's just available in Australia?
Yeah.
Oh, you can get it here too. In Canada.
You can?
Can we? Are you sure you get crocodile or gator?
I had crocodile in the States, but I believe I saw crocodile in Canada as well.
Yeah. Crocodile and gator have very different flavor profiles.
Are you in Toronto? Who sells crocodile?
But then I also had like magic mushrooms that the fairies did, which I actually got like really small like.
You gave them magic mushrooms?
Well, I did. So I got
turned into a very different.
And then they went to a different, different flesh dungeon.
After that, the game was just excellent. I don't even remember what happened. I made deviled eggs out of like quail eggs, and then had sun-dried tomatoes. Put them together and put the tomato on top, and then put like Kewpie mayonnaise as little dots, as like these tiny little mushrooms. So I made a little mushroom garden, and then had the
quail eggs just the other day for the
basilisk
first
eggs,
time.
which were the thing, put in the middle of it with these freaking golden things, and bringing out a plate to these guys.
So much work.
It was fucking. They were cheering.
And you
like,
brought it out, and they were
"Oh my
like,
God."
actually, I'm a pescatarian, so I can't have...
You got a heads up from Lord Gazumba that he's coming in 2 minutes with a probably huge raid as always.
Hey, Lord Gazumba!
Invited him, but he's been streaming. He said he'd pop in after he's.
Oh no, he's coming. Oh, I think he's coming on in 2 minutes.
As if I needed any more reason to try to
I
play
think he's actually
D&D in
coming.
person
Yeah, he's
with
not
you guys.
streaming at the moment.
Yeah, he needs a DM in person so that you get the food. Yeah, let's all go to Perth.
Yeah. I also made
on the same thing, but definitely more the chaotic evil part of this. I made 10 potions out of horrible ingredients in my house, where my players had to find the matching antidote to the poison each of them had been given, based on clues that the villain was like speaking in their ear, like telepathic.
Did they have to drink?
So I
drink it, but they had to get it right.
So I legitimately poisoned my players, but I used cyanide with one and rat poison with another, and arsenic with a third.
Chili oil. One of them had chili oil and honey, but the ratio was off, so their mouth was on fire.
Oh yeah,
what was the? So that was the poison, and then they had to find milk as the antidote or something, or what? Like,
yeah. No, that was the antidote.
That was the antidote. You have to drink it to get the antidote.
You have to drink it to be healed.
That is chaotic evil. Holy shit.
I reckon I could absolutely make up to about like 12 little potion bottles. Each one will taste like unique and some even awful, but then when you mix them all together, work actually really, really well. That's a really gold idea because I've actually been playing around with.
Yeah, individual ingredients for a cocktail essentially. That's a nice cocktail.
So I didn't poison.
But even something that would taste foul on its own.
Nice.
Actually
going really well with it. That could be really.
So you got to find and put them together in like a potion bottle puzzle or something, a riddle, and you've got to only choose the four out of the 12 that will actually make it taste good together.
I did that as well, like a few years back. It was called King's Cup, so they had to pour different ingredients into like the same goblet. This was pre-COVID. The same goblet, and then it would make a cocktail that tasted good at the end. But,
unrelated, but AG was taking a chemistry class she was trying to pass, and she was making them do their homework.
Or a culinary class, just like testing it on them first.
My friend who taught me to GM, he ran a game once that I unfortunately wasn't a part of, where he made everybody, I think they were all level 20 if I remember right, or even like lower, like level 10s or something. and then just threw monsters upon monsters on them, so it was more like a death match. And health potions had to be consumed in real life, consisting of hard liquor.
Yeah, love it.
Oh, nice.
Love it. I have one, like I literally have
Oh,
one
Jesus.
2 inches from me, right? 2 meters from me right now.
Have you guys
Like
played Red
full
Dragon
health
Inn?
potion.
Yes, Red Dragon Inn's so fun.
No.
So I
Played
was
with
the
the
best
Perception
man
Studio
at
guys.
my friend's wedding. So for a bachelor party, we went to a small island, like hired out like a venue and stuff like that, and then us, the groomsmen and stuff like that, played Red Dragon Inn. And one of the guys is actually like I don't know what the term is for them, but like a brewmaster or a mixologist for beer specifically. And he actually made like actual stuff for all the different cards. And he said, yeah, this is dwarven firewater, and he'd actually like distilled like garlic chili and infused it into like stuff, and it was basically like this just this frothing bright red beer. I have no idea how he did it to this day. And it's like, yeah, as soon as you get the cards, you have to do it. My friend got knocked out super quickly. Like he was like borderline, like, okay, this is a dangerous amount of drunk. And so as the best man, it was like, cool, Michael has to be the one to drink it.
Yeah.
And I was doing all right until I got this like square cup, and I was like, the hell is this? It's bright red. It's like, drink it, Michael. And it wasn't a small amount. You could have probably done this as a shot, and it was so alcoholic, and it burnt everything from here to here. I actually couldn't talk. Like it was literally like, oh, I hate this.
That's my style.
Yeah. It was the first and only time I ever played Red Dragon Inn with alcohol.
I did the job of taking on the groom's alcohol at a bachelor party once for my brother, and I don't drink. I'm a teetotaler, but on his bachelor party I was like, yeah, I'll give it a go. And so I was drinking mostly beer, and then we went to a place where he got his mate came back with 2 pints of Guinness. And then also at the same time, another guy was like, the taxi's here outside. And he was like, he looked down at the pint of Guinness and he's like, and I went, I guess I'm taking this one as well for you. And then I had to chug a pint of Guinness, which is not a chuggable drink. That is a chewable drink. It's a meal in a glass.
Bread, dude. Yeah.
Guinness is not a pleasant
Glass of
drink.
bread.
No, thank you. I'm not a fan of beer in general, but like stout, not for me. And yeah, I remember I was like, I don't know why I'm doing this. We could have just wasted it. It's fine. It's already been paid for, regardless of whether anybody has it or not.
One of my teachers in college was having a wedding, and I offered to like help him out with the venue, do some cleaning and stuff like that. And so it got to the point where I was the only one doing the work because the other guy was just manning the candy station, and his mom, hi.
Hey Jay. This is Lord Gazumba for anybody who doesn't know. Does 1E, 2E, D&D in the set in the Greyhawk. In your basement.
You made it.
Just finished.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for having me.
We're just hanging and chatting and talking at the moment. We're talking about drinking and stuff. Cassim was just telling us about a time.
So the groom's mom took notice that I was the only one doing work and was like, hey, can I get you a drink? And you don't say no to the groom's mom, so she gave me some of the wine that she picked for the wedding. And she made sure that my glass was never empty, to the point where like I would be walking by with other people's empty glasses, and she would hand me a glass of wine. And I got really, really drunk at that point, and I was supposed to be doing work, and I was panicking while drunk. And I believe I cleaned the entire venue by myself within like 3 hours.
Well, you believe that's what happened, but if you watch that from a third-person perspective,
I was told what's happened.
Stumbling
I don't
over,
remember
smashing
any of it.
stuff, just smearing grime everywhere.
I don't know. I don't know if this is a thing, right? But a lot of my friends, like I've got a few Singaporean friends, and whenever they get drunk, they clean. And so I don't know why. I don't know how.
Everybody needs some Singaporean friends.
Yeah, I was gonna say everybody needs a Singaporean in the house.
I actually, because I was down south recently for a holiday, and I had my friend stay, and one of the big things I told him is, do not clean my house. Just relax. Thank you for being here and looking after my cats while I'm away. Don't clean my house.
Don't clean my house.
I don't know what this impulse is, and he did. He still cleaned my house, but like. It's like when you get drunk, you feel bad and you want to clean and make sure everything's good because once the party's over, it's like I don't know. It's just, it always happens.
I like that we're getting a point of view from Lord Gazumba that we don't usually get from his stream. Like this is unseen
different angle now.
Yeah, I know.
Oh
right?
yeah.
I
Yeah,
can't
see
recognize
different
him from this
elements
side.
of the
What's going
basin.
on?
So,
It's a very flattering angle. It's a good angle.
so
Use more often.
yeah, I got my, as you know, because I got normally my widescreen camera on me over there, but I just, because I got the direct zoom on, I just got one of my cameras on the table here, because my normal setup for talk shows is upstairs 2 flights. So you can see my wall with all the, running all the way down the
All your
length.
books and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the minis and. I'll do quick introductions in case anybody doesn't know everybody. Below me, as from my perspective, Rackham, aka GM Workshop, streamer, D&D content creator. We've got Carson, Space Shark, who plays Erina in the Dingo Doodles fame, and also is a streamer in his own right for D&D and video gaming content. Below him is Felix Ernich, the DM from the Fool's Gold campaign, Dingo Doodles and whatnot. Next to Felix, we've got AJ Winters from Winter's Tales, also D&D streamer stuff. Lord Gazumba down the bottom there, from Lord Gazumba, D&D first edition, second edition, Greyhawk campaign, and then there's me, Robert Hartley GM, and then that's everybody that's on the screen.
Oh wow, Dag.
Oh yeah, then of course
There's
the handsome Dead Aussie gamer.
Yeah, the deceased Tasmanian.
What? Okay, no, I'm not gonna bite. I'm not biting that bait.
You guys chat for a bit. I need to pee, but you guys.
That's why I had to wait until my stream. I had to run upstairs. I was like, oh.
So what you missed, Jay, is that we were just sharing. So this is the game we were playing a second ago before we got on a cooking tangent, which was delicious. Now I'm hungry. We were sharing an element of our world setting. So you're the Greyhawk guy. So I think none of us know as much about Greyhawk as you do, obviously. So, for example, I shared somebody shared like a god that's in their world that's homebrew and said, okay, make a best guess as to who this god is or what they represent. So is there an element from your campaign, homebrew or otherwise, that, we wouldn't know and we would have to do a best guess as to who or what that is?
Wow. I'm so confused by that.
All right. So let's try it this way. All right. So Jay, what you got to do is you got to pick something from your world, any element, can be anything at all, and present it as a question, and then we have to try our best guess to figure out what the answer is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's the game. That's the game at the moment.
All right. This is simple. Maybe this will be educational. Hint number 1. Watsy ripped me off from Greyhawk.
That's not specific at all.
No?
That's a huge, wide, sweeping statement. There's tons of stuff that's been.
All right, Watsy ripped me off from Greyhawk, and I'm a major antithesis.
And is this a specific module? Is this just in Greyhawk specific?
This is an individual.
I mean.
All right, number two.
Okay, yeah.
Number 2. Joe Manganiello got my hand.
Oh,
got it.
Vecna.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Tried buzzing in.
Ha! Too late. That's what you get for having a tiny bladder.
Wait, so Vecna was from Greyhawk?
What's that?
Vecna was from Greyhawk?
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh.
Morning King.
I did not know that.
All Greyhawk. Oh my god, yeah.
Wasn't Vecna Greyhawk, wasn't that the original setting from?
No, well, yes and no, because you have Blackmore, which is the original setting from Dave Arneson.
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
Then you have Greyhawk, which is Blackmore's kind of merged into Greyhawk with Dave Arneson and Gary Gygax got together. So yeah, Greyhawk's kind of the original, but yeah. But
So Dave Arneson's original setting was Blackmore, and then when they made D&D, Greyhawk was born. Jeez, look at them books.
Oh boy.
Are some of them like original from the 70s?
Yeah, these are all originals right here.
Jesus.
Oh man.
At what point is your basement just a museum?
You gotta remember, I'm a museum piece too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm old as shit, so. Vecna Lives is in here somewhere. Die Vecna Dies in here somewhere. They're all, they're originals to Greyhawk.
My knowledge of Vecna is limited. Wasn't Vecna the main priest of Vecna, whatever, Helmdarin or something, got trapped somewhere? Wasn't that the last that we heard of Vecna, or am I like way off?
Oh, could have been. But you remember Vecna is sort of Kos. Kos was his enforcer, sort of Kos, if you know
the
about
Death
that.
Knight, right?
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all original. And so Vecna goes from, if you go into the original Dungeon Master's Guide, you have the Hand and Eye of Vecna. So if you go to this book.
I love that he just knows where stuff is. Would that...
How
would you?
No choice about it.
I'd just be like, oh, it's in around here somewhere.
If I'm boring you all, please.
No, I feel like school is in session, and
hey, I've got that one.
Dungeon Master's Guide, second cover of the Dungeon Master's Guide, first edition, right? Because everyone said this scared the shit out of kids, right?
Of course.
This is not a demon. This is an Efreet on the cover, by the way, right?
This one.
It's not a demon. It's an Efreet. So, and here's the original Sword and Hand of Vecna. Now, the Sword and Hand of Vecna is in the white box sets. Yes, you get some old players that have first edition stuff too. That's work, so it goes all the way back to then. Stories are written about Vecna, and just like, all right. So we're having a show on liches on next Wednesday. Oh God, I'm gonna. So here's another hint for another one. I am another lich. I got stolen. It was stolen from Greyhawk.
Acerak?
Acerak?
Yes.
Acerak?
Acerak's in the Tomb of Horrors.
Yeah, Acerak is in the Tomb of Horrors.
So also from Greyhawk?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So I mean, I'm fairly confident you would have heard the story, but is everyone aware of the story of the head of Vecna?
Yes. But tell it, it's amazing. Maybe
It's an amazing story. I love the head of Vecna story. As the story goes, there were two adventuring parties, both kind of in a West March style game, so they're all kind of in the same world. And the first group was a little bit further ahead than the second. So they began to lay out like traps and things like that to kind of thwart and stop the second group. One of the traps was sowing rumors about a rare and powerful artifact, and that was, of course, the head of Vecna. As people knew at the time, possessing a piece of Vecna required chopping off, like, say for example, you got the hand of Vecna, you would chop off your own hand, replace it with Vecna's hand, and you would be tapped into some of that godly power. The hand and eye were the most iconic, so the head of Vecna was like, my God, this is amazing. So they set up this trap, they set up these rumors, and then in the center of like kind of this big space, they kind of put a severed head, just kind of like out in the middle of a dungeon. The second group comes along and they learn about all of the elements of the dungeon. They hear the rumors, they're like, oh, this must be legit, everyone's talking about this. So off they go against these traps and these encounters and stuff like that, battling to try and get to the head of Vecna. And when they finally arrive, they go, okay, cool. Now we need to imbue ourselves with the power of Vecna. So the first guy cuts his head off and dies.
I think that there's a part where they fight each other for the right to wear the head of Vecna.
Right? They do.
Yeah.
There's this inter-party conflict about who gets the right to wear this godly head. But the first guy perishes. The second guy goes, okay, maybe they've done it wrong. Maybe that was the wrong way to do it. Maybe we've got to cut our heads off at the same time as we put our head on. And so he starts to cut off his head and of course dies. The third guy takes the head and says, maybe it's the speed. Maybe we've got to do this really, really quick. And so I'll cut off my head and you put it on immediately. And the third guy dies. Last guy remaining with the head, I can't remember what happened to him. I feel like he died, but the end result was that the second group then came back along the same way and found the group of dead adventurers. And it was only then that it was revealed that how come they didn't notice that the severed head that was there had both eyes.
Oh, Hedrade from Quincy's Tavern.
So it wasn't even Vecna.
Tavern.
Quincy!
Quincy!
Hi, guys!
What up, Quincy? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? We're just hanging out, celebrating my birthday, chilling, chatting with all sorts of cool people. If you got to shoot off, Quincy, I understand, but if you want to jump in, you're more than welcome to. I messaged you a link to the Zoom call in case you wanted to pop in and say hi. You'd be welcome to do so. For anyone who doesn't know, Quincy's Tavern. Quincy's big content creator on TikTok and YouTube, and streams on Twitch. Very cool, chill streams. Very wholesome sort of vibe to the whole thing. So they realized after the fact that the Vecna's head, it wasn't Vecna's head. It was
yeah.
just
It was
some
never
mummified
Venice.
head.
But it was that's very much paraphrasing. If you get the chance to, I don't know where it is anymore. It
I
used
put the
to
link in
be-
Rob's chat. It's really
beautiful.
I'll
There you
put
go.
it again there. It's a really funny story. There's
Yeah,
also
it's
the
a
old
great story.
gazebo story, right? That
The gazebo
it's,
story is a
it's
classic.
right
That's a
alongside there
funny
with the
one.
gazebo story. I love like that. That's the thing is I love those kind of like little tales like Sir Barrington as well. And
Yeah,
like,
Sir
you know,
Barrington with all the charisma.
Yeah. Those stories are always freaking just gold.
I didn't read anything FBGX. Somebody has summoned the player for whom the little slips of paper are given out, and she's just popped into the chat saying like, I hear you read another one of my slips. I didn't read anything FBGX.
Not at all.
And if you ever wanted to find it, if it did hypothetically exist, you have to sort through 5.5 hours. Of
5.5 hours.
It was about an hour
footage.
ago, about 45 minutes ago, something like that.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
Who just raided? Quincy from Quincy's Tavern.
It's Quincy. We love Quincy.
Yeah, we do. Quincy's great. Quincy plays in the food themed game that we play with on Dag's. Well, I was going to say on Dag's channel, but in private with Dag. It's a non-streamed game that we then put on our Patreons. And it's a very fun game. I'm in that one. I'm playing a head chef, and Quincy's a little. Quincy's like, what would you say his role is in the restaurant? Is he like maitre d'?
He is the spice master.
Spice master.
Caffeine addict.
Caffeine addict is his role. He's a little fairy, I think, and he flits around.
So Jay, as the longest serving DM at the table, I think it's fair to say I've only been doing it for about 20 odd years. I think you've got me beat by a little bit.
More than the rest of us combined, maybe.
I think so. Like I've been doing it since #94, so whatever Jay has been doing it for much longer than that. Is there a moment in your, let's call it X years career as a DM? I think kind of we should do that around the table. I guess that's like the best or one of the best moments that you can pluck out and be like, yes, this is why I keep doing what I'm doing.
Wow. In 42 years, I got to think about that.
I mean, there's so many of those. I keep getting those moments, which is why I keep doing what I'm doing. I just love people. One of my favorite things happens after and between games when players end up chatting about stuff and end up saying stuff like,
"Bye, Felix.
I gotta bounce. Sorry.
Felix off. No worries, Felix. Thanks for popping by, man.
Lovely to meet
It's great to hang with you.
Nice
to meet you guys too.
Oh, they love Felix.
Cheers. Bye.
See you next time. Yeah, my favorite moments are when between games you hear people talking about the game and how much fun it was, or like they message you to say like that was a lot of fun and stuff. That's one of the reasons I keep doing what I'm doing. But in terms of stuff happening in game, so many things of like when I run 2 concurrent home games with 2 stories happening, and any time that they happen to cross over, that's always fun, especially because neither of them see it coming, and I get like this the voyeurism pleasure of being like, oh, if they go down that, if they choose to go left and go to that city instead of choosing to go right and go to that one, then they'll actually meet up with the other campaign, and they don't know it yet, and then they choose to do it, and I'm like, yes, let's have it. And then there's
Awesome.
One time that happened when one of them went to do a theatre performance, and I got them to roll performance checks, and 3 out of the 4 people on the performance checks got a nat 20. And so I said, this is the best performance that this city has seen in years. It's all that anybody's going to be talking about for a while, and blah blah blah. And then the next session, one of the other parties was like just finishing a quest with goblins or something, and they went, I think we better go back to Fenshaw to sort of like solve to like end this quest and get our reward and all this. So they went to that city, and then I was like, well, you've just finished an arc of a campaign, what do you want to do? And they were like, maybe a bit of downtime, what's on in the city? And I was like, well, there's a circus and there's a theatre performance and there's this and that and the other. And I didn't like push them for it, but I mentioned that it was one of the things, and they went, let's do that, let's go to the theatre. And then they went to the theatre, and it wasn't until I described them coming out on stage, and I was like, one of the performers has got bright blue hair, and she turned to me in out of character and went, is that Lagan? I went, yes it is. Yes it is. It was this guy with his gigantic sword and anime style. He's very much based on an anime character from Tengatop and Gurren Lagann. And he was a very over the top theatrical kind of guy, and I described the whole thing, cool. And then she was like, I want to go talk to him after the play. And so I quickly messaged the other group being like, what are you doing immediately after the play? And they were like, I guess we go back to our thing and blah blah blah. I was like, do you want to hang out and talk to anyone in the auditorium? And they were like, no, I'm not feeling like that. So she went backstage and they weren't there, and they were like trying to, it was great.
That's fun.
FBGX so in the chat was one of those people, although her character opted to not participate in the play.
So I had a first tonight in 42 years.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that? TBK.
No, I've had 2 TBKs in 42 years. That's it. I rolled 3 straight 20s on Mike Disney's dwarf character.
Nice.
3 crits in a row. And all in the same round.
Did it waste him? Did it take him to 0?
It took him from, he was at 58 hit points. It took him down to 15. They're all doubles and triple damages. I didn't roll anything super catastrophic on the table.
Yeah, that's right.
We've got to work out what Jay's.
Oh yeah, what's your alignment?
So that's my alignment.
Yeah. So earlier we had nine of us in the chat, so we had a nice grid. So we put ourselves in order, but it's not like your personality. It's about how you GM. So like lawful would be someone who sticks to the rules. Even if you make your own rules up, you stick to them. Like you are consistent with the ruling. Chaotic is someone who's just like going with the flow, like I don't care what the rule says, let's just do whatever's fun in this moment, and even if it's not consistent with what I ruled earlier, let's just go with it. That's chaotic. And then good and evil is from somebody who is completely on the side of the players and will always give them like plot armor and kind of like bend things to make sure the players are succeeding, versus somebody who's like actively going out of their way to maybe they counterspell healing magic and they don't include resurrection in their games, and someone who's like harsh on the players.
So Robert, you played in my game 2 weeks ago.
I did. I'd say you were very much more towards the lawful side of things, as far as I knew. You were like you were sticking to rules, and every time that forgive me, I'm forgetting his name now, but the fellow that was in the pad. The fellow that was the guy who was constantly like, "Can I do this and then move and then do an action?" And you're like, "No, you can either move or do your action. This is the game." Right.
I'm old school. Yeah. So yeah, Josh. You know,
Josh.
He does pushes my buttons on.
Yeah, yeah, and you were like, "No, that's not how it works." So I would say you're in the lawful side, the lawful column. As for good and evil, I'd say if somebody goes down, if the way the dice roll. It's the way the dice roll. So you're not going to pull punches. You're not going to fudge dice. You roll in the open for the most part with everything. And so I'd say for that you wouldn't be in the. I don't know if you go out of your way to make things difficult for your players, but you certainly made that end fight very difficult with having an air elemental that was just wasting our time when the real boss was in the next room.
I know.
So
I tried.
Between evil and neutral, so I'd say lawful evil, lawful neutral.
Okay.
I would personally put you as.
So, y'all want to hear a funny story about Robert? What he did?
Please.
Sure.
Oh, please.
So at the end of the game, because it was the Slav Squad, which is the name of the group, is all females except for Josh, a male, and Robert came in, and so we have a hero point system, and all the viewers are given all the female players hero points. So Robert starts whining in chat. I haven't gotten anywhere near as many hero points as anyone else.
Where are my hero points, everybody? Why are you not giving? I'm the guest star here. Why is nobody giving me points? Knowing full well that I'm manipulating people into giving me points, which I guarantee happens immediately. Bing, 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 bing. Here come all my hero points. Thanks, guys.
Was that Robert sat around and started bitching because he wasn't popular? What?
It's never happened before.
It was awesome, but everyone's laughing. Everyone's having a good time. It was a blast.
Great. It was a lot of fun. It's a good game, and surprisingly easy transition from somebody who's used to nothing but 5e to 1e 2e, because you were just like, hey, this is how it works.
Jay's capacity for I watch him occasionally, right? Like I like to lurk, and it's like, yeah, that's just this. What do you want to do? Is often what he asks. What do you want to do? And they describe it as like, hey, this is what you need to roll, and then he takes care of the rules, which is really, really good.
Thanks, because Fatco is. They made a clown out of it, right? And it's not that hard. I mean, I'm calculating everything, so I just It's not a big.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I've actually never played anything pre-3rd edition, and that's because I tried to learn it. Because here's the thing. I have a dream.
I have a dream.
A little boy's dream to go through the original run through of the Labyrinth of Madness, because everyone has told me it's impossible to do. Right, and I'm one of these impossible people. I'm like, it's like, why do you say this? It's like, because the puzzles are not translatable to like how easy some of these modules and dungeon delves are to nowadays. Labyrinth of Madness was like a huge kind of thing, and the only thing prohibitive for me was the fact that I had to learn how to learn an entire rule set, and every time I sat down to learn it, I was looking at it going, I am not backwards compatible. I am definitely an Xbox guy looking at a GameCube and trying to figure out where to put stuff. So it was a case of like that's always been my thing. And the only thing that's ever drawn me to trying these earlier editions has been Lord Gazumba's channel and Stefan Picorni. That's it. Those are the only two people who have ever made it look interesting to me. Because I've seen so many. Because obviously everyone knows I lurk on everyone's channel. Even if you've got like 2 subscribers, I'm probably one of them. But like it's always been like kind of this like everyone kind of figuring stuff out. But the people who have like the most confidence have always been these 2 people. And I've just been like, yeah, if ever I get a chance to, if ever I get that sit down and shut up money, I will definitely I would definitely love to invite one of you guys to like run Labyrinth of Madness for people who don't know how to play first and second edition at all.
So Labyrinth of Madness
like
was that like
teaching a Gen Z how to use a flip phone.
Yeah, it would be, right? It would just like
it's doable, but it's like, why do I have to press the buttons multiple times to get to an S? Why?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, what would be fun is seeing, this is a challenge that I want to do, but I just don't have time. Full-time job, kids, like I just don't have time to do anything else. But doing a one-off for each setting or each version of D&D, right? So the OG D&D, second edition, 3, 4th, and 5th, and kind of do like one shots in each one of them just to see what it would be like. I mean, I remember what it's like. I don't miss Thaco, Jay. No shade. I don't miss it. I find additive to be much easier, at least for me to calculate. But that would be kind of fun to watch.
It'd be interesting if you had this. You were like. You had the character concept, and you were like, make this same character in this new edition, and we're going to run the same one shot, the same sort of story.
But you gotta be super careful with that, because all of a sudden you watch as people's availability suddenly wither up when you get to 4th ed. Like,
oh, sorry, no, I can't do it.
Listen, I will defend 4th ed to my last breath. That edition got so much flack for no reason. It has a few issues.
It had plenty of reasons.
It's so good. 4th ed is really easy to run. It's a lot of fun. It's very OP. It's very anime, World of Warcraft style, but it doesn't deserve the hate that it gets. It's like the Nickelback of RPGs. It's not great, but it doesn't deserve the level of punishment that it's getting.
That was great.
Look, at some point or another, you need to sit down and look at something, right? And you could say it's really, really nice if you treat it in a bubble. But the thing is the world isn't in a bubble. At some point or another, you fucked up. And that's going from Uncle Roger. That's that's it. Like 4th ed has its place, and a lot of people who I know actually started their D&D stuff with 4th ed, and it did work to some degree. The trouble is that so many people did the transition. So a lot of people that were playing 3.5, 3.0 did what I did, which was, what the fuck is this? And then we went, ooh, Pathfinder. And that's where we lived for a while. And then we went 5th ed. We don't trust you. You and your 4th edition. Just because you've added another number to it doesn't necessarily make it better, but then it's actually pretty cool, and I quite like it. Stop it! Damn it, Rob.
Anyway, I think it's been a lot of fun. I would run you guys through a 4th edition games. I think it's.
I'm really keen. I'm really keen to.
I would be
fascinated. I'm really keen to play all of the editions at some point.
Jay, I can see shake his head like, nope, we're not doing it.
No, Uncle.
Close burst 5, Jade. Close. That's all you need to hear, and they should be good.
I was on we had a group, and we were on a TV show, the Big Bad, where you had to run through. Stefan Picorni had a team. We had a whole bunch of teams, and it was 5th edition. And my group came in dead last because I just like I still don't understand the move attack move deal, right? And I just like what for me it does, because I've been doing this for so long, and it's not like I don't add stuff into my game. It's just I add stuff into my game. I'm not. Yeah. 3rd edition came out, I was like, no, absolutely not. No.
Yeah, so I'm definitely keen to and even with 1E, 2E, because you were taking on all of the Thaco responsibility and stuff, I feel like I haven't had a chance to know what I've played it, and the biggest change was you can move or you can do an action, but you can't do both. You can move 10 feet and do your action, or you can move your full turn. But other than that, I was like, I don't get a feel. So I'd love to have kind of like we're doing with Dag's pirate game channel, where we're doing a 12 episode thing, and it was set out from the beginning it's going to be 12 episodes and that's it. I'd love to do something similar in like all of the different editions, so that I get like a proper taste of this is what 4th edition is, this is what 1st edition is.
The edition flight.
Yeah. Why not?
that'd be
That sounds
kind of
fun.
cool.
Because I'm sick of
the
knowing
editions.
Yes,
There you
audition
go.
the edition. Yeah, I'm sick of having having to talk secondhand about what the editions were and stuff, because I've heard so much about them and all the different things that people say about them. But
There's new systems that are in old school. I mean, Castles and Crusades by Troll Lords out there, OSC's out there, old school essentials. They exist.
Yeah,
You know,
It's true.
so
Morkborg is like, I don't know, is it a 5e or is it a
Which
D20
one?
base game? Morkborg?
Borg. It's more like Power. It's a little bit similar to Power by the Apocalypse more
Is
than
it?
anything
Okay.
else. Yeah,
which is the 2d6 system.
Which is the 2d6 one, because I helped out with Vast Grim, which is that like super aliens inspired version of Morkborg. But yeah, no, it's there are so many systems, and you know, as someone who doesn't tie myself to systems, I always say to myself, like, I have a 75% knowledge. I'll learn like 75% of what I'm doing, then move on to the next thing. So like, you know, Pathfinder, D&D, Through the Breach, City of Mist, you know, I'm like learning all of these different systems.
Didn't you do Blades in the Dark? Have you done not?
I haven't played it, but I have familiarized myself with it. I could not find anyone interested.
You tried.
I mean,
you even tried the.
kind of sold me on it. So.
You tried. You tried doing the Avatar role playing game for us as well.
Yep.
That was.
Yeah, I did the Avatar one. That was really cool. And now I've actually got the full rules for that. I can actually do stuff with it. Yeah, you know, the thing is like games, like locking yourself into like a favorite game system isn't a bad thing. It's when you poo-poo any good experience. And I tell this to people all the time.
Is that a dig at me and your Pathfinder thing?
No, because despite what you say, you've actually played Pathfinder. You had a good time.
I did.
Pathfinder is fun, but you just poo-pooed 4th edition. I'd like to say that.
No. But let me explain this.
In your face,
I would,
mate.
despite how I feel, I say that, but I'm always willing to play it because
that's fair.
And that for me is a key thing. Like, you have min-maxers, people who like try to push the extreme of what they enjoy and what they're good at. I'm kind of like a max minner. Like, I love focusing on stuff I hate or dislike so that I can be proven wrong and do different things. Like, my favorite Pathfinder class is an alchemist. I hate the alchemist. It's 2 pages on one class feature. It frustrated me to no end. When it first came out, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Damn, it's almost like Pathfinder's a bit too convoluted.
It is. I mean, there are lots of areas that it is. And I sat down with it and I went, I have to learn this. I'm going to find the joy here. And I did. And now it's one of my favorite classes. Same thing with 4th ed, you know, like the right situation, the right person.
I did the same. I did the same with. I didn't like Barbarian at all. I didn't think much to it. I didn't have any interest in playing it. But I started, and this is like 5 years ago now, and I was pretty much just starting out in D&D. I was in a home game with somebody. We had a party dynamic of like 3 or 4 of us, and all of us were kind of squishy, spellcasty kind of types. And then the DM said after a few sessions, I'm having real trouble balancing fights and like preparing for you because you got no tank or like hit point sponges or anything. I feel like I'm having to pull my punches, and it's not as fun for me to do that. So I was like, you know what, my wizard goes and retires. He's just been through an ordeal. They were like literally captured and tortured and stuff. And I was like, he decides. It makes sense for him in this moment to decide that adventuring is not for him. He's going to go back to the library. And then meanwhile, and I introduced a barbarian. I was like, what's the biggest tank? I'll make him a barbarian. And then I had such a lot of fun coming up with his story and his backstory and who he was, and like his rage thing was like triggered by PTSD and stuff. And so it only ever I made a restriction on myself that I wouldn't ever voluntarily go into a rage. It was only ever when he hits 0 hit points or he witnesses one of his friends getting hurt, and then he goes into a rage because he had like a soldier background, and it turned out to be one of my favorite characters I've ever played. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Like put yourself in the situation of something that you're like, I've kind of dismissed this, or in my mind I kind of think that this is not going to be for me, but I'll give it a go and see if it is.
So it's midnight here. I'm gonna share. So you triggered I'll share a story for D&D and why I like it so much, or at least RPGs, and then I'll have to go to bed.
No worries.
Solo parenting for the week, hell yeah. So one is the soldier thing that you mentioned. That's probably my favorite D&D story. It's not a great story, but it's a story nevertheless. I used to DM, and I still DM now, but I used to too. One of my players was a veteran, and so we do the session zeros, and this is why I learned session zeros are really important. Do your session zeros, people out there.
Yep. And not only session zeros, session check-in.
Session
check-in. I've started calling it the check-in session because session 0 implies it only happens at the start of the campaign.
Yeah, I do it about every 7 to 8 sessions. I do a quick check-in with the players. But we were playing D&D. This is 3-5, I think, back then. And he was retired from the military. And when we'd get in combat, I'd notice he would get really uncomfortable. And lo and behold, I checked in with him, and he told me, when you describe like blood and injuries and stuff, it's really
actually
upsetting.
traumatic.
Yeah, it was actually like some PTSD with him. And so I toned it back, and that was one of the big things that he came to me after one of the sessions and said, "Hey, I really appreciate it, and that means a lot to me." And it felt really good to provide a space for him to be able to play and have a good time without, feeling like shit. And the other story that I really like and I carried along, and I shared this on AJ's channel like a few weeks ago. It was just a cool moment. The players needed to break into sort of a vault that was like kind of Gringotts. And they came up with a plan that I just didn't think of, and it was brilliant. And since then, I've amended things. They polymorphed or true polymorphed into a coin, made themselves come into the bank, get deposited into the vault they were trying to break into, broke out of the polymorph into themselves, robbed the place, gated out, and that was such a cool moment. I was like, holy shit, magic is amazing. And players are crazy inventive, and I would have never come up with this in 1,000 years. And that was like so many years ago, and I was like, that's amazing. The fact that you can just do whatever you want, and that just keeps me coming back all the time. Just because players, I hate players, and D&D would be great if it weren't for players, but I also love players, and D&D would suck if it weren't for players. That's it. That's my 5 seconds. And with this, happy birthday, Rob. I gotta go to bed.
Really appreciate you dropping in. If anybody hasn't checked out GM Workshop, definitely do so.
Good night, dude.
Catch you later.
See you next time. Bye. Yeah, I had a good fun with Rackham over the last little while. Sort of popped up out of nowhere, and I instantly was hooked on his style. He does a similar thing to me as audience interactive D&D, where he puts up the poll, the options on the screen, and you can. Do you want to intimidate, persuade, attack?
And I love his use of Tailspire. Like, I wish I had that kind of.
Absolutely incredible maps that he works with. And he ran a one shot for me once using Tailspire and stuff, just me and him. And he's run quiz shows and stuff for me before, like what did he call it? Jeopardy D&D, and one that's like a spot the rules problems. I can't remember what he called it, actually, or something. And essentially, I was he gave me like a scenario in Tailspire of like different people fighting each other, and he's like, this one wants to attack with a glaive on this one, and I'm like, oh, they're actually not within range for a glaive or whatever. I had to point out all of the problems. That was the little cool part of that game. That was a lot of fun. So yeah, definitely check out GM Workshop if you haven't. Sleep well, GM Workshop. He gets up at crazy hours. He gave me once. It's hard enough with all of the different people with all the different time zones trying to work out and remember who is where for like things like my short rests where I have a chat with somebody. But he confused me even more because I was sure I knew where he was and what time zone he was. But then when we were trying to arrange a thing on his channel, he says this time, and I was like, but isn't that like 5 a.m. for you? And he goes, yeah, that's when I get up. That's when I stream. He streams from like 5 till 7 in the morning because he's got so busy with his full-time job and kids and stuff that he gets up at 5 just to stream for 2 hours before he then goes off to...
Grim. I thought he was over in New Zealand or Australia when he first came in. He goes, no, I'm in Canada.
Yeah.
He's in the same time zone as I am.
Yeah, man, he's crazy.
Eastern U.S. Crazy.
To piggyback off of Rackham's story, like part of the reason, like I'm a for never GM where I never get the chance to do it. I'm always a player. But so I got a story as a GM and a story as a player. The player story piggybacks off of Rackham's because in a lot of the campaigns that I've played, the players have always inserted some sort of thing that they were going through into their characters. And we play massively long campaigns. We play like 1 to 2 year long campaigns. Where you just have that time to go through what you've been going through in another person's body.
Yeah.
And, with Arena, I inserted, like, some abandonment issues that I was having at the time. And, throughout the course of the campaign, I was able to sort of work through those while playing as the characters. Campaign after that, I had some, like, I guess, status issues comparing myself to people that I inserted into there. And it was really interesting because it ran the course of my character was inferior to everyone. We had a god, and we had a person who was the favorite of the devil. And my character was a guy with a pew pew gun who took stuff from people's back pockets. And by the end, like, you know, you find your place and everything and figure out, like, no, you're not comparing yourself to them, you're of a different skill set.
Yeah.
And that kind of translates to therapy in real life.
Yeah.
But as a GM, I was messing around with D20 Modern because I really love modern fantasy settings. And this game that we played was just before COVID hit, so we didn't get to go past this. But I had introduced my party to this little warehouse area that they were going to make a deal in. And I put my big bad for the entire campaign in there to have the deal go through them, and they decided to turn on him. And I wasn't prepared to lose this character, but they overwhelmed him and killed him, and I was panicking at the time.
Yeah.
I had no idea what to do, so I looked around my room to try and figure out, like, okay, how can I make sure that they don't think that they just killed Big Bad?
Yeah.
And the trusty JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7 was on my shelf, and one of the characters in that is a character who can sort of pull people through different versions of reality, right?
Oh, okay.
So I had the character sort of start sinking into the ground through a shadow.
Yeah.
And the players are like, where's that guy going? And they run up
Where's the buddy?
to him.
No.
And this new big bad evil guy, which I just portrayed as a silhouette, talks to them and says, well, thank you very much. I'll have to replace this pawn.
Nice.
Goodbye for now.
Oh, nice.
And I was able to sort of set myself up
Yeah.
for an entire
There's something else happening
selection
under the,
of new guys that
That's
maybe
rad.
you know, they might meet this character that they just killed again, but it might not be the one that they killed.
That's cool.
Very cool.
I like
but it
I like
never
that.
panned out.
It's never a problem to have to improvise something on the moment, I reckon, and just be like, well, shit, I didn't anticipate that, but let's come up with some way of making that into a bigger story. And then between sessions going, all right, now I need to do some work because I've said that this thing exists.
But like with tabletop RPGs, you can really easily turn failures into successes if you just try. And I think that's one of my favorite things that keeps me coming back to it.
That's a very, very positive experience. I love that. I think that's the brilliant thing. I've accidentally fallen into a couple of games where I've had to improv the entire thing. Highly do not recommend because it's exhausting. But I've gotten to this very unfortunate place because I think I rely on it a little too much, where I'm like, oh yeah, I can just wing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope. No, you can't.
Yeah, I've got that same situation where you're like, I guess I'm winging it tonight because I just didn't have the time to prep for it properly, and you can always feel it. You can always feel it. Like I can't remember who it was I was talking. Oh, Hops and Dragons maybe. I was talking to Paul from Hops and Dragons, I think, about like how you often see on Reddit and things like DM advice is often like, don't worry about prepping. Like don't over prep. Don't do your prep and things like that because you're gonna have to end up going off the rails anyway. And I'm like, that's not good advice, I don't think, especially not for new DMs.
No.
Once you have the experience to wing it and you found that that's a playstyle you enjoy doing, then fine. But for the most part, DMs should be prepping. They should be if for nothing else other than their own peace of mind. I find I'm only ever anxious about a D&D game if I'm not prepped for it. you should be feeling prepared, as prepared as you need to be for the game. And it's always really disappointing to myself even if for a home game or something that's not in any way recorded or streamed, if I'm under prepped for it, I feel like I'm letting my players are people that are giving up several hours of their life to hang out and play games and stuff, and that's time is a non-renewable resource. The only arguably non-renewable resource, really. And so, like, they're giving me that, and I need to be giving them something back that's worth that time. So I feel like preparation is a big thing that, unfortunately, too many times is there's bad advice around it and how much you need to prep because things are going off the rails. And yes, like, things are going to go off the rails. That doesn't mean you don't have to prep for it going off the rails.
The intent that your plan should be malleable, but you should still have the plan.
Yes, you still need to have that plan.
Yeah.
Proper
so,
planning.
I'm going to chime in here because I know that you guys have seen I improv quite well with nothing, having had to emergency improv when multiple players have turned around and said, "We're not here anymore," and I'm like, "Well, I'm on starting soon as a screen, so we're doing a Christmas adventure where Rob shoots himself in the face because that's what we did." So
I think I shot you. I think Janet shot me. I shot you, and you shot Janet.
No. The tree fell on Janet, and
the tree fell on Janet. It's crushed her.
It was a very wholesome Christmas episode. The trick to it is the following. I love prep for my games, right? And as Carson says, being malleable is super important. But when you get put into a position where you don't have stuff prepped, the only truth behind it is if you have messed up as much as I have in my history of gaming, improv does not scare you. And that's the thing. It's not a skill you can learn. It's an experience you have.
Yeah.
You know what doesn't work in improv because you've done it and it didn't work.
You found out from experience, bombing hard.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I get my improv skills in. So I'm confident that I can run a game off nothing because if nothing else, I know what won't work in spades. Yeah. Right? And so the game sort of shoehorns itself eventually into, this is a good game. Would it be better if I prepped? Of course it would. There is no circumstance where I've ever improv'd a game that is better than one of my prep games. Yeah. But just because a good improv game is there doesn't mean, like, hey, don't prep or anything like that. Definitely always be sure to, like, at least prep a little bit.
And we talked about it before as well. Like, you got to know the rules in order to bend them or break them. Like, if you know the rules of storytelling and you know the rules of a fun game and like the acts that it usually follows and the pacing and things like that through experience, then yes, you can improvise your way through a good game, but it doesn't mean it's less stressful for you. Like, it's still going to get to the end and be like, man, that was a lot of work.
I think that was what I noticed with any of the games that I was doing is that I would, especially the ones that are streamed, my brain would automatically formulate, make a formula of the story arc of each episode. So I would know like when the beats needed to hit for it to be a good story and for it to have an end nicely at the end of the 3.5 hours or however long it was due.
Yeah.
Because of so many scripts that I've written or so many stories that I've told.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yep, so you start here, you go here, you end here, or whatever.
Here's a basic formula for a satisfying story.
Yeah, for a satisfying time, and then you kind of go from there. If you have that, then you can kind of wing it, but you definitely need I think that's the thing, you need a build, or you need like a very sharp improv mind. Like you need to train that improv skill to be able to pull things out of a hat. And like I do improv classes, and it's one of my favorite pastimes to be able to do that. I remember a couple of my players were in a one shot that I was doing where they were in a library bar, and every time you pulled out a new book it would make a new cocktail. And they were just enjoying the descriptions so much that they kept pulling books.
And you were like, I'm running to the end of what I've got.
I had finished the 3 that I had prepped, and they pulled like at least 9, and I had to continue doing descriptive accounts of these cocktails so that it sounded like the first 3 that I had actually prepped.
Nice, yeah.
But unless you have that skill to be able to pull it out of the hat, which is definitely trained and practiced, it's very difficult to do.
Yeah.
Or you just tell them no. You say, oh, you open a book and nothing.
You open the book, it explodes in your face.
I can't believe you dropped the match on it.
I can't believe that. Oh, you dropped that.
They did actually set that bar on fire.
I think style determines prep too. I mean, for theater minor DPT, or for me, if I don't prep.
Yeah.
If I don't prep my terrain and settings, we don't play.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So we take a blimp to the desert.
So we're in the desert.
All right, give me 20 minutes.
Give me 20 minutes. Just tips the table over. On the bottom of the table is just sand. Jay's just like, all right, here we go. You think I'm not prepped? She's just like flexes on you. You think I'm not ready for your antics?
You know what? There are very few people I would actually take that bet on, but I would bet that Jay would definitely call me out on that and just be like, oh yeah.
How long does it take, Jay, to set up from this to the next game?
Well, our game Thursday, we didn't finish where we got, so I got to put that back on the table. So
already
this is probably a tear down and set up. I got all this Dwarven Forge I got to take down, right? And then I got there's the inn from tonight, and then there's just 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah. Do you listen to podcasts when you're playing, or like what do you do while you're setting up, brother?
I got my old plasma right there.
Yeah, so you're just watching TV or something while you're setting it up.
That is so impressive. Your whole setup.
Just an incredible amount.
Well, wait a minute. It
Work
goes
and
down.
collection and
Yeah. Look,
My lord.
This really is a museum.
I'm a kid. I'm a 5-year-old kid. So
I mean, as somebody who's never played with minis on a table before, I'm always impressed seeing it in action.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I always have limited space.
Did I do the
and
shout out wrong?
that whole setup with the terrain and stuff like that's been my dream for the longest time. Right now, I've got like lots of like creature and hero minis, but everything's always been like hand drawn or like printed and laminated. You know what I mean? Definitely one day the big dream is to like have that, like I guess recording and play space where I can actually build like whole terrains and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely has affected our play style. Like, so we've always used mats, and back in the 80s. Oh my God, Sean, probably some of you weren't even born then.
I was born in the 80s. Technically, I'm an 80s kid.
I was born in the 80s.
I'm an 80s kid. Technically,
kids.
Yeah.
So when we started, we used the mats, and we always required the PCs always have painted figures. That was number one. We've always had. We never had monsters in the late 90s, early 2000s, and with all the stuff going on, 3D printing and all, it's kind of taken on a life of its own. But like, it's really streaming is really, if we talk about that direction, that's our goals would be the best visual tabletop game, period, D&D style, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we do, and I got someone who does all the crafting for me, one of my really good friends, Bill, and he's amazing at it, and that really helps, because I am not artistic at all when it comes to that. It would be a disaster. So I'm fortunate, and like I said, we've all been playing the rookies from 92 of the group.
Yeah.
They got 80, 85, 83.
The rookie.
And 92, yeah. So
I've only been go easy on me, guys. I've only been playing since 92.
But thank you.
I've only been playing for 30 years.
That's just, every style does. I said this, Robert. I think we said this when we talked one time. No two DMs in the world are alike.
No.
They're not, and that's a great thing that's the charm of the game. There's nothing wrong with playing 5e, playing Theater of Mind 5e, or playing 3.5 VTT. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you play. Just as long as you play and your group enjoys it.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun with it, enjoying it.
Totally.
Definitely.
And I think as long as you're all still striving to keep enjoying it and keep improving, getting more enjoyment from it, like players and DMs, like players should also be thinking like, how can I be a better player? How can I bring more fun to other people playing as well? Like it's their time they're giving up as well. Same as DMs should be thinking the same, but obviously there's a lot of focus on DMs already, like how to be a better DM and how to bring a better game to your players and stuff. But there's lots of things the players can be doing to make it more enjoyable from your end as well.
And I'm really just in wonderment about all the great DMs I see out there now on Twitch. You know? It's fantastic.
Such an enormous community now.
It's so competitive. Like in terms of like attention in the space, like you have so many people who buy into like the bells and whistles, like the studio space and stuff like that. But you've also got people who, like film out of their house with their shitty little 2-sail boat like in the background. Who do a fine job.
Their shitty little silver play button and maths degree, and just like showing off.
But
all of the books that they were given, all the books and minis they were given by Wizards of the Coast for free because they're so popular.
To get your own book.
That's one take on it.
The cool thing is that there are so many different GMing styles and even identities as performers that those are what end up starting to stand out a lot more. Is you're not just looking and consuming D&D media because it's D&D media. You're consuming the people who have been kind of shaped in a very similar way to what we all build in the community. Like being a part of this community is having it be a part of us, right? Like even though we kind of like we like me and Rob, we rib on each other, but we have a very, very hands-on approach when it comes to our audiences. We love the fact that our audiences choose to spend their time today with us, and we share that through our creativity, through stories, and so do a lot of the people in this content creation space. Other people, very much like just we want to share what we have. Like we don't want any praise, we don't want any like real big, we don't want to blow up. We just want to play a cool game, and if you guys want to watch, great. And then of course you've got the people who are like, we want to be millionaires. Behold, I spent $400,000 on this computer screen, which will slowly AI generate an entire module for us. It also may send racist tweets.
Is that happening?
No.
Damn.
God, I hope not.
I want some AI module creation.
A whole module in AI dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there is an AI dungeon.
If you put all of the modules into an AI to pump out something, that would be horrifying.
It would be so. It would be so incohesive. It would be.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd love it.
But every time it starts in a tavern.
Yeah.
It's true. It does always start. It always starts in a tavern as the quest giver is killed by a goblin who is apparently throwing rats at people.
Something like that.
Yeah. Patrick's in the chat. Patrick. That grey gentleman, he popped in. I don't know if he popped in and disappeared immediately, but he popped in to say, I'm so sorry I wasn't able to pop in, but you're an absolutely incredible person and roleplay partner. I hope you have a great, lovely birthday. Thank you very much, that grey gentleman. You're a blast as well, blast to play alongside. If you want to pop in, you're more than welcome. We're still just hanging out chatting. I'm not sure I'll be able to go for too much longer because the Elgato key light has been in my eyes for 6 hours and it's just started a migraine for me. So
I started at 6 p.m. my time and it's midnight 12:25 here. So yeah, I understand, man.
Yeah, it's a long one, and it's 25 past 4 p.m. and I haven't eaten anything all day yet. So not breakfast or lunch. I'm kind of blowing into dinner as well at this rate.
Yeah.
About to rumble off to Slumberland.
But have you had a good birthday stream? Is that?
I mean, it was alright.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It was alright. I mean, Matt Mercer didn't pop in, so that was awkward.
Did you send him? Did you send him?
Did you send him a Zoom link?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if I somehow found a way to track him down on Discord or something? just MSN Messenger. No, I did not. Been kicking tail at PAX East. Yeah, no worries, man. It looks like you've been doing some good stuff. I've been watching your Instagram stories and things, keeping up with you. So have a good sleep and more.
That's Boston, right? PAX East, Boston.
Boston's wicked cold in Boston right now.
Boston. I get the awful Philly accent. Well, PAX Unplugged in December's in Philly, so we should have a crew that goes, like 6 miles.
I think the Nerdarchy guys are in Philly, aren't they?
Excuse me?
Are the Nerdarchy guys in Philly?
Nerdbatchery or Nerdarchy? They're both.
Nerdarchy.
Nerdarchy's, yeah, both of them, yeah.
Yeah. I've always, because I'm good friends with Ted and Dave, and I've always like when I go to America, I'm like I gotta remember that there's some place I gotta go to meet them, and the only thing I remember about them is something to do with cheese, and then I realize that's not helpful at all.
Oh, cheesesteaks.
Exactly. You gotta put the beef on there, and then you're good.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's awesome.
Gamer Chef's in. Hi, Gamer Chef.
Who? Oh, Gamer Chef. What up? How's it going, Gamer Chef? Thank you all for sticking around for the stream, by the way. Everybody that's in the chat. I know I've been neglecting you as a chat for the most part, because I've had some amazing guests to be chatting with.
That's okay. We've been picking up his slack and answering your questions.
Yeah.
Has DM Dave slept and come back?
I think he might have. Yeah. I forgot to say that Matt messaged me. He said he had to wash his hair tonight or something. Matt Mercer messaged you. I know that Matthew Perkins is constantly answering calls from Matt Mercer on his videos on YouTube, so I should have asked him to put us in touch.
There you go.
We good. The stories have been great. The stories have been great. The guests have been great too. You guys are all very close contacts and friends for my gaming career, my D&D career. It's still so weird that D&D is a career for me. That it's like a thing that I can be like, this is something I do full time.
So besides Robert, who else is full time here?
I am fully sustained as a content creator, paying a mortgage, living in my house, doing the whole
Pretty
thing.
cool, eh?
I officially started in January, so currently I'm being funded to get it up and running.
Yeah.
And And yeah, I've been like working on other people's channels for the last like 2-ish years to like get to where I am now, and then going through a big leap in a couple months when I launched the flagship show of my channel. So
looking forward to it.
be cool.
I'm looking forward to it with all the production value and stuff, and the cast and
I'm
everything.
so pumped.
Yeah,
In addition to the Twitch channel stuff, I am now I'm actually a part-time GM.
You going part-time?
And game master for they upgraded me to part-time at for the Australian government. So I teach.
Cool.
It's pretty cool that the
I
Australian
teach
government's
RPG.
like, hey, we need a games master on our payroll.
Oh no, they took the wildest shot on me. They're like, we don't understand a word you're saying, but if we give you money, will you go away? And I was
If we
like,
give you
yes.
money, will you go?
Yeah, sure.
Will you stop haranguing
emailing
us? Stop emailing us if
And-
we just give you some money.
Yeah, I did, and now I'm one of the biggest programs out of my group, and then I'm actually helping other institutions in the Australian government set up similar programs to run RPGs for young kids.
Are you like a government employee then? Are you like a government official? You,
Bank holidays?
No, I'm not even joking. My official government title for the city that I'm in is Dungeon Master. If you actually go to the city
Awesome.
stuff and look at,
oh my god,
yeah,
That's
it's
incredible.
I didn't know that, Dag. That's so good.
yeah. I've been a government.
I knew you
GM
were.
for,
I knew
like,
you worked for government for it, but I never really thought that means like, yeah, you would have like a government employee number and a government like you're a member of the. Holy
Yeah.
shit, that's crazy.
It's
It's amazing that Australian government's like, yeah, why not?
I did have business cards for a while, and I'm not allowed to show my badge because apparently that was something that they didn't want me to be like showcasing. It's like official government dungeon master because then they have to explain it. But one of the key elements of my job is what I like to call the nerd linguist. So every now and then they get a call about gaming and stuff like that, or like, hey, my kids are like really disconnected and they're like focused on video gaming and I can't reach out to them. How, as a parent, do I communicate with them? Like, I also cover like communicating with kids who are in the nerd space and in that geek culture and stuff, and helping parents like come up with strategies for like, how do I communicate better, or how do I do these things better?
My kid recently came out to me as a nerd. How do I talk?
No, that's actually legitimately happened. No. I think the funniest one, and I'm not mentioning any names, like, but was my kid is playing video games and now they want to come out as gay. How do I stop this? And that was the wildest one. And I was like, I'm gonna refer you to.
They correlate video games to sexuality.
I had no idea
That's not
how the
that
conversation. I had no idea how the. Well, again, I've changed some of the details, but I had no idea how we came from point A to point B, and I actually had to refer them to a mental health group who can explain it a lot better, because this is not a gaming problem.
Yeah, this is.
I'm really sorry, but I'm not a trained psychologist or accredited.
It's not a thing that I have experience explaining. To
yeah,
people.
look, if you want to know what Fortnite's about, I'll help you with that. That's easy. This is like, whoa, okay.
Michael's down with the kids. I know what all those cool cats are doing.
Backwards hat and a skateboard.
Oh lordy.
It's part of my job to keep up with the latest dance trends.
My favorite part, what you were saying, Rob, about I'm coming out as a nerd. My parents now have to come out for me being a nerd to other people, because they go to like their events and whatnot, and they have to explain. Like my older brother's a lawyer, and they're like, so AJ's brother is a lawyer and he's doing this, that, and the other. AJ plays Dungeons and Dragons.
I get a lot of enjoyment from the thought that my brothers might ever have to explain what it is that I do for a living, because they're both like builders and we're joiners. They work on building sites. They're around gruff people that, drink and bet on whatever. They bet on the horses and stuff, and that's it. Watch sports balls, and then if it ever comes up in conversation. He plays Dungeons and Dragons for a living online. Oh no! People give him. How does he make money? People just give him money. People watching are just like, here's some bits and subs and gifts and things because we enjoy the content you make. So here's the money to keep you going.
Yeah.
My parents just tell everyone I'm a movie star. I'm not even joking about that. That's literally what they tell people. I'm like, I'm not. They can't find me. They can find me on a movie if they look really hard, but I'm not a movie star. And it's
Do you hear that, chat?
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds like a challenge.
Shut up.
Find that movie, everybody. That's our challenge. Find the movie that he's in.
183 people currently listening.
No, find it.
No.
I was in an extra movie too back in the 80s.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Which one?
A big one, Mystic Pizza.
Mystic Pizza.
Look it up.
I've heard of Mystic River.
Done.
Not Mystic Pizza.
It's got a lot of big. Julia Roberts is in it.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Oh, interesting.
What was your involvement?
I was one of the fishing guys with Vincent D'Onofrio in the boat.
Nice. Do you have any lines?
That's cool.
Nope.
No lines, just background fishing. Nice.
Just background.
D'Onofrio's in it. Yeah, there's a lot of big
Fishing.
names in that movie. Yeah.
Nice.
And it's called Mystic
85?
Pizza?
Something like 85.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Why does it sound like
Maddie
a
Holmes says it was a huge movie.
cool.
I'm too young for that shit, thankfully.
Yeah, I
'Cause,
know.
not much these days is making me feel young, but that's good.
That one
The
did.
closest Mystic Pizza I've heard is the 1990s Ninja Turtles movie.
Yeah, it was like I think it was Julia Roberts' first movie actually. Yeah.
Anything that has pizza in the title, I just automatically assume is like inappropriate content for some reason.
Batmurp says, now to split every frame of every movie that was released within Doug's lifespan between all of chat to search through. Yeah.
No, you won't find. Actually, you know what's really weird is the only person who has ever found that movie was my boss. And the way he found it was we have this really weird habit of like, these are really obscure and shitty movies. I bet you've never watched this. And he's never caught me out because I've watched like because like my background film and television, so I love like indie movies as well as like the big Hollywood stuff. So we've kind of been going back and forth, and I've got a bunch that he hasn't watched, and he's never found one. And the one he came up, he was so confident, came in chest out, and was like, "I got it. This is it. No one's ever heard of this movie. It's like it's basically invisible." And then he told me the movie, and I said, "I'm in that movie." And then bullshit. I'm calling bullshit right now. And then I actually took him to the actual thing for it, and I showed him like, there it is.
The actual
And
thing
he's
for
like-
it, as in like the actual
Yeah,
IMDb
not
for
telling
it.
you. It could be.
As in like the actual
maybe
IMDb
there's
for
an
it.
IMDb.
As
Yeah.
in like if I
I'll
just
be an
IMDb your name.
I don't think I
Is that
have an
what you're
IMDb.
Well, we'll find out.
Why would I IMDb myself? I mean, I feel like that's a really
Other
pretentious
people do
thing
it
to
for you
IMDb.
Yeah,
sometimes.
like I did
what?
have a narration credit on a show called Did You Know Anime that I didn't know that they threw me up on IMDb for.
Yeah, I've got one.
Hold on. Actually, don't know if I'm there. Oh God, hold on. Okay,
Did you
I'm
not
glad because
know whether you would be there or not? That's so funny.
I don't. Oh crap! It is.
Does it involve zombies, ninjas, or Black Ops?
It might involve all those things.
Oh wow.
People found it immediately because
well, that
you
was-
didn't
that was-
realize you had an IMDb.
That was a super easy
Apparently I'm
challenge.
on
It turns
IMDb.
out.
That's freaking new.
Apparently, it turns out super easy challenge.
That's so funny.
You've made it.
Nobody's ever gonna find this movie that I'm in. What's the Internet
Well, look,
Movie
I didn't
Database?
even
What
realize
is
that
that?
they could do that. That's bull.
There's a database for this thing? What are you doing?
Well, I thought you had to make an IMDb. I
No.
thought you were the one
Nope.
who kind of put all that
No,
stuff
because
together.
well, producers need to credit all the people in the movies. They can't like make sure that every single person that is involved in the movie is also on IMDb.
All right, so now the challenge is I need somebody to find where we can watch Zombie Ninjas versus Black Ops, and then we find the section.
You won't
with,
find me.
the
You won't
section
find me.
with- won't
Oh,
we?
someone's going
That's
to.
the next.
Dan.
That's the next
No,
challenge.
No, that's the next step. Is that no. You,
Everybody's
even
gonna
if
watch
you
Zombie
it, you won't
Ninjas
find
versus
me.
Black Ops. I also have an IMDb
Damn it.
because I have got a background as an actor. So if you search for my name,
Oh yeah, no, I know we can find your name.
Yeah.
That's what me and so before the show for today's like.
I am Robert Hartley
game show
Brackets
thing.
2 because I'm the second Robert Hartley that had.
Yeah,
acting
I'm the same
stuff.
because I'm the second AJ Winters.
When I first started out being put on IMDb, they didn't realize I was the second person, even though the first person died before I was born, and so he started getting posthumous roles for like playing a 16-year-old when he would have been like 97 or something, and he's already been dead for 16 years.
Oh no!
Eventually, they split the roles up and put me down as a second person.
Amazing. Yeah, no,
That's
I no. Before the show, we me, Faye, and Dave like just sat down and just pulled up screenshots from all of Rob's appearances in IMDb,
it was coming up. Like, it was impressive work finding all those things.
I think this one was my. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I think this was my favorite one.
Did you just put your IMDb in chat, Rob?
Yeah, I said like where you can find my IMDb. There's it. There, that's where it is. If you want to see me in other things, if you want to see my acting career, then there it is. Yeah, it's a sort of blink and you miss me role. I was a nerdy boy that I had to shout "She slashy" in a bathroom. He just decapitates a deadite, and then I walk in and I'm like and run out, and he runs after me like, no wait, it's not what it looks like.
There we go.
Most of my roles, I had a couple like decent sort of support roles.
Wow.
I had a couple of decent support roles and stuff, but most of my roles were walk-ons and bit parts and single lines and things. Wasn't the most.
This one was adorable.
Yeah, that was my role as an Irishman Fergus in a TV series in New Zealand, a sitcom called Go Girls. In season 5.
I love the suit.
I mean, they filmed Power Rangers in New Zealand. You should
They
go
do,
on that.
yeah. Should get on Power Rangers. That was Ashy Slashy. That was the Ash vs Evil Dead. That was my role in that. Have you just got a folder of Rob screenshots?
What?
Just pull it up.
I think so.
Seems like it. Rob screenshots, Rob gifs that he was using earlier.
It was a whole production. It was a wild arc that Dag put on.
It's so impressive.
Yeah, it was kind of funny.
Damn it.
Oh, this one was my favorite one.
That's Mr. Light. Mr. Light from the
No, that's
Witchlight
just Rob.
Carnival. What can I do?
That's just Rob. Like, just while he's playing
Oh,
D&D.
Mythicals found Dag's movie. Here we go. Is it on YouTube?
Wait, what? No,
Is the
go
whole
away.
thing on
What are you
movie?
doing, Myth? I thought we were friends. Be cool.
Is the whole thing on YouTube? Oh my god, the whole thing's on YouTube.
Yeah, hour and a half.
No!
All right.
Why?
So this challenge is getting
hard
easier and
challenge.
easier to.
Why?
This challenge is
Why is
getting
this-
easier and easier. We have to find it. It's only an hour and a half. We've already been streaming 6 hours. What's another hour and a half? Let's watch this movie together.
I can't believe
I'm
you
just
didn't
gonna
know it was
just
on
on the
YouTube.
What is
just on the
happening?
very small off chance. I'm gonna scrub along the bottom here just to see if it pops up in this
No, you
small
won't
window.
see me. No way.
Maybe.
No.
I was a pretty small role in 6 days, but people saw me in that.
Challenge your power.
My gosh,
Like,
that's
I'm gonna-
so funny.
I'm gonna
Why
pause
is
at
this
any
happening?
moment.
Are we here
Like
for
a
Rob's
poster or
birthday?
something?
Isn't
Zombie
this for
ninjas.
ragging
This
on
is
Rob?
my birthday present, Nate. Finding
Yeah.
your performance in. Are you a background character? Have you got a line?
Times.
I don't know. I'm not making this easier for you.
Were you a zombie, a
Maybe I'm
ninja,
the
and
main
or Black
character.
Ops?
Maybe I'm Saul Palele. Who knows? Maybe this is just what happens when I get angry at people. Just like, you know.
I can't believe that you thought this would be a difficult one. And then you're like, you've got an IMDb page and it's on YouTube.
That's a crazy place.
Well, it was mostly because one, I didn't know I had an IMDb page, and two, it was obviously such a high-profile movie that they decided to put it on YouTube.
I wonder if he's. Are you one of the zombie ninjas? That's going to make it hard if you've got this going on.
That's true.
Well,
Gotta
the Black
take a-
Ops guys are wearing masks, though.
He did do stunt work, so we
Yeah.
know that this potentially
What?
has to do with that.
Yeah, he's
AJ,
probably a stunt
AJ, be
performer.
cool.
You know what? Tell you what. I'll go to the end where the credits are, and we'll watch the credits, and we'll see what he was performing in the credits.
Why are we playing CSI Dag? Like,
Because it's fun.
Because it's so funny.
What was he credited as for the role on IMDb? Let's find it. He was just actor. It says here. So let's.
actor. Yep, that's it. Just I was actor.
All right, I'm watching through. I'm going to put them on double speed. Here we go. Cast. I'm looking for the name. It's very difficult to do when you got migraine.
I'll be right back.
No worries. Extras. Let's have a look. Extras. Is he on there? He is. He's on the extras list. 5th from the bottom. Okay, so he wasn't a stunt performer unless he's also in there. Let me just go down to stunt performance. Zombie ninjas special effects. What was the budget of this, Dag? How much did you get paid? Not enough.
I think I
It's
got
probably
paid
on
150.
IMDb. Sometimes they put the budget on IMDb as well.
Yeah, I think I got paid like $100 or $150 for like a day of shooting.
So he was an
Or
extra,
night.
so he's not going to be one of the zombies like up fighting with people. He's going to be one of the ones
You
in the
were
background.
the like.
Maybe he was
Hypothetically,
screaming.
you were the stunt coordinator, and they threw you in as an extra because they needed more bodies.
I made sure that the extras could function as stunt doubles.
Yeah.
All right. That's
But
on you. That's on you guys.
unofficially, because I
Chat.
wasn't allowed to.
You've got a new mission. You've got to watch that movie frame by frame. Find Dag in the background.
And all of a
What
sudden, they're just like, why has our video just like gone up? Like,
yeah. Why have we gone from?
Tag the frame on Twitter with it.
yeah, that's it. It's like, how has this
what
happened?
year was
What's
it?
happened? It's like, what are
I
the
need
extras?
I need a screen grab on Twitter of Dag in this movie.
What year was it released?
My request.
We have put a bounty out for this now.
There's a bounty.
What year was it
So
released?
yes. Anyway, I mean, as pleasant as this trip.
Release
down Dag's
date
failed acting
2015. 2015. So 7 years ago. Imagine Dag now, but 7 years before. That's the person you're looking
No,
for.
I just look the same, just thinner, right? Like just.
Just slightly...
He's thinner. He's thinner. He's giving us clues.
Dag, can you make a sort of a fish face? Can you model face? Also, can you give us more of the?
How tall he is?
Can you give us the? He's Dag's 5'7", I think you told me, right?
Damn it.
So
you guys should know this much about.
So 5'7", someone
This is
who's
when you
around.
realize you've given out too much information.
Someone
about
who's
yourself
around
to
the
all
age of someone who's around the age of 29 or so. You're looking for.
Wait, 7 years. Oh shit, I was 29 when I said
what sort of expression are we looking for, Dag? What were you? Were you? Because you were running away from zombies.
Could be. Maybe I was. You know, like.
He's not gonna give us any more than he already has.
Like, nah, I'm really not.
Easy peasy. We'll find
mostly,
it.
Mostly because. I mean, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Like, what the hell? Guys, at least. Put
He
it
thinks
up
it's
for,
gonna
like,
be a
$1
tough
or $2
challenge.
or something.
It's gonna be a tough challenge, and then it's like, are you on IMDb? Is it Zombie Ninjas versus whatever? Yes, but you're never gonna find the movie because it's obscure and nobody will have it on streaming services. It's on YouTube. Oh fuck, the whole thing? Yep, the whole thing's on YouTube for free. But you're never gonna find who I am in the credits. It says you're an extra. Oh, good. All right,
I don't even know if I can.
Brilliant.
I cannot see anymore. Like I've lost all tunnel vision now, so this is a sign that it's probably turning into a serious.
You should go eat food.
Yeah, it's turning into a serious migraine rather than just a warning migraine. So I should actually go and deal with that before it gets worse. So I think 6.5 hours is a respectable
that's a
length of time for my
time.
my stream.
Definitely.
Thank you very much for everybody joining me. Thank you to the 4 of you for sticking it out or popping in. Dag,
Thanks for having us.
Dag, thanks for making the whole thing, even though you started at 5 in the morning. You can go and start your day. The rest of you will chat again. AJ, I think we've got a short rest coming up at some point, right?
We do next Saturday.
Next
Sunday.
Saturday, is it this one coming up?
Sunday.
Let's have a look.
No, wait.
Yes,
next Saturday, 30th.
Saturday the 30th in the morning for us. If you're in the US or UK, that'll probably be the Friday the 29th for you guys. So do the time conversions appropriately. But I will be chatting with AJ about all things D&D. We'll see if we can find anything more to talk about than we already have tonight.
Yeah, I feel like we talked about a lot.
If you want to see my chat with Lord Gazumba of the same, it's on my YouTube page, as is my chat with Felix, who was a guest on earlier. Who else was a guest on earlier? Sarah, from who obviously joined us for the whole thing, the game at the beginning. I've had a short rest with her. Mendari, I had a short rest with her. A whole bunch of people have been on for chatting. And Kassan, definitely going to have to get you on for a short rest at some point. And that's it. That's everyone. He's not responding. I'm not sure if he's paying attention.
He is. He's purposely.
He's just purposely ignoring my trolling of him.
Yes.
Yep.
At some point, I'll probably have you on for a short rest as well when I run out of other guests. All right.
I'm actually trying to find where I am in my own movie.
you're trying to. I thought that might be what you were doing. I was like, he's not quite paying attention to my trolling, so I don't think he's heard, which means he's paying attention.
Because I don't even know if you. Oh crap! You can. Okay, never mind. Yep, you won't find me.
So he is on it. He is visible. All right.
Robert,
so we'll.
Okay, Robert. Okay, for one quick shout out.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, if you want to shout anything out, go for it.
Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. I have Ed Greenwood on my talk show.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
We're talking deities of Greyhawk and the Forgotten Realms. So
cool. Head over to Lord Gazumba, hit a follow. You should follow all of these people and everybody that's joined me today on the chat at any point as well. We're going to raid a fella that wasn't able to join because of time not working, but he is streaming now, so we'll go over to Late to the Show Entertainment, and you can show him the love. Another D&D content creator. I'm going to head off. I'll see you guys next time. I think it's tomorrow morning for me. Yeah, tomorrow morning for Behind the Scenes. If you like the Viva la Dirt League stuff, stick around and drop a follow and everything, because tomorrow I will be talking about the latest episode of D&D, the Viva la Dirt League Epic NPC Man D&D that dropped, and giving you sort of behind the scenes stuff and stuff about that. All right, bye everyone.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Later.
Oh, hey, look at that. It's the end of the video. Don't forget to hit subscribe. See if you can get me to that next arbitrary milestone of 10,000 subscribers. That'd be pretty cool. Thank you.